never meant to stay. It was you that put me in. Promised me that we'd be okay. All of your lies I was believing. You were there most of the time, but that was never good enough for me. Had me going out of my mind, had me going round like crazy. But I gotta end this way. Why is there always a struggle for you to let me go? You got me like crazy. Like you were always right and I was always wrong. Crazy, baby. This land is calling.
Hello and welcome to Day 3 of the Esports World Cup 2025 Valorant. We've progressed 4 teams into the playoffs and eliminated 4 teams, crushing their keys and their dreams in this competition. And today, we will basically decide who else will be eliminated and who else will progress. And I have been joined by a man who is probably as dismayed as me to see 4 Pacific teams in the qualification game and only 1 make it through. Welcome to the desk, Seth.
It's been a little bit of a rough road so far, but it's okay. You know, nothing comes for free. Gen G, when they won their trophy, they had to go through the ringer, had to play the most amount of Valorant. When T1 won their trophy, they had to beat every single first seed. So for DRX, there's still an opportunity here.
And look, for you, Kev, you know better than anyone that the toughest battles only make you stronger.
And didn't Sentinels have a tough battle yesterday? I mean, look, this is still the team that most would look towards as NA's hope. NRG, of course, already made it through, impressing everyone, myself included, I think everyone on this desk. But really, NA's hope, given that G2 has gone 100 Thieves, we knew they had some capabilities, but obviously falling to a strong-looking EDG.
Yeah.
Sentinels, I mean, this is your next best NA team, and yesterday was a little shaky from them.
Absolutely. Look, we're already talking about some of the games that we've had previously yesterday, so we'll bring up some of those highlights as well as we talk through everything. And we do, of course, have you here on the stream, Seth, so you could chat to us a little bit about some of the games you've seen over there on the A stream that we haven't been able to see as much.
Yeah, I mean, this has just been nothing but entertainment over there. It's been non-stop chaos. You know, a little bit upset with Gen G not being able to get the job done versus Fnatic. So that's something that
they were ahead. They were up. They were up so good.
Twice in a row that they've done this now. We did it over Toronto. We're doing it again here at EWC apparently. But no, I mean, it's been great so far.
Yeah, and what was the highlight from you yesterday, Kev? You got a bit of an early mark, so you got to kick your feet up and relax. I'm sure you're feeling very well rested coming into today.
I think the highlight really was that, you know, maybe we were wrong about Match of the Day a little bit yesterday because we obviously look at the Titan Heretics game, but honestly the Shilai Gaming Sentinels rematch ended up being a bit of a banger because Shilai stepped up. Havoya, their coach, honestly has still got the chops to play because mechanics were still sharp, but more importantly, despite not seeing Raga, some of the other members of the team really came through and had a star-studded performance. Happyway has to be the player to talk about, but Viva as well had some beautiful moments. Really, they came in a situation which wasn't ideal for them, not having no man available for this event coming to the roster, having to have their step coach in, and still take Sentinels to 3 maps, and even be in a situation, and I think a circumstance where maybe they could have even beaten Sentinels.
Look, we've only eliminated Chinese teams and North American teams thus far, but I think the Chinese teams yesterday, at least on the B stream, surpassed expectations. We already talked about the XLG game, playing with the coach stand-in, but Titan as well definitely could have taken out Heretics yesterday. And you know, you've even been over at some of the international events as well and seen the run of some of these Chinese teams. They just keep overperforming when it comes to the international events.
No, they really do. And I think that for most people looking at the qualifications, you know, as those were getting ready to drum up for EWC, most people wouldn't have Tech on their radar. You'd be looking at those other squads that were over at international competition, DRG, Wolves, etc. But Tech, yeah, able to go on a run to make it here to this tournament and still put up a very strong performance. And I think that was, yesterday was very much a day of just surprises, I suppose, because similarly, G2 to XLG in a rough position, able to make a very solid go of it, but ultimately falling short.
And Titan are the type of team that, you know, they beat good teams coming into this one, including Wolves, so they already had a bit of a resurgence. We're hoping for the best for the team, but still, in this level of international competition, there are a lot of other really, really great teams here. Personally, I'm a little happy that Heretics were able to break the curse. You saw on Twitter afterwards, Bruce saying, you know, it's been 300+ days since the last one international match, which means they hadn't won any internationals since Champions. So it's a long, long break for them, and they finally shattered that curse and maybe some momentum now building forward for the team.
Yeah, I would totally agree with that. I think as well, it's good to see, you know, some of the EMEA teams like BBL. Heretics is going to continue on here as well. We do have a good little mix of regions in this event, so you get a couple of the different storylines in that regard. I think I'm looking forward to these games today because we will see if we're going to get some more EMEA teams moving on. There are still a few North American teams kicking around. I mean, our first game is going to be Sentinels and DRX. We got to see Sentinels play yesterday against XLG. I thought both of the games yesterday for Heretics and Sentinels, I mean, these are international names. These are both teams that are second in their respective regions and already have a lot of international experience going up against some less experienced Chinese up-and-coming teams, and they were both more close than they needed to be.
I mean, I have nothing else to add because I think you just hit the nail on the head right there. I mean, a lot of these matches have been not as lopsided, not as one-sided as we might have anticipated. And it just goes to show, I think, how badly everybody wants to stick around here because the teams haven't been in town for very long. And to just come in, play a couple series, and then have to dip out, that's always going to be a bad feeling. Yes, you're walking away with some prize pool, but the longer you stay, the more that scales up. It's an exponential growth that you get with every single win.
Not to mention the fact, if you win this qualification game, a lot of 4 teams have already qualified. You do get 200 club championship points. So rather than getting nothing, I mean, for the orgs overall, that's going to be at least something to walk away with for the first competition. You can kind of say to yourself, look, we've got a couple of stronger teams in other games. We can look towards maybe trying to pick up some better placing there if you do go up early in that single elim playoff bracket. The other thing that I've been noticing in this tournament, as was expected from a lot of people, you know, this is running concurrently to a lot of other international events as well as, you know, the regular season coming up, is that you've had some teams that haven't had as many opportunities, like your NRGs, being able to actually make some better placements, Kev.
It's the tournament of the underdogs. You know, really impressed with both NRG and BBL. Of course, I looked over the EWC NA qualifiers. I got a bit of an early preview of this new look NRG with Scuba and with Bonker, and I already got a feeling that, okay, well, they're beating North American teams that they've been losing to domestically and looking convincing while they're doing so, you know, taking down MIBR on their pathway through 100 Thieves included in that as well, but even in the other bracket that wasn't broadcast, teams like Cloud9. So for a team like that to have that kind of turnaround, now being one of the maybe the best looking NA team given Sentinel struggles yesterday, that's a good look for new NRG moving forward, and a team that's hungry because they missed out on Masters. This really is their international now, given that they didn't get to go to Toronto. And for BBL, same thing, fell short barely to Team Liquid, got the revenge against Team Liquid in the qualifiers, and now beating 2 Titans on their pathway through to playoffs in top 8.
Let's take a look at the schedule for today. First of all, we do have Sentinels taking on DRX, and later on it's going to be RRQ and Team Heretics. So a second chance, Seth, for some of these specific teams to make up for not qualifying through the initial qualification match, but these are not the teams that you wanted to be going up against in the qualification games.
Yeah, definitely not. I mean, both of these teams, Sentinels and Heretics, if they're toggled on, they're going to be absolutely incredible in the lobbies. We know what they're capable of. Heretics in particular, given their runs in the past several internationals, not this year, but previous to that. This is a scary team, and we were starting to see the glimmers of that returning yesterday with them winning. And sometimes it's just that one hurdle, that one blockade, that wall that's in your way. And as soon as you're able to hop that, you're right back. So for Heretics, I'm hoping to see a return to form for them. But not to the extent where they can take down RRQ. So that's my personal bias going out for that second series because I'm not going to be casting it, so it's fine.
100%, 100%. Look, let's flick through some of the groups really quickly here and just go through the matches, some of which we've already discussed, Kev, but of course there will be the A stream as well to chat through some of the games that we've got going on there as well. So we can see Carmine Core taking on Billy here in Group A.
Maybe a bit of a sketchy looking pearl coming through from Billy in that lower bracket game versus G2, but of course we understood that G2 were going to have their roster issues coming into this one. They did the best they could, so credit to them. Billy for a while now, maybe in the past day, certainly looking at EDG kind of fumbling a little bit in their bracket early on before they came through. Billy were kind of looking like the hope of China because Sheila Gaming didn't do that well on the first day. Titan Esports didn't look that good on the first day either, and obviously probably come into this one with fairly low expectations for most of us and perhaps the fans as well. But honestly, China need a winning team at the moment because if you look at the teams that have actually qualified to top 8 for playoffs here, it's 2 EMEA teams, 1 Pacific team, 1 NA team, 0 Chinese teams so far.
I mean, it's back to EDG BLG. It feels like we're at Champs 23 all over again here. Maybe we can get that rematch of BLG versus NRG now that they're back at an international together. So that's something to be hopeful for in the future. But yeah, to try to sell this one. I mean, BBL, I knew that they were good. Obviously, only dropping series to Liquid as well as Heretics back over in EMEA, but they have been looking electric, and Yampi, I think, is really coming to his own as the IGL for the squad.
He was buzzing. He was so pleased with the win, and that's what this event is all about, having some of these teams that don't have as many opportunities to qualify for these international events. They weren't able to get Liquid off their back until the EWC qualifier. They did fantastically in this event. I'm really looking forward to seeing them progress further. Over here in Group C, did see RRQ kind of get dispatched of by NRG pretty one-sidedly there. I was not a fan of watching that game. That made me quite sad. And now, looking here at Group D here, Kev, Gen G versus Edward Gaming, that might be the best qualification game, although the ones we have are pretty damn good as well.
I'll tell you what's going to happen. Gen G are going to go up 12-0, and then we'll have to see what happens. You've got to hold your breath out today. Unsure how the rest of the map goes after Gen G hit the 12, probably goes to OT, so will be an exciting one, maybe a double OT. EDG looked good yesterday, man. Kong came in, top frag, absolutely deleted 100 Thieves out of the server, so I'm excited to see a nice-looking reinvigorated EDG because this year, they've had their own roster struggles, so I want to see this Champions team get back into form.
Yeah, I do as well. I mean, the game is better when PaperX and EDG are doing well. Kong is such an electric force on the stage, and to see him really pop the hell off, playing that Waylay in particular, it was great to see, and I'm hoping that does continue. Him versus Texture is always a treat to watch.
Absolutely. Look, let's get into the brass tacks of the games that we have coming up. The SNB match of the day is going to be our first match here on the B stream. It is Sentinels taking on DRX. Now, DRX, as I mentioned before, did not have the best of games against BBL, although the first map was very close, could have gone either way. The Ascent felt like they kind of faded out a little bit. I felt like BBL did kind of outplay them a little bit on that map and definitely earned that win, Seth.
They really did, and I think that is something that can come through when you're playing with a new player. You have Flicker, who's basically making his Tier 1 debut over here at this tournament, has never played on a stage like this, has never played in a tournament like this, was bouncing around in their academy team for quite some time, so it's a big ask, and I think that off the rip, he was able to very much rise to the occasion, but didn't quite hit those same highs going into that follow-up series versus BBL. Was still a steady player, but going to be looking to see a lot more of a level up here now that DRX have a bit more comfort with this 5-man on stage.
Yeah, I think BBL is a team that were a dark horse coming to this one, listening to Big Time, listening to Mitch Man as well, talking about the strengths of BBL, and then for me, witnessing that, casting that live, and really seeing them come through, winning against DRX, and the storyline there really was, okay, talk about them coming through as this underdog team that people don't expect much out of. Well, is it a fluke that they get this really insane best-of-1 win up against Sentinels? While they go up against DRX, only they win 2 maps there. Can't call it a fluke anymore. Right now, BBL do look like the real deal. This young gun 11, this young Turkish player, so sharp at the moment. Unbelievable stuff. Seeing that Sheriff 3K he got onto Sunset, yeah, really insane. I have a lot of expectations moving forward with this team going to playoffs.
Yeah, I think Sentinels as well, they were really put through their paces in many different respects. I had the pleasure of interviewing Chunky T after the game there, and he really had a difficult time after that game, but was very relieved to get through it. I'm sure he's feeling more energized coming into this game. Now, I was discussing some of the eliminations, and I think you've seen a little bit more of this on the A stream than we've got the chance to, Seth. All these teams getting eliminated. I saw the clip of EDG's Nobody crushing one of the keys. He looked quite pleased with himself.
Yeah, it's a very cathartic thing, especially when you come out of a very long series. that is painstaking, stressful, to be able to say, okay, we got through, we're still alive, we have the win, and now I get to watch this piece of just get absolutely demolished by this press. It's a good feeling for the players for sure.
Absolutely. Look, they can also opt, once they win, to put a few of those crush keys in their championship trophy. I was thinking maybe Sentinels might chuck 3 Chinese teams in there to just keep inflicting the pain on the region. But we'll see who ends up winning and what they end up deciding. We'll dive a little bit deeper into DRX, starting with you here, Kev. We got the chance of seeing a couple of their games. It is the names that we know and love, but they do have Flicker in the roster. For this game in particular, I believe Australia's floating around, but I don't think he's been getting back into the roster, and they do have Flashback sitting on the sidelines there.
Australia is here at the tournament as well, so maybe DRX may make some moves a little bit later on, but for now, happy to start with Flicker. And honestly, he debuted first day, first tier 1,
anything
first international event. I mean, what a stage to debut on. Imagine you're coming in as a rookie from Academy and your first game with the main team is on the EWC stage against top teams in the world. It's like, okay, this is a little bit scary, but he top fragged that opening game and Shilai kind of got dismantled there, and then you go into the BBL game. Flicker is still holding his own. They're losing, but Flicker is impressive. He's got the versatility as well in the agent lineup. He's playing across Viper, he's throw the Sova, he's got the flexibility to really just be the player the team needs him to be to mold them around.
Absolutely. Now let's take a little bit of a look at Sentinels before we kick this game off and see the roster that we all know and love put through their paces yesterday by XLG. Zekken was still having some fantastic performances, but I think even Sentinels playing their C or their B game is good enough to get through some of these brackets. DRX is going to push them a little bit more though today.
No, they certainly are. And this is, these two teams have clashed a couple of times, more specifically in the recent years. Saw them play over at Champions last year, saw them play as well at Bangkok, where DRX is finally able to get a win. All-time Sen has that 2-1. And these two squads have never seen a map 3 between them. It has always been blowouts whenever they face against each other. And something tells me that today, given the form that we've seen from both teams, I think it's going to be a little bit scrappier. And I think that this certainly could go to 3.
Yeah, I want to say as well, this is, interestingly enough, this is going to be the competition where you have to now look at these teams, and one thing does stand out to me, and guess what? DRX, not a Chinese team, so we'll see how Sentinels fares on that regard. You're coming up against some good Koreans.
Speaking facts.
So,
Speaking facts.
I mean, at this stage, I don't know how it is, but every single international, all these brackets lineups, like Sentinels, Chinese team, Sentinels, Chinese team, they've eliminated every single Chinese team. Yesterday, bit more of a struggle. I will be wondering if that kind of affects them today. Maybe overnight, they'll be able to lock in a little bit more, but Shilai did step up, so credit to them, but Sentinels, a little bit shaky.
You know what? They chucked another Russian in the lineup with the coach coming in. I think that's why the scoreline was a little bit closer, Seth, perhaps.
It could be. I was just going to say, I think that Boostio is watching Sentinels. He's like, why am I not on that team? Why am I not on Sentinels? Why can't I be the one that's the Chinese farmer here after all of his comments of the past?
I will tell you what, he was definitely not farming any Chinese teams yesterday, but that's a story for another day. Let's take a look at the veto for this series between DRX and Sentinels and see if we get any surprises early on here. That is the least surprising thing I've seen, Seth. DRX banning Pearl.
Yeah, not very shocking at all. They are going to like to go to Lotus, so I'm going to try to tap into a map that's been a little bit wobbly for the side of Sentinels in the past. Saw them have some rougher performances on that map over at Masters Toronto. Then we go into Sunset, so also looking to try to go at something that DRX struggled on recently.
Fun fact about this one, when you look at the rematch, the rematch coming through from Bangkok, DRX 2-0 versus Sentinels, 2 out of the maps there, Lotus, Haven. Guess what we got? Starting Lotus, ending with Haven. There's going to be the Sunset coming through from Sentinels, which they did play yesterday. But this Lotus, 13-3 from DRX versus Sentinels a few months back.
Yeah, it's a very dominant pick for them in the past. Obviously, this is a different roster with Flicker coming in, but as you were talking about, the flexibility of this young player is looking so good, so widely he should be able to slot in and fill pretty much any position that they need him to.
Oh, 100%. I was looking at his agents before coming into this tournament. It's a lot of Yoru, a little bit of Enit. Then he whips out the Viper. He dominates on that. He's been playing a little bit Enit on the Sova. Speaking to Marco in one of the interviews as well, he is very confident that Flicker can be quite flexible in terms of agent pool. And I don't know how DRX just keep making this work time and time again. Like traditionally in TAC FPS, I think putting a rookie in a team already, you're not expecting him to perform on the international stage. But on top of that, just having him perform all these different roles, you're just expecting him to fail and they make it work.
They're so good at prepping young talent and building them up, taking people who have played on a certain role and then pivoting them, because you have to remember Mako himself used to be known as Babo, which just means idiot in Korean. He was
now he's not yelling.
He was a jet one trick. Now he's one of the best controllers in the world and has been for years.
Nice.
And he is also now IGLing. DRX are so good at developing talent. The problem is, they have too much of it. There's far too much talent for them to develop. And then they keep saying like, ooh, Flashback's back. Oh, okay, well now we've got Flicker. Ooh, what are we gonna do with this guy? And then they keep changing around the roster. Whereas I think that all the DRX fans just want to see a bit of stability.
guys, like a 20-man roster, there's no issues, right? I mean, just keep swapping them in and out. Got academy players in there too. Just got an embarrassment of riches at this stage. And you know what? Just play the field and just use everyone a little bit. But right now, I will say, you want to talk about consistency? They have been playing this starting lineup the entire EWC so far.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, even Gen.G having some success promoting an academy player as of recently, so we'll see if there's going to be a long-term solution for DRX, or is it just for this tournament? We'll see Flashback back at some point in the future. For Sentinels, it's tried and true. It's what you know. This is the roster that they're always bringing into these matches, and like I said, for reasons, they looked a little bit sleepy yesterday, but today, this is the first match of the day, bright and early here. It does seem like the game is going to get going fairly soon, so I think this should be a little bit better of a level from Sentinels today here, Kev.
Yeah, I would hope so. I mean, again, one of the hopes of North America, there's only one North American team that's qualified through, 2 North American teams that have been eliminated. So if Sentinels don't make it through, all falls onto NRG.
Alrighty, well, we're going to get into the first game of the day here at EWC 2025 Valorant. It is going to be DRX taking on Sentinels, and to take it away, we've got Achilleos and Avril.
Thank you very much, Pilsky. Well, Avril, let's go ahead and just say, pleasure to be back with you. It's been a long time, my friend. First time in Valorant, and first time for me over here on the B stream. So I'm curious to see how everything is going to shake out. To start, we've got Sentinels kicking things off here on the attacker side, as Flicker will be on the Viper.
Same thing as what we saw from Sentinels versus Sheila Gaming yesterday on that Lotus. Was a 13-9 win for Sentinels. Doing quite well on the attacking side. Well, actually both sides of that map, but straight away action opening over on the Rebel side.
And to get the haunt reveal here on Bang. No real way to try to contest him. Hyunmin just going to be rotating back. It looks like DRX not wanting to really contend for the space any further, so we'll just surrender Rebel control over to Sentinels.
Flicker back on his Viper that he debuted on versus She-Light as well. And we've also seen previously a few different types of compositions. Bane's dropped the deadlock on this map before, but right now, I'm trying to revise. Here we go on B.
Thorns there, thrown forward by Zelsis. The spike gets planted. See what DRX with the call looks like as they try to get their way back through here. Just going to be a quick clear on the boom bod. Second suffering a little bit of damage to the paint shell, but he's flushing them out into the open, but cannot collect any further damage. Paranoia now up close. John QT just trying to hold down that M1 is still going to be rewarded with a kill as Freeing does get taken down. Trade back comes in from Narrate, finding Hyunmin. Smako tries a breakthrough. Gets the right click. Kills here on to 2. And now the defuse being started, just Celsius left standing now for Sen. Gets the spot out. Here's the retap, needs to try to go for it. Will be good for 1, gets the dink on the Mako. And it's going to be the first round, the pistol here in the hands of DRX.
Had a flash available there, but 3 members to try and flash out, and a smoke on the side as well. Would have been quite difficult. He's got that 1 kill through, but Baby Doll coming through on the DRX side. Mako leading the way, that's where they find their success. And Mako will survive with a 3-0 to start things out with. Not too bad from DRX. Now for Sentinels. All classics across the way. Not going to see any G2 Stinger styles this early in the day.
A full investment here from DRX.
You can see that DRX are fully armored up though. They don't want to take any chances.
Yeah, certainly not. A lot of teams have been leaning in towards going for the surprise outlaw buys on the attacker side from time to time. As Bang gonna be able to find Mako here, back Rebel. The push forward coming through, Freeing, holding his own for 1. Bang collects a second. Hyunmin now dead. And this is already catastrophic as Bang is taking over. And it's just Flicker left standing versus 4. An unbelievable reply here from Sentinels, and DRX just don't know what hit them. We'll have to see this back because it was so damn fast. This Flicker on the push will be noted. A thrifty off the rip to tie it up 1-1.
Yeah, found a low HP John Q, but didn't even get the chance to fire off a shot there. Young rookie Flicker falling as the last one alive for DRX, and one around from Bang. Speaking of that, ball bangs through. The Sentinels didn't even need, as you said, to buy up any stingers, no outlaw, nothing. Pure classics, pure aggression early on. Over into Rubble, and it just works out beautifully. There's now DRX. Early troubles. Bantam picked up for Zek in here as well. Want to see this guy heat up nice and early.
That you do. see what they have, but already a great reply. Pistol's something that we're plaguing Sentinels a bit yesterday. Being able to find the thrifty in reply, absolutely massive. Flicker looking for the headshots here. Will be able to find one on the bang just before falling down. Narain happily scooping up the Bulldog as well as the Orb. Now just going to be one away from that Nightfall.
Important here. I'm going to see what Zelsis can do about this flanking situation. Marco, backed up by Human. Human, who's been really large in the past 2 series that I've seen him in. Constant first bloods against enemy teams. Is Marco going to check this in time, but they're walking through one by one. Does Zelsis know there's a secondary member? It's Human's opportunity.
Just playing ring around the rosy here on the box, and eventually Zelsis is able to win that one out. Just down to Fring to see if he can make this a little bit more costly, and he shall. And second, falling.
Wow.
On QT, similarly dead, but weapon's not going to be in a recoverable spot. Haunt destroyed. Sends out the tether and won't be able to do anything else. Decent damage there from DRX, but still going to be Sentinels gaining the lead 2-1.
Yeah, they'll pick up Zekin's rifle there as well. So Narain will have Nightfall in hand. As full guns will come on through. First ult online. Nightfall's not that far from Fring as well. That real last-minute situation for Fring where he starts to pick up a kill. Will accelerate him ever so slightly. It's 2 rounds in a row though that we're getting quite a bit of early action here. Rather 3 rounds in a row, 2 around Rubble, this time around Mound. This shutdown on the flank, pretty massive for Zelsis to make sure that they have all the numbers in their control. And given that Fring was able to do this, I mean, yeah, definitely want to make sure that flank was shut down if Fring was able to get a couple to pop off.
Does allow him to similarly try to catch up in regards to the Nightfalls. Just going to be 1 charge away. Hyunmin has it in position. The smoke does drop. Mako able to find 1, but Sen coming away with now 3. Hyunmin, Mako, Fring all dead on the floor. Rotation's beginning. This Flicker looks to join in alongside Bane, but ultimately, do you try to make a go of this? Economy going to be in the dumps. Maybe a timeout on the horizon here for DRX.
Looking like a save to Nate. The Sentinels, once again, they dismantle this A aggression shown by DRX previously. Sen only knew the classics, of course. Put the weapons in their hands. Suddenly it looks even better for Sentinels. Be a nice and clean 3-1 to start things out with. And let DRX win the pistol. This is 3 rounds going awry for them to prevent any sort of early momentum, preventing their anti-eco. Big change of hands in terms of how the rounds are going.
Don't really have to commit anything else other than util for it either. Still going to have that Nightfall going forward. Use that to just try to stave off any kind of thrifty attempt if things start getting dicey. But yeah, Sentinels looking fantastic thus far. I'm curious to see if Termi does opt to go ahead and call the timeout nice and early. If it gives it 1 more and calls it ahead of the next buy. Timer's still ticking down. So unless it's a delayed call, it seems like he's going to leave the players to their own devices.
See what the buys are going to be. As I wonder, okay, maybe we are going to get... Okay, there's a tech pause instead.
All right.
Okay, well, we do have a pause coming on through. Hopefully it won't be too long, obviously. We are watching the P stream, P for pause. I'm kidding. But yeah, an important round now. As money quite low, save 2 rifles, Nightfall available. Of a DRX stopping this momentum from Sentinels after Sentinels taken away that second round.
It looks like something here on the DRX side with Hyunmin. So admin's on the case. We'll see if we can get this sorted pretty quickly and get back into the action. Sentinels would love to keep up the momentum here. Continue plowing onward. Have to suspect that Rob Moore himself, watching over in the player lounge, has got a big smile on his face thus far.
The Sentinels
so far,
yesterday.
It's a bit of a steadier start compared to what he was seeing. He was very stressed out yesterday in there.
I can imagine. Well, not in the first map, I have to say, because first map, Sentinels again 13 and 9, particularly second half. Defensive side, Sentinels absolutely crushed XLG, but on the attacking side, rounds 3 through to 8, 6 in a row for Sentinels. So once you get this team going, this train doesn't stop for quite some time. And for DRX, recognizing, okay, well, we've really lost our anti-eco. Momentum shifting pretty massively. Sentinels could absolutely go on a bit of a run here, particularly because DRX's money not looking fantastic. And despite saving those 2 guns, look at where the rest of the cash is. It's 3 pistols to me. Marshall, okay.
Marshall in the hands of Mako. Fairly rare sight. If he's going to be able to put good use, just going to be cycling a smoke out here. Haunt not going to be hitting the note.
Up against the 1 member of Sentinels that is on light armor. That's the only... Well, there it is.
Okay.
Well, he does a headshot too, so maybe he doesn't even need to get the body, but Marshall already doing some work.
Again, Mako former. Oh, great shot from Narayan. I was going to say former Jet main, so does have plenty of sniping experience, but that is a great shot to try to break things through. Entry at the ready. Second calling for his teammate to get the hell out of the way, and goes bounding forward. Thorn's not going to get cleared here. Sen for now will have the sights. He's getting a connection, minor amount of decay, but ultimately not finding too much as Freeing tagged out. Decayed as well as the tether does connect.
Watch the Nightfall. Freeing's got to get ready for this one. And for Narrate as well, falling off the side, you can tell he's also prepped for it. Double Nightfalls will be played into this one.
For DRX, it's a considerably heftier investment if they want to try to go for it. Looks like they're going to try to just scale off the paranoia here without that audio in play. Second, diving forward, gets up in over the top. Bane gets on the board, recovers a weapon, but Second's there from behind. The audio, the lack of it, working against them. They get a little bit of damage, but cannot find the defuse. Sentinels continue now 4-1.
What a bounce back in terms of picks as well. It's okay, well, you lose Zelsis, but Narrate so sharp at the moment. We saw what this guy was capable of yesterday as well. Just a single pixel and Flicker is gone. Bit of a slow one for rookie Flickers. So far in the tournament, he has been the guy on the other side of that, finding that pixel shot, usually Sheriff in hand. DRX putting the trust into him.
And that does lead into the timeout call here. Termi looking to stem the bleeding from DRX. Starting on the defending side, Lotus internationally, in Pacific it'll sometimes be a defender side of map, but internationally, we typically do see it trend more in towards that attacker favored. But they know that the 1 round at the moment is not really going to be enough. They can get themselves 4, 5. It's going to be a bit more comfort for them, and there's time to do it. But right now, given the form that we're seeing from Sentinels, you definitely have to have your concerns for DRX.
Last time DRX played Lotus as well was against Paper Rex, 11 and 13 on that map, and that was for the qualifier in Asia to get to this event, which Paper Rex won. That was during Teo meta as well, and that was before Flicker was on the team, so a lot of changes occurring. Look at this, Flicker even trying to back out there a little bit, so just a bare tiny amount of his head still popping up available for the right to hit, and he gets the shot.
Yeah, just not able to see that flank coming through, and without the audio, no footsteps to tell. We'll go into the buy, see what the play call looks like here. Is Paint Shell going to be flying, and Gunman is forced forward. Does manage to find one, looks for a little bit more, but cannot do so. Freeing is there. Showstopper going to be lobbed in, some damage found, but Freeing collects himself a second elimination. The second does fall, and that's going to be DRX in with an advantage for the first time since the pistol round. Strong QT narrowly able to recover the spike, but down to 5 HP. And the lion's share of this on Zelsis' back, and he's able to find the first.
I was going to say, the first time that DRX are winning around that Rebel side as well, but now Zelsis opening up mid, allowing John Cutie to follow through as well. Some minimal HP there. Rotating over is going to be Flicker, ready to receive. Further into spawn now is going to be Zelsis. Potential backstab, but Flicker might have the shot.
Seems like he has the read on this, but Zelsis has the headshot. And suddenly we're into a 2v2. HP advantage is very much in the hands of DRX, but this could become far more costly than they might have anticipated.
And look at the plant. This is going to give the Steel Garden over as well. Perfect play. Again, John's low HP here. That could be one of the big problems. You have to imagine this is where Freeing rips that Nightfall.
He has the Vandal if he can get the one-tap headshot. That could be the difference maker as Nightfall is going to be going through, taking away the audio as the weapons get scooped up.
DRX
okay, has them down low, but yeah, they have to play this very slowly. Weapons now recovered. Time bleeding away from DRX. As Mako and Freeing need to make a move with this one. Zelsis is holding close, finds the headshot. Tap of the defuse. Mako waiting for the push. Reads it well. Still has to contend with John QT. 5 HP. The hold, the half, and Mako narrowly able to make it happen. 0.45 seconds remaining. He gets the clutch, but at what cost? Only the one weapon remaining. Ult had to be used. This is still DRX in a rough position.
0.45 left, man. That is 0.4 away from Boostio, and this is what a round to come through. My goodness. This was looking damn good as well. You start to see Zelsis working together with John Cutie, opening up the map over towards B, rotating then onto C. Steel Guard and Nightfall cancelling each other out. And Mako playing within a smoke. No paranoia available. Impatience being rewarded there, but man, that below half a second. Wow.
Insanely close, but this time DRX, a bit more dominance on display here as they gain control of over Rubble 2 rounds in a row. 2 quick kills, bang, Zekin dead. Gonna have DRX starting to get into a place of comfort and build up a bit of an economy. Decent little fire there onto Flicker, puts him down low, forces a reposition out of the Viper. John QT does manage to get the pit online with the orb take.
It's going to have to be a slower one from Sentinels. 3 to work with here. And over on A side of things. Oh, spotted utility. That's opportunity now, right? Well played. Marco had no idea what hit him. Just sees the smoke, leave the hands of Marco, and instantly narrate hits.
And that now forces a lot more attention towards that A side of the map. You can see it's just Flicker here trying to hold. His Snakebite will get lobbed in. Zelsis out in front of that. Works his way forward. Bane with a quick peek. Seeing John QT. They know that this is where the spike is looking to be laid to rest. Push forward. Bane going to be dealt with. Flicker now dead. A 2v3 advantage here to the side of Sentinels. As the pit immediately goes through. Frame trying to push forward with the lined up. Managing to find the collide. John QT, Zelsis both going to be taking down the spike. Never got planted. Now Narrate has to try to play himself into the site. Just 12 seconds remaining. Noise made. The spot out. The haunt cleared. The swing of the corner. The time is just not going to be there. And Freeing will go ahead and put him down early. Gets himself a 3K as DRX 1 round away from tying it up.
We got a nice little preview of Freeing in an earlier round. Might have been the second or third round with the pistols coming through. Basically the last member alive. Gets a couple of kills in there. You're thinking this guy's got some aim on him today. And a rescue operation as well, considering Bane maybe losing a little bit of patience there. Bane and Flicker both falling on site, allowing advantage back over towards Sentinels after Sentinels were down 2 members themselves. But no plant coming on in. Coming down to a 2v1. And the classic to finish things off. Now the tack pause coming through from Sentinels after what was a round that started to turn around for Sentinels towards their victory. Slipped through the fingers barely.
And 2 in a row. That's going to be a little bit brutal here for Sen City. And we'll see what they can do to try to get themselves back into the driver's seat. Still in a good position. Still plenty of rounds to be played out in this half, so they can still express some dominance. With the momentum building up here for DRX, it's always got to be a bit of a concern. And Mako has shown that in his own right, one of those IGLs that get a very solid understanding of your game plan, your tendencies, and then use those against you after a couple rounds of play.
Just through the Viper's pit as well, man. Freeing, what a monster. 4-round streak broken in there. As I said yesterday, Sentinels had 6. That should really put the pressure onto Sheila, and now DRX stem the bleeding early, recover the economy early as well. Once more aggression over on A Rubble. DRX have been very keen to play towards this. Lost it a couple times, won it a couple times, and this time will entirely push Sentinels out. Operator offensively for Zelsis as well, by the way. Big shift up now over towards Mount.
That's going to be John QT reading it well. Hanging back, anticipating this aggression. Question is for Sen, do they anticipate the judge? And it looks like, well, Bang certainly did not. Trying to TP forward. Wall goes up, locks out the remaining players. So far, find ourselves here with this 1-to-1. Celsius with the op in hand. Taps the door, peeking in towards upper here at the B site.
See where the spike goes as well. As a bit of a lean in coming through from Narrate, looking into Marco. Prowler is going to get the information. Both sides receiving that one a little bit.
Forced to back away, clear of the haunt. Marco just backpedaling steadily, will get himself over onto the site safely.
Be a crunch towards B as well, possibly. But they're not going to walk too far forward into Marco, respecting the possibility of extra defenders being there. And the Viper wall.
The operator's been disguised this entire time. Shot hasn't really rung out, so still an opportunity for them to try to catch DRX off guard. Is trying to play anti-flash, is freeing, but they're just storming forward. You can see eating that flash themselves.
10 seconds
Plant now coming through. Mako suspicious about this poison orb. Sees the push out, but John QT just a little bit faster. Mako should have been advantaged. John comes away with it. Crossfire angle. Second finds Bane. And that's now just Flicker asked to try to clutch, but
no money.
In all likelihood, we'll have to just go on the save.
Half HP, no money. At least they'll have the information that the operator was revealed there. And Marco losing out over towards Baby Door side. Unfortunate, and John is even going to prevent Flicker as well. Sharp today. Nice flick over onto Marco, and the Sentinels after that tack pause coming on through. will find themselves a nice little B plant round. Just completely annihilating Freeing in that spot as well.
That's off a decent start there, Freeing. Knowing that that flash was going to be coming through, just gets caught off guard as they just absolutely flood out of the smoke. Thrifty attempt now here for the side of DRX, just a bulldog in the hands of Freeing as he buys down the 1250. Do you have the overdrive from Hyunmin?
We have a lot of ults actually, so there's still an opportunity here. Of course, we've already seen what a Thrifty can do on the Sentinel side on that round number 2.
Thing you might be looking to do is honestly give up some space. They still want this rubble control, but you can get Sentinels into a position where they go for a B plant, C plant, something like that. Steel guard and overdrive on top, force them to the sidearms. There's an opportunity.
I mean, look how careful Sentinels have to be here. A little bit concerned that DRX are going to make a play happen. Push into Marco.
It's just the classic. Sat here behind the rock, goes for the swing. Zekken will take a little bit of damage, but Zels is quick on the trigger, finds it. Lurk now from the fade. Breaks open that C site, and that could just be the quick pivot here for Sentinels.
At this stage as well, DRX have to know a bunch of the map is compromised. Bane's already gone looking. He wouldn't mind a free upgrade here. But the rotations have been called over. Safer for Sen to go where they know it is clear, at least for now.
Gap is shortened, timing nearly there, but doesn't actually swing the corner. Narrate will collect a headshot. Bane now dead. And even given the situation, trying to go for the overdrive.
Well, he's doing it.
And he's going to go for it. And immediately will be shut down. Seems like just the state of things here for TRX. And the majority of these rounds so far, Sentinels look to lock up 6 for the half.
You can see a scenario as well where, you know, numbers are more even for DRX. Potentially even a 5v5. Okay, well, Freeing, we've seen him late in these rounds, okay. Not expecting him to 1 versus 5, but always good for the 2 late. What I'm trying to get towards is overdrive, steel guard, and remove the weapons from Sentinels. Could start to make that a little bit workable. Especially if it's on a small site like C, where steel guard can definitely hit. Marco, you know, just sort of freely swing that one, no util place. Paranoia not used.
Nice.
Difficult round, I think, for DRX to be able to really navigate, but yeah, Freeing will just collect his tax and move on.
Back at buy, still 4 ultimates to work with, but Narrate and another Nightfall online, their own Steel Garden as well as Bang with it from the shadows. Sentinels not really lacking in that regard themselves.
Second
Flicker
time
going to be forward on Mound.
Second time that Flicker's walked up on the Mound side as well. Last time punished heavily by Narrate, although I don't think Flicker was considering that he could just die that quickly.
He's about to get a lot of attention, and he's just going to be strafing right through. Zels is holding onto the operator, continuing to find value from it. C-site now completely broken open. TP forward here from Bang. Goes ahead and ensures that, and the Nightfall will confirm it. TRX now in a very rough position, as Mako still a world away. Just now starting to work his way across, but honestly, 4v5. Wouldn't be shocked if they end up calling for a save.
Really just getting a lot of value on the early operator pick. Zels has had that in his hands for quite some time now, in several rounds.
It's going to be an all-in gambit here. The Steel Garden gets sent, as well as that Nightfall.
Sen just fall off though, look at that.
Yep, leaving Zekken, lurking forward here into the smoke. Couple shots flying through, there's the reveal. He's able to find one. Mako pushing forward, shut down as Zekken. Tears them asunder. 2 kills, Freeing now. Needing to do so very much, but only has 1 HP. And Bane will not be able to make it happen. Sentinels confirm themselves in an advantageous position at the half. Could potentially even get themselves a 9-3 scoreline now.
Beautiful from Zekken as well. Holding strong on site. Not everyone can afford to fall off. He'll take the brunt of the ultimates being used by DRX. Perfect timing as well to get the Phantom back in his hands after Steel Guard wears up. But the rest of Sentinels clearly falling off over towards Mound. They're going to be able to come back on in. Start with that early operator. Reveal's going to give Zekken that initial kill, and then so long until DRX can really push in and make use of the ultimate expenditure. I mean, they really put a lot into that round.
And now it's going to be an outlaw in alongside the operator. Double sniper setup. Showstopper also in the back pocket here for Zekken. Pit still available, but the Thrifty always becomes that much more difficult to really pull the trigger on using these ultimates.
Ooh, okay, well, smoke did come down over onto C.
Showstopper up and over the top. Going to be a little bit of a botch there from Zekken. Damage not found. And a wall staves off any forward scaling here from Sentinels. And for DRX, they're going to be happy to just get that ult out of the way. Not have to worry about it for the rest of this.
Could have been scary as well because really it's a big rotation from DRX, seeing the one smoke come on through. Obviously rewarded given the fact that the showstopper was confirmed. They stopped that entire push. But had that been a fake, Sentinels had essentially the rest of the map open to them. As we slow things down, I start leaning over towards pillar side, and DRX are responding in kind as well.
Having popped the wall, they know that they have decent access odds into the B site. Looks like they're just going to go ahead. A 1-2-2 split for Sentinels as John QT will re-wrap.
That was an insane prowler kill coming through from Bang over a mount as well, because that just denies every piece of information.
And Narrate is able to find Mako, just lurking forward. Calls for the A site, but looking like it might just be a B crunch now. Gunman goes over to Baby Door, does manage to find the shot, takes him down, weapon can be recovered, paint shell gonna be flying at him. This Gunman is able to find another, scales forward, looking for a little bit more, and Gunman massacres them all!
Give him a gun, give him an ace!
Starts with a sheriff and just takes them all down.
Yeah, why not? Shut down the flank, open up things for DRX, beautiful. Clutch up coming on through. One upgrade, then suddenly Human turns online. This guy, we've seen how sharp he's been so far overall, certainly at EWC, despite the losses. Now DRX can feel a lot more confident, although still trailing in this half so far. That one was required for DRX.
Shame not to have a replay of that one, but Hyunmin certainly will not be forgetting that, and that does allow for him to now have an operator on this defender side for the first and last time as we go into the last round.
Trophy picked up from Zelsis' body as well, right? So enjoy that. And he will. He is lapping it up. Tasty is going to be Zek in first blooded.
And that's a lot of your entry power. Granted, Sen have been doing well without Zekin in several of their round wins. And a little bit of a rougher go here for the Sen duelist.
We'll see if Zelsis ends up dropping his own off. For Zekin's rifle as well. A lot of info and bullets being traded on this side of the map so far. Human is going to back off at least slightly.
All right, cutting over towards that Baby Door. Does manage to find Mako, freeing now, striking. Sends out the Haunt. Shorty in hand, wanted to try to jump on the corner, but freeing Snappy with that headshot. Gets the readjust to find John QT. 11 HP. Reinforcements on their way. And Zelsis will be able to find the kill. Now storming forward. 34 seconds remaining. Could try to go over towards the C site, but just doesn't have the information on Flicker and Bane.
Yeah, they can work together so well here. I mean, this might go all the way over towards C. There's just barely enough time, but Zelsis, what kind of confidence does he have? He's going to plant for himself over towards C Link.
Blood's in the water. They're surrounding him now. Needs to try to separate, but cannot. Bane will find the headshot. DRX widely are able to recover this half. Considering how things had started, dropping that Thrifty in round number 2.
Yeah.
They run it back 5-7.
They drop a Thrifty, and then they say, we'll win one of our own off of our duelist star player, Human. 5-7. Not a bad recovery considering the 4 rounds in a row that Sen managed to get early on, completely shutting the door onto DRX. Ring was pretty good for most of that, despite the rounds being lost. Human locking in towards the end, bit of a slow one for Flicker and Marco to come in today. We're good to see at least one player minimum, despite the losses. Freeing, he nearly really made Sentinel sweat a couple times, but obviously there was that one defuse round for Marco that was pretty tight as well, 0.45 on that defuse, kind of just staving off Sentinels from running away with too many rounds.
Ultimately, not a bad half for either side. Let's see what the reads look like, though, from John QT. As they pivot over to this defense. They know that DRX can get very aggressive when they want to. They are a team that can absolutely just throw bodies at the problem like Paper X. Mako double TPing forward onto the sites, etc. See if that comes into play as we just go ahead and rewind back to some of the moments here from this first half.
Really, a lot of this also came down to the fact that DRX just had plenty of rounds where they didn't quite have full weaponry. Saved, I think at least twice. One attempted save was shut down by John Cutie. But then you have these insane moments as well. With a very clutch half-second defuse, Freeing popping off, Human popping off.
And that's
find
exactly,
those 5 rounds.
That's exactly what you want to see if you're rooting for DRX here in this set, because, you know, the start of stage, of kickoff coming into stage 1, the year 2025 for DRX. Hyunmin was one of those players that people were saying, like, okay, this guy could be Rookie of the Year.
Sure.
He is looking absolutely electric. And then he's kind of been surpassed by a couple different names. Cushy on RRQ after their placement there at the top of the stage. I mean, now you've got Levin as well, who's looking like he could very much be in contention for that. Patman on Paper X.
Well,
Hyunmin wants to remind everybody what he's capable of.
Sentinels and Zek in particular felt the wrath of Levin. BBL in an earlier game. But now for Sentinel, see if they can hold on to this 2-round lead as we swap the sides over. DRX saw at the top of the leaderboard there on the entire server, despite being 2 rounds down. It's freeing, top fragging.
He's got the Ghost. That's going to be one of his key weapons. Just be an absolute menace and a headshot machine with that gun in hand.
Sentinel's happy to leave A open here as well. Just a single share to block through movement on the stairs side. Nothing onto tree, but they are being rewarded right now. It's Marco testing the waters here.
The raid going on an exploration, and Bane a little bit of sleep. Might have been checking the mini-map there. Does manage to safely reposition himself there.
The Raid's hit better shots than that. We've seen the Raid delete players, as Flicker well knows. Bane lucky to get out with his life.
Down to 59. For now, looks like DRX looking to just try to wait out these smokes, but you still have Thorns, a snake
Look
bite,
at this, though.
waiting for you.
Flicker's gone exploring, and this is where that gap in the map may be revealed. However,
Thorns coming through, slide forward though. Hyunmin ahead of it all, finding one, looking for the readjust, cannot get it done. Thorns take down Mako.
30 seconds left.
Have to suspect that the bite was there, yeah. The assist in from John QT, and now the call to pivot across towards that A site is going to be coming through as Flicker scales forward, but they still don't know if the site is completely open.
yeah, well, they're about to discover that. This is what I'm talking about. The Flicker was exploring on that side of the map. And once they realize it certainly is going to be open, still enough time, barely to plant, but they got to get their move on. And they barely have enough numbers here as well. Utility looking a little bit more bare free, waiting for timing for Horn. Losing Marco here, no paranoia. But Flicker, can we find that rookie aim once again coming through from drop? This would be insane.
Holding close, but it's a little bit whippy, free, unable to find it there as Flicker. Quite a bit of damage suffered. He and Bane both low. Flicker now dead. Bane needing to do everything.
He's low.
He's low, spots him out. The double wrap, just trying to spam through, finds the first, repositions, but the push from Bang is there on time. Sentinels, 1-1 in pistols, still in the lead.
The DRX 3 members, they just didn't end up helping each other. Flicker probably didn't want to reveal his positioning early, but eventually peeps out for the single headshot, and then really far away is Bane all the way in tree. Left on a bit of an island as he has to watch Flicker battle against it all. But this opening, yeah, I mean, losing Marco to the Razor. A little bit upsetting here, and just discovering a little bit too late in the round the compromised defense over on A. I mean, you could imagine, give Flicker a little bit more time to work it, and he suddenly discovers how free it is, and then you have a big rotation.
Just one Sheriff in hand, otherwise classics. As DRX would love to replicate some of the magic that Sentinels pulled off themselves a thrifty, but odds are going to be looking a bit slim.
Flicker is waiting. Smoke's gone, though.
There.
Little jump peek there from Narrate. Some shots ringing out. Confirms presence as sees to grab there for a brief moment.
Bang also fired a shot as well, so now you have to start considering how many players are here for Sentinels. Paranoia in hand, he's going to catch a lot.
Could absolutely destroy them with this paranoia. Sends it, Prowler.
Ooh,
does get the chop. Flicker's able to find one. Henneman going to be traded up, and Narrate pushing forward, looking for a little bit more. Ends up falling, and in the end, it's going to be a couple weapons recovered here as we go into a 3v3. Second, however, arriving a lot faster than they might have anticipated. Does manage to take down the Bane here on the opposite side, and doesn't suffer too much damage in the process. Freeing still just the classic in hand.
Yeah, he didn't manage to pick up an upgrade. That's going to be a little bit upsetting here. Paranoia sees available, but Freeing just goes up rope. No help from Marco.
Spots one, the drop down. Mako looking to try to clutch it out. One of the TP reposition, but there's a snake bite there. Finds one more, makes it costly. Sentinels ultimately will be able to persevere here in the anti-eco.
Lost too many members. Zekin coming through from Baby Doll really hurt this team of DRX on their attempt to push on through. And started off okay, considering they're not the team that has weapons yet. getting that winning trade over towards Rubble is a good start. Not having the extra weapon onto Bane hurts you a little bit, and then the last two members of DRX, unfortunately not able to trade off each other, despite Marco's best efforts.
See what this looks like. Is tooling around with a couple different ideas. Looks like Zekken's going to be landing on that stinger after all. Had the Bucky hovered for a bit, which from the defending side, we've seen value be found, mostly in the hands of Forsaken playing outside of A. Fastlane going to be sent. Relay bolt, the bounce, the haunt reveal, however, and Zekken ignoring that is just out for blood, finds one, but the trade back is going to be big here for the side of DRX, now expounded upon as Narrate similarly ends up 6 feet under.
See what John can do here.
Prowler will spot him. Key information is Bane. And finding himself another kill here. Planted out, come through. Zelsis, it's all about trying to see if he can do some damage. Hyunmin and Bane, both players at risk. Any kills, any weapons left on the floor is going to be value here for Sentinels.
Wonder if this is just going to be an exit play here as well. He's revealed his positioning. At this point, DRX, they don't need to walk into this. Just let Zelsis die to Spike, drop his stinger, call it a day, collect your 6, move on. Plant from Faring, by the way, does activate his Nightfall for next round.
And that's going to be a critical one as we go into the first buy of the second half. DRX going to be 3 rounds away from trying to tie things up. Again, getting that momentum going, the gears turning from that defending side. Oh, Zelsis, a cheeky little play. Faring certainly didn't anticipate that.
He actually upgraded, so he shot on the stinger. And then you have DRX like, okay, he's got a stinger. We'll get out of stinger range. That's fine. He upgrades onto his teammate's Bulldog, and DRX just kind of forgot about that. To be fair, I didn't see that coming either. That was pretty nice to end things out from. Just a cute little play. The DRX, though, 16-14 for Faring, Nightfall ready to go. It's the 2 Fade players that have been doing quite a decent amount so far. And if you look at the armors for Sentinels, not pretty here. As it's even Bang deciding to want Guardian in full armor, or is it going to be Phantom and Light? And, well, he'll choose the Phantom.
Looks like Fastlane, a little bit of a delayed push, but Haunt can't get cleared, so Mako does get noted back Rubble. Smoke forward at stairs. Now the Viper Wall try to scale off of, if they can advance forward past John QT's.
Look at the rotations already, Sentinels. They'll play off the share on C. Zelsis is going to recollect his positioning and anchor there.
Nightfall going to be able to connect on the 2. That can be dodged by Zekken, but he can't dodge those shots apparently. Flicker just finds him over at stairs. Bang still holding close to right there, double stacking the angle, watching the exit from Tree. They clean up Mako, and now it's going to be a call to try to pivot forward here into the B side. Zelsis' position going to be noted, and he nearly has them lined up. That could have been catastrophic for DRX. Lose out on their Viper, but Hyunmin is there.
Heart skipping a beat there for your DRX, and also for myself as well. That could have been a nasty situation. Waiting to see what else can happen here. John QT on a flank, Bang coming in, he's good for it.
Good forward as Faring will fall. Bane and Hyunmin now. 2v3, Bang rather, low on HP, but Bane can only collect the 1. Now it's all on Hyunmin's shoulders. Push coming through, the spot out, the double face, and a rate with another 3K. Sen with another round win, they get up to double digits.
Shutting things down over towards A, trying to walk through Tree. And DRX unable to get it done, even the single kill that we saw on B. DRX's numbers not working out for them. A nice little 2-play towards the end there. Sentinels hit that double digits. Walked in there, light armors, the full guns.
At this point where you have to be wondering when is that second timeout call going to be coming through. Sentinels, even with the little run back in that first half, never really feeling the heat. Still have 2 in their back pocket in case this gap does get closed.
Flicker can get something done here. Plenty of light armor still available. Zelsis has his own in hand.
Has to back away. We know that both shots have rung out. Bang at the same time, though. Able to note this Viper that was trying to get into a flank position. Zelsis.
Through the smoke, okay.
Will get outdone. Yeah, Stinger to find him.
Now John with a lot to do here. Has to hold on. A little bit of support from Zekken from behind.
Hey, John holds him back. John QT looking down immediately. Pivots back in to find the kill on Mako. Up and over the top, they get ready to come through. And that's just going to be John QT mowing him down. 1 by 1, a 4K. And Sentinels now up to 11-2 from taking DRX's map pick away.
IGL do be shooting right now. 11 on board for Sentinels. They want to clean this one up. The map choice. John Cutie, my goodness. This nice little 4-piece coming through. DRX wanted Lotus. Sentinels say, not going to be your map.
And there's still no timeout call here for DRX. Getting 7 in a row. Don't want to avoid any kind of overtime.
Back over towards A. DRX has been favoring this side plenty of times now. Sentinels will keep it light for now. No share this time on C. It's going to be the Viper's Pit to hold it down. That's going to allow Zelsis to rotate off. The Sentinels are so prepared. Zekin on stairs. And the rest of Sentinels
That's just
nearby.
already huge information there from Zekin on the peak. Smoke set up. Narrate just a hair off being able to find these spams through the smokes. Paranoia now going to be sent onto the B site. Zelsis debating whether he wants to try to play forward, but the relay bolt will basically force the decision. Thorn's now going to be popped. He does get flushed out. Hyunmin able to find him once again, a kill through a smoke. As Mako goes on the late linger here, trying to see if he can intercept anybody exiting from the A site. Pit now going to go down for DRX. Nightfall available for him to narrate. Could send it, but it's going to be a boom bot. Actually find a kill on to Freeing. Rare sight indeed is now you got a TP around the back coming in from Bane as he arrives over at B main. Audioless, showstopper, lobbed in, kill, not found, bang. Getting ever closer, but Kenman watching the angle. Does manage to shove them back. 4v3, the work cut out for them. Sentinels, do they continue to go forward? They have the money to buy up for the next round. No real reason they're not trying to play it out, but time is working against them. It seems like in the end, everybody gonna go their separate ways away from this spike. Narrate looks for a little bit more value and we'll be able to find it. Flicker gonna be taken down, so still some damage dealt, but DRX managed to get themselves up to 7.
It was really coming through from that Nightfall. That was their one opportunity to maybe flush out that Viper's Pit. Haunt being deployed as well, but once the utility is gone, Sentinels losing a bit of confidence. DRX still have plenty of members alive. Sentinels are thinking, we got a good buffer of rounds here. We'll protect the economy. Move forward a single more round, but they are just 2 away here. Sentinels, despite losing that one, still looking like they're in the driver's seat overall this half so far. 4-2 in terms of the rounds.
Back to it.
And DRX, smooth moves. A, crunching onto B, solo kill to Zelsis. Viper's Pit for the plant. Removing the threat of the Viper's Pit that was placed on C from John.
Things slowing down now, grinding to a halt. Double stack on that C entry. Second, watching, checking. There's a scale forward here at B, but pulls off the angle right as Bane fills that space.
I'm gonna back out now. Showing a bit of presence over towards C already. Sentinels decently far forward on rubble this time around. Bangs played the spot multiple times. Spike's uncommitted on that side of the map though. Prowlers exchanged.
Paranoia at the ready. Does get sent out. Quick tuck back as the haunt gets cleared. It's going to be a re-push up now.
They still got to work past the share.
Yep, the wall is there, Thorn's there, Flash as well.
I mean, that one smoke really just tells you what's happening.
Gunman sliding forward. This time Thorn's not going to be able to find a kill, but Celsius certainly can. Survives, 5 HP, regen armor, back up to 25. Steel Garden at the ready. Ooh. Will send it. Is Paint Shell going to be lobbed up over the top? Mako going to be eating a bit of damage there. Tries to back away, but John QT rushing forward. Able to find the kill. Primary still going to be jammed to rate. Finding one, Flicker, trading back another. As that is just going to be the dust settling. I think a lot faster than Sentinels might have even read. All the kills come through, they get the defuse, and now they're up to map point.
Zelsis didn't even need to use the pre-planted arc rose there either. Perfectly finding the entry. Marco also left on an island for a while there as well. Once Human goes down, Marco's trying to go for plant. Rest of his team still stuck behind the share. Sentinels using that time to regroup, to be able to go for that big push. And now, talk about the tactical pause coming through. DRX, time for Termi to get in and save this. 5 rounds to bring it to OT, and that's a lot to chew into.
And it just feels like it's a bit too late. It feels like this is a round too far past. Try to recover this one. I mean, you have some money, some buys. There will be some rifles, as well as an overdrive available. Making a play call, try to pull off an effective thrifty to then run back 4 more. It feels like this intervention could have been coming through a little bit sooner. Sentinels right now, though, fired up, red hot on the server, as they're looking to continue the trend of nothing but 2-0s.
Just haven't been able to get a lot done on C. I feel like it's typically always been a failure for DRX. A lot more successful on the A and B side of the map. Sentinels also applying a bit more pressure on there as well. Last round, advanced move up from Bang. And the rate, I believe. I think the few B plants that DRX have had have actually been somewhat successful.
Well, going into your map point round, Narrate going to be bringing out the Odin. That's something that we've been seeing. And curious enough,
see the Brock cosplay come out on this map.
Enman holding on to the Vandal. I thought for sure that this would be a pass over onto Freeing, who at the moment is still their top fragger. Some damage eaten here from Hyunmin. Does manage to scale forward. He gets second tucked away though here in the corner by stairs. Thorn's gonna be thrown down. Paranoid gonna be sent, and they're nearly lined up. Narrate doing so much damage. Bang! Holds the back angle. Hyunmin dead as it all comes down to nothing for DRX. Nothing left to stand on. The pieces tumble. Things spiral out of control, and Sentinels take the map in dominant fashion.
And even a late lurk, or rather late flank coming through on that C side as well, just in case. A little bit of insurance policy wasn't even required. Sentinels come through nice and clean on Lotus. Whatever that last timeout was coming through from DRX, didn't give them enough to work through as the Odin just rips them apart.
Yeah, DRX dropping their map pick here is not good news for all Pacific fans. Sentinels looking like they are very switched on today. That game, it did not look close. It did not feel close. I felt like DRX, I was seeing a lot more hero plays needed than usual, and only a couple of rounds where they're actually getting good reads off where, you know, the rubble exchange. But outside of that, I felt like most of that was Sentinels, and Nara in particular, he was quite happy taking matters into his own hands, even just dry walking out rubble. It's the first game I've seen from DRX so far this event here, Kev, where Flicker felt a little bit out of place at this level.
Yeah, I mean, he got shut down by Narrate so quickly. That insane flick onto his head on Mound just really shows what's up. You're up against Sentinels now. But beyond that, that second round, to me, really costly. Just Classic. It's not even like they did a G2 Stinger force-up. Just Classics, straight over towards the rubble side. They get that clean up. Bang, true to his name, wallbangs through as well. And he also had a pretty damn good game, if I'm honest. And then from there, you start building momentum for Sentinels. We did end 7-5, which is, you'd call that a recovery coming through in DRX, but that second half, pretty much missing for DRX.
Yeah, I mean, only being able to get 2 rounds, shifting over to the attacker side where you should, in theory, be a bit more favored. Clearly, things were not coming together for DRX whatsoever. A couple moments of brilliance, a couple plays here and there, the ace from Hyunmin, as well as, you know, some regular rounds from Freeing. But outside of that, it was very disjointed and very much not what we've come to anticipate from DRX.
Yeah, even Marco, classic brilliance on the Omen, some positional plays where he's making these clutches look interesting in these XVXs after plants. You really believe he's going to bring them together, and it did bring that clutch together, 1v2 in the first half as well.
That was the one successful one, but there's a couple of post plants as well coming through from DRX side where 2 alive or 3 alive, and they're just unable to work together to really, you know, swing off each other and trade effectively. And so you have Sentinels slowly just whittling down numbers-wise, one by one, the DRX members alive. And just memory goes back to seeing Flicker by himself on that drop side and no help at all, couldn't do anything, waiting to die, and that's exactly what happened.
I mean, as usual, DRX, we've seen them change up their comp trying to go into this map. This was their pick. They were playing like Teo Deadlock stuff before. We've seen a lot of Bane on Deadlock in some of these like mid-season events as of late, as they were one of the teams that unfortunately narrowly missed out on going over to Toronto. So you can clearly see, as usual, I mean, DRX, them swapping a comp is not something super crazy. They do it all the time. They're quite happy to even swap players in and out of their roster. But for Sentinels, they love just keeping things stock standard and just playing things by the numbers, and they are just one of these solid, consistent teams out of NA.
Yeah, and I mean, I think for DRX, it's going to come down to the context. How are you utilizing this event? Is this a testing ground for Flicker before you really field him as a starting 5 member ahead of stage 2? If that's the answer, then okay, sure, this is fine. If you end up not winning this series, if you end up going out in this position, taking home the 15K, I don't think you're going to be that bothered. If you think that this roster, as is going to be the second coming of God, then you have to start to have some concerns, because clearly there's a lot more work that is needed.
That's fine. Just roll out the conveyor belt. Who's the next Korean teenager we got with, you know, the developing a couple of
go through the academy a little bit more. But right now, at this event, with what they have to work through, yeah, they got past XLG 0-2 versus BBL, then starting the day here 0-1 in this BO3 versus Sentinels. So internationally, BBL already caused them some problems, and Sentinels, you'd imagine, would be as clean of a team as you'd want. Very well structured. BBL probably going to be a bit more aggressive, a little bit more scrappy, and in the hands of Levin, just kind of tearing apart your team. Here, I mean, just beautiful team play coming through from Sentinels all around. Everyone contributed. And where you did see some slight moments come through from DRX, you talk about freeing. Some of those big kills that he got were just at the end of rounds when he probably couldn't really win the rounds anyway. It's like, oh, this is really cool. His mechanics are sharp. He's going to get a couple kills here, but yeah, okay, it's a 1v5. He'll get a couple kills to make it look good, but those aren't really winnable rounds. So yeah, he was able to do a little bit of stuff there. Slow one from Flicker, as we sort of discussed. And then Human, he had that one big moment on the ace, but largely nothing really super special, I think.
It was fairly disjointed from all of them. I mean, Bane as well is one of those players. He ends up under 100 ACS. He's somebody who has been rock steady, who has been a big game player for them on the international stages when it matters the most. And here, it was a very muted performance, and that's not what you cannot have that from your Vice. You need them to have presence. You need them to be staying alive. You need them to be offering up that util.
I want to see Divai. I want to see Divai on the Vice levels of performance. That guy has been rocking it on Lotus recently, but unfortunately, that is exactly what happened to DRX on their map pick. Rocked on Lotus by Sentinels. They are now one game away from getting eliminated here from EWC, and Sentinels moving on. Let's move on to Sunset after the break and see what ends up happening.
This land is calling.
DRX on the ropes here in the Group B decider of the Esports World Cup 2025. We're here with the VALORANT group stage, and Lotus not going so well for DRX there, Seth. I think Pacific Enjoyers going to be a little bit worried at this point, especially seeing some of the numbers from some of the individuals there. I felt like it's the first time in a while I've seen the DRX individuals look quite shaky in a series.
Yeah, this was a very soft start, and it's on their map pick, so that's going to be even more brutal. And now they have to play Sentinels, who've elected to go to Sunset. A map that DRX didn't do particularly well on the last time that they played it, so this is going to certainly be a bit concerning. It's a big concerning day overall for Pacific Enjoyers because every team other than Paper X is up against the ropes.
Yeah, Sentinels look good today. You know, yesterday maybe a little bit shaky versus Sheila Gaming, but this was also the map that Sentinels lost to XLG, and XLG started to really come back in, find their groove. Happyway popping off alongside Viva and Havoya, and really even on that third map of Haven, which we are having on board here. Question will be if we're going to get there or not.
Yeah.
We also had a pretty good performance from XLG. So from this second map onwards, despite how good Sentinels looked yesterday on map 1, they look good on map 1 today as well. Need to start to see if Sentinels can make sure they can have that consistency go through for Sunset as well.
Yeah, I think they should be feeling relatively confident. They did look like they were in the driver's seat for the entirety of Lotus. I totally agree. They look like a completely different team. This looks like the Sentinels that you should be very, very worried about. And the Sentinels that, especially seeing that G2 were coming into this event with a stand-in, I believe were going to be the best NA team at this event, Kev, although NRG is starting to throw their hat in the ring there.
Yeah, and so Sentinels right now, they're one map away from joining NRG in that top fight. There will be two NA teams, of course, with 100 Thieves and G2 already falling. But if this is the level of Sentinels we're currently getting and they move on with this with more consistency and maybe even look better going into playoffs, then I think NA fans will have a lot to be happy with.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, for DRX, though, a team that we're very familiar with, Seth, what do we need to see, particularly here on Sunset? I mean, this is a worrying map to be going towards, especially given how Lotus went for them. But what do we need to see from them?
I think we need to be seeing just some clear communication from DRX as well as clear understanding of what Sentinels is trying to do, because there was the rounds that we saw that were clean from DRX, they had a very strong understanding of what Sentinels was going to try to do, and they were able to counteract that beautifully.
Yeah.
But it was few and far in between when those rounds were coming to the surface. And it was just a lot of curveballs, a lot of minor changes that Sentinels are making as far as their movement around the map, where they're playing, that stack, that heavy stack that they had on C site. Immovable. DRX is saying like, okay, we've done all of this on the A side. Surely we baited at least a rotation up. No, Sentinels had a very firm understanding. They're playing in ways that DRX was not ready for.
Yeah.
So DRX needs to have a much better read. They need to be looking, 3 steps ahead rather than just the one.
Yeah, that's what we're used to seeing from DRX. I mean, I think about that A rubble control on Lotus where they got 2 scans and were able to basically come away with a 2-man advantage very early on. Those are the kind of tactical excellence rounds that you want to see from DRX that are very well prepped by their excellent coaching staff as well. Usually it's the individual plays that are the icing on the cake for that, but unfortunately more of them were needed than should really be necessary from a team like DRX, Kev, when some of the individuals go missing.
Yeah, and Seth, you were saying as well you would like to see Terming and maybe the coaching staff pull through with earlier tactical timeouts to be able to talk to the team, just going to round 12 when it's already map point. It's like, okay, guys, here we got to win 5. Let me lay out the gameplay for 5 rounds in a row, guys, and that's a little bit too hard, too difficult. We talked about some of the individuals here as well. I probably expected a bit more from Flicker given how sharp he was in the opening couple of days. Obviously still a rookie, obviously first-time international, first-time Tier 1 team as well.
Yeah.
So maybe some nerves starting to settle in, but he is on a roll that he did play in that opening day. He looked pretty comfortable on it. He looked very good on that. Maybe moving over to Sunset, resetting the brain a little bit, coming in fresh will help him a lot.
I think for Sunset, though, like it is a breach comp coming out of Sentinels. I don't think they're going to change things up. They're one of these teams that is very stable with their comps, and they don't really adjust too much. They rather prefer to adjust smaller things inside of the game itself and have their own read and prep. But it's going to be somewhat of a similar style. You're talking about this Fate style where you're following the Prowlers. You do have the Neon on the entry instead, and the breach is going to give you a little bit more trap power, especially around the Cypher cams. So stylistically, it's going to be a little bit different around those agents on Sunset, but Sentinels is always that team that is quite happy to read the game and let it come to them and adjust on the fly, Kev.
And they may have to be going into this double Senti look coming through on the DRX side as well. They played Sunset versus BBLs. We saw in this stream,
True.
It was the deadlock coming through from Freen, Flicker on that Sova, and also, of course, Bane coming through on the Cypher. And attacking side was actually surprisingly very good for DRXs, and that double Senti setup with all the traps and different bits of utility, very hard to break through, especially if you are going to see Zekin on a Neon. There's just a lot for him to get past.
We've seen like DRX go through so many different iterations of playing double duelist to double Enit. Now we're seeing a lot more double Senti from them at the moment.
We are, but it's not in the way that you would expect. You're reading off who's playing what there. I would always say, okay, Bane is going to be the one playing the deadlock. It's going to be Fring who plays the Cypher. That's way more in tune with their usual roles.
That's what he did in China.
So flipping those two over is a very bizarre situation. It was like when we saw Elmimore and Xfero completely change roles on RRQ last year, and we were scratching our heads saying, well, why? Because they're both so good at those. Why would they change now?
Yeah.
So it's a very odd situation to see for DRX. I'm curious if that's going to continue here or if they just make that pivot back, because I think that's something that you could very easily readjust.
Well, we'll answer some of those questions. It is an elimination game for DRX unless they can recover here on Sunset. Take it away, Achilleos and Avril.
We shall, and this is, okay. Yoru coming in, double duelist here for the side of DRX. As Freeing is going to be on the toe, and second is already tearing them to pieces. Had a bit of a rocky start there, did Zekin on the previous map. This time he is off to the races very quickly, as Mako similarly will get taken down. And this pistol is an absolute Greek tragedy for DRX thus far.
Zekin says, you don't want to run double Sentinels, there's no problem for me. I'm going to slide on in, absolutely out-frag you every day of the week. And now DRX down to just the last two as Flicker shows up on his third roll of the tournament so far. And he's not going to have too much to say in this particular round. Bane taken down by John QT. It's been Viper, it's been Sova, and now it's been Yoru for Flicker. We'll see if he can deliver, because previously when we saw DRX on this map versus BBL, Human still played quite well. That was a 12-14, went to OT. BBL got those 2 OT rounds and cleaned things up, but a close enough map that would give you the confidence to say, hey, DRX can certainly play here, but they are using a different comp to what they showed yesterday.
Yeah, very different, and you always have to scratch your head and wonder, okay, how much practice do they really have on this when you're making a quick pivot like that? Oftentimes there's no real in-between. It either works a treat or it absolutely crumbles. Either way, a bit of a slower pace now. Double creep up here at main. Mako freeing. Look at the try to overwhelm. Hyunmin out from alley is going to be able to find a nice headshot. Swap to the classic though, and Zekin catches him. Timing there as there was util in hand. Dodge the relay bolt, and so far it's just the one kill. And as Flicker does arrive, he's going to be tucked into the corner. Swing around the back from Bane, but they are reading this beautifully and absolutely tearing them to bits.
Yep. Once more, Zekin early on for a decent amount here. And if he gets another kill, didn't quite find it, but doesn't matter. He's 2 away from overdrive now. Just to show how much early presence he's had so far. Human at least had a response coming through from Elbow. The 3-man trap with no weaponry, only classics available. You can only do so much. Human at least having that Sheriff voiced his concern into that round a little bit with a 1 kill. And finally, we'll have to see how we're going to go in this first rifle round. Sentinels are looking clean though, man. They are looking clean in our opening of Lotus. They're carrying that through strong as DRX. Still changing things, still flipping things around. Same setup now though, over on towards A.
And it's just falling apart so very quickly. No real recourse here. One bit of a wide swing attempt. Flicker does readjust to find 1 second, going to be taken down, but the damage is dealt, and it looks like DRX, they're still rotating into position, but I think the call to say it has to be made.
We've replayed the same 3 rounds 3 in a row. This has almost been the exact same situation.
I feel like I'm watching Icebox. We'll just go to A.
It's Groundhog Day for both of these teams, and for Sentinels, it's what they're looking for DRX. It's a complete nightmare at the moment. It's constantly Bane and Marco having to come in late, and you're calling the save. I think that might end up being the case, although Bane is
snuck forward. Does manage to find one, but Zelsis and just swings in and finds that punish. So Mako alone.
Yeah, surely he'll be out of here.
Clutch God of old has to just back away. No real opportunity to try to make a go of this. And this is just an absolutely brutal beginning. Ascend, get the bonus conversion.
You say of old, maybe Age is catching up to him, and he'll accept that Father Time says the 1v3 statistically unlikely for him. And what a start from Sentinels. Didn't mind the double Sentinel look from DRX in yesterday's game versus BBL. To have them now really, well actually that was on the first date, to have them really change things up. And for this to not have really any legs so far for DRX is quite concerning. And look how heavily they're going to stack over towards A. Condition 3 rounds in a row. And this is time for Sentinels to change things up themselves.
Yes, this should do.
Hero Rifle and Human.
And just passed over from Mako, saying, okay, take this. Try to use it to the best of your ability. See if he's going to be able to do so. Crunch attempt. And as Bang quickly going to reposition back over towards Tiles. Gives up the space over at A main. Given util dump and footsteps heard. Sen are very well aware that this is a heavy stack on that A side of the map.
B crunch possible here as well. Mid kind of looking pretty damn good. Some rotators moving through from DRX. Spike uncommitted. Testing the waters here is Sentinels. Their first slow round so far. And well, time to heat up. Zekin onto Flicker.
Just immediately finding the kill. No chance to do anything there with that Stinger. Bane now going to be out into the open as the cage is to go ahead, pops another to obfuscate. Then it's going to be out into the open. And it's just a firing squad here. Available to Sentinels. Really pull in the corner. Gedman with that hero rifle, that handover from Mako. Does manage to find 2. It's a bit of damage, but they're still so fully outgunned.
Sees a play there.
Very well aware of it, but Bang now looking for the 1-2 punch and drags across to find the headshot. We'll be able to do so. 4-0 start for Sentinels. And even with the kills coming through, it's some ult charge, but nothing more. Sen have plenty of cash.
And DRX, they really wanted to shut down A as well. You can see his opening play, just paranoia down. 3, might have even been 4 members starting on A. Will be at least minimum another 3-man setup. Sentinels rather just start shifting around the map a little bit more, slow things down. Opening kill from Zekin once more.
I'm out of here.
Overwhelming towards B. This is looking like maybe early movements on both sides. Paranoia should be ready to go for Marco again. He's setting up for it.
Kevin just fully blinded up, now dead. Zekin.
Paranoia so late.
Yeah, just sending out the overdrive. Ready to storm forward, take some space. Freeing, holding back, fighting for 1, but again, the trades are there. Sentinels. Everybody just attached to the hip, playing in conjunction with one another so gorgeously.
You'll say that because Bang, or rather Marco, wasn't part of that play outside of throwing smoke and paranoia, he at least gets to live. But because things have slowed down a little bit, Bane has moved back over towards mid. Marco, good shot.
Finds one, is on the board, and will now fall as Narrate takes him down. Pop flash sent out of the smoke, and it's to their demise as the transfer cannot come through.
Got closer though. You start to respect this a little bit, but still 5 in a row for Sentinels now. DRX, time to wake up, get that coffee in there. It's past midday now in Riyadh. And for DRX, A has just been a complete washout. Whether it's been 2 members, 3 members or more on that side of the map. But just a slowdown from Sentinels, pulling Bane away. And the last 2 members from DRX all coming through from the same side of the map, unable to get anything done there.
The question at the moment is, when does it stop? Does it stop? Can Sen just continue with this dominance? Spat on the second, identify the outlaw. DRX would have already had a very strong suspicion about that weapon being in play.
Overdrive round potential for Human. And we weren't sure if he was going to do it before, but he did in the previous map. Prowler instantly spots Marco, forcing him back. Sentinel Obviously going to be a bit more cautious given that DRX could be making some plays earlier on, but hasn't been the case. Working top mid now. First up, here we go, Zekin.
Bring it risk.
Might catch a timing on, well, Bang will take it. I was going to say catch a timing on for Ian.
I'm sending that out now. The overdrive going to be sent in. Flicker, however, going to be taken down off screen. Overdrive finding one, looking for a little bit more. Does get the headshot there on the John QT. So 2v3 now. Bane holding forward here at Market, but he has to do so much work. Point blank, finds a headshot, but can do nothing more. Second down, Mako with a recovered Phantom.
Has he done enough though? I was going to say as well for Bane, can't get towards a weapon. But because Bane at least goes 1-to-1, you called him a clutch master of old. Mako, 1 versus 2. Position revealed is a little bit harsh. Has to play up against Horn and sees that Narrate has got available, so good utility on board for Sentinels.
Sees the one, but has no idea about Zels's position. Is he playing off the cam? Is he playing in a disconnected spot? Sees the door shut. But it could be backside. Sets up the smoke. Another one bloomed. Sees, finding the grab. Decay in play. Just look at the spam amount. There's the haunt. There's the kill. 6-0. The pain continues for for TRX from the hands of Sen.
Sen are the deliverers of that pain so far. Absolute dominant in this game. The fact that Narrate still had a decent amount of util towards the end. Obviously, Haunt coming back online. Human did his best as so far he's been the one player that's been able to get a little bit of work done, but now the Haunt coming through for the scan just means it's too difficult for Marco to win in another kind of ninja defuse situation. Although to be fair, on Lotus, he actually got those 2 kills and then still got the defuse and was trying to make that magic work again. But even if he had won that round, we'll say, okay, this is good for DRX, but it was still so shaky to get to that point to force yourself into a situation where you kind of have to defuse under the most strict conditions. DRX, man, if this is the way they fall out of the tournament, not a good look in terms of no maps won against BBL, no maps won against Sentinels.
Yeah, it's just been brutal for them. And obviously, I mean, the tournament itself, cutthroat in the setup, coming in, having to pretty much just dive straight into play, into international competition. And at some points, against teams that you have never competed against players that you are not going to be familiar with when it comes down to playing against them in the lobby.
That being said, though, Sentinels is one of the teams that has the most tape out there, so
sure.
When you're the DRX side of things, you play them internationally before that history is there.
Sometimes the tape is just not enough. I mean, people tell you, watching Paper X, studying for them, and then playing against them for the first time is
I think they're
a very different situation. And Sen very much can be the same, especially given how rigid they are playing at the moment.
There it is.
But okay, crunch play coming through the read off the back of the timeout. Works a treat. Flawless fashion. DRX will at long last get themselves on the board as Mako picks up a 3K.
I think round 3, that's what DRX wanted to do, but Sentinel slowed things down. They shifted over to other parts of the map, eventually ended B. This time, DRX is saying, okay, we've lost so many times on this A. They've been so aggressive on this A. If they do this again, we're going to run the same setup, 1 extra member, and catch them all. Well, now that Pokedex is full from round number 7, DRX, time to see if they can string together some rounds to salvage this half, because you know Sentinels, with 6 locked in, this is already going to be a dominant side for them. Can't really imagine DRX picking up 5 in a row, so for DRX, finishing 4-8 would be pretty damn good at this stage.
Plenty of space taken for Ultimate to work with here for DRX. Can manage the ult economy well enough. That 5 in a row, it's obviously possible. It's not outside of the realm of possibility, but it will be incredibly difficult as Cam does get spotted and cleared.
Bring them down.
Quick clear on the Prowler. Mako backing away. His drone does get cleared before Zekin's position gets noted.
I don't think Bang was seen either. He was hiding behind terrain.
Zekin creeping forward. Flash gonna be set.
Full
It's
flash.
full connection, but he manages to escape and Narrate from down mid. Cleans up a kill onto Flicker. Hunter Sphere now gonna be going across Bane, able to find Zekin, looking for another little tag here. Won't be able to find it, but the neural depth is now going to be in place. They're just dumping the ultimates. Instant headshot down here onto Zelsis. The cleanup comes through. Ping reveal, but a double face, and Narrate gets the better of Hyunmin.
See what Bane can do here. Here's decayed up, sees one player. Does he have enough spam? Does he have the flick available? She's not going to be there freeing. He's going for that! Wow!
But freeing gets the readjusted headshot to clean up the 3 remaining players. That was looking like it was going to end up being in a 1v1, but Freeing gets it done.
Yeah, there he is. He delivers. We saw these moments on Lotus, but they were too late in rounds, unwinnable situations. Yeah, it's a cheeky couple of kills on a 1v5, but now the numbers are workable for DRX. Freeing. He shows up. He finds the kills. And what a way to finish for DRX. That's 2 in a row now, just on to 3, all cut up to the same side. But Ultimate's connecting there as well, despite losing one early on in mid. Hunter's Fury getting a couple tags. Neural Theft being in-played as well from Bane. A team effort from DRX that gives a layup for Freeing to get a 3K to finish it out.
Flicker is going to be at risk here potentially. Has this to try to hide behind, but okay. Shot goes wide. Zelsa stays alive. Clears out the doors. Nightfall goes across onto the B site. Tucked back from Bane. Does lose his audio. His second. Nearly loses his life. There's the reveal. Bane able to find one. Bang going to be dead on entry. Zekin needing the reposition. As the Dimensional Drift leads the charge. Some shots out. The right second now. Both dead. Celsius, last one standing. Finds the enemy Cypher, but it's completely surrounded. Paranoia goes wide. Headshot into the spray down. Finds the kill. Looks for a little bit more. Flicker at risk. Needs to play back as the Neural Depth is going to be infested. Celsius wants to try to make a go of this, but he's tagged down. Just 51 HP and completely overwhelmed. A bit of an overstep with the ult invest, perhaps. DRX now 3 in a row.
DRX is juggling their 3 members, as you would. And all 3 dipping in and out of cover. And for Celsius, too much work to do there. Tactical timeout coming in through. Large for DRX this time around. Not waiting until it's literally match point or map point. And for Sentinels, thinking very much the same. Holding strong now on that B side, winning and crunching them down with a flawless on that A side as well. Suddenly you're starting to see some real signs of life coming through from DRX. Been waiting for this for half of this opening half so far.
Still in a decent enough spot, but breaking that momentum, calling the timeout, just slowing the roll of your opponents. Something that is very much needed at the moment here for Sentinels. But run back to a 6-6 scoreline. Could just set the stage for a map 3.
I wonder if it's time to go back over towards A, where a lot of that early success in the first 6 rounds were found. For Sentinels, of course, they only got punished that one time. So as long as they consider that, how much do they believe that DRX are ready to just put 4 members aggressively on that A choke again?
Great Cypher util setup as well. Coming through there from Bane, playing off of those reveals. Just through that smoke at market. And here we go. Into the action, round 10. Stinger in the hand of Zelsis, otherwise still going to be a very healthy buy overall. A couple half armors, majority of half armors there on to Sentinels. Still do have a Rolling Thunder to try to play around with.
Drone saw a decent amount in terms of, well, didn't see anyone, and that is a decent amount of info for DRX. Just going to be Flicker.
Oh, he's so far forward.
Skate Crash is super far away as well, so they're going to end up playing towards, and a retake. It's a shot.
Repeat.
Doesn't get the gate crash off.
And needed the exit, ends up greeting for it. And that is going to be him dead off the rip. Player advantage now with Smoke cycled forward. Fault line connecting, freeing, going to be scouted. Some shots flying, and that damage is enough for him to play off of while stunned. Does manage to find Zekin, but kind of spam. Does manage to find Mako. Picked apart as the Rolling Thunder goes out. Haunt reveal, narrate, collecting another. Hyunmin trying to poke and prod, trying to get what he can done, but Bang finds 3. Narrate gets Hyunmin, and Sen break the run back. 3 rounds in a row, now severed. Sentinels confirm a lead at the half.
Keep the pressure up, Rolling Thunder in, don't let go. Freeing, stunned up, drops in a recon, not enough to slow things down. Sentinels run in, basically losing nobody there. And yeah, Flicker, rough so far on this map, greeted that angle a little bit. Flashed out, wanted to scope it again, punished. Not a single kill, couldn't gate crash away. Will try his hand at using the operator again. This time, a little bit more conservative on his angle.
Hasn't been finding that value quite just yet. Hyunmin's just going to be dead out into the open there on the site. Second, straight forward, finds it. This time the gate crash will be taken, but again, it's so far away. Back into the spawn he goes. It's Paranoia, set, not connecting.
Working off his own, I mean, Bane couldn't get there in time. Marco just doing his own thing, a little bit. Flicker still far away as mentioned, and now these two. What can we really do here? It's so late into the half. You're not going to go for a save. It's just Not likely, however, 1 versus 4. I think Flicker knows it's done.
But they know that this hop is in play. Sentinels, they're going to do everything to try to get rid of this weapon, take everything they can out of the hands of DRX. This op widely is their last hope. Overdrive still 3 charges away. There's no money on anyone. Double push now coming through here at Boba. Finds the first. Positions back. Flank coming through over towards B main. Stun coming in, but have to hit the no scope. Tries to go for the quick scope, but cannot get it done. Nothing retained, nothing saved. Sentinels looking for the 9-3.
Operator wasn't really doing too much with DRX, if I'm completely honest yet. Flicker himself is having a bit of a rough one, not just on this map, but today in general. And now
Talk about the name with the op.
Talk about the fact that a 4 and 8 would be a decent finish for DRX, considering how his half has gone. It is still within contention, but at this point it does sound a bit like cope, because the Sentinel 9-3 finish is what is expected now. There's just nothing really to even use here. In the final second here, Faringa is going to pick up his Stinger, does at least have the ultimate. Ooh, okay, some big movements over towards B main.
Yeah, heavy pressure in towards B main, able to find that kill. Zels is taken down. TP's going to be exchanged though, and look at where Bang has ended up. Back B over at Boba. This Hunter's Fury coming through, but second spams in, finds Mako. They're at backside now, just strafes forward with the overdrive. Cleans up Bane, and suddenly a 2v3.
Here comes Bang. Activated late. Surely has his timing. I mean, DRX just have no clue. This is going to be easy.
Spots of both, and yep, will be able to collect them. 9-3 is found. DRX getting swatted aside at every twist and turn. Sentinels so firmly are in control.
Yeah, a few rounds going well for them. That number 7 crunching on A flawless. You start to feel DRX buying themselves back into this map. Then a couple more rounds ending over towards the B side as well, shutting Sentinels out, and you're thinking, okay, we can make this one competitive. Tactical timeout comes through. Choice words exchanged for Sentinels, and it's back to business as usual. And a clean ending 9-3 on our first half here. And once again, multiple times finishing on A, and just very little to say about that from the DRX side. Flicker 2 rounds with an op. Nothing found, nothing gained. An attempted save on round 11, and then walk it in final round of the half with barely even full weaponry for the entire team. Couple of half buys, couple of ultimates in there, but so easily navigated through from the side of Sentinels, and then a late activation from a big TP from the Shadows via Bang will just close the door.
What a rebound here from Sentinels. From nail-biting, stressful gameplay yesterday versus XLG with a sub, to this absolute dominance on display here. DRX in the past, I mean, they have run back some massive deficits. The OGs of the 210 return, but that was a very different roster, a very different era, and a very different Sentinels as well.
Tell you what, the fans were dooming a little bit about North America yesterday, given G2 out 100 Thieves, out Sentinels looking a little bit shaky, NRG being the hope, and well, today, the Sentinels that everyone has been waiting to see, that we all knew was going to be a heavy favorite for this competition, has certainly arrived. Trying to make Sunset City here, Sen City, a 2-0 to push them through into the top 8, joining the likes of NRG and Fnatic and the rest.
Once again, 4 ghosts here in hand for DRX. Same setup for the side of Sentinels. Saw that very quick aggression coming out. The first pistol, see if that does continue. And second, shoot forward, does get revealed, but no counter spam available, so stays alive, stays healthy.
Happy to play very defensively over onto the A side as well. Just John QT there, camera from Zelsis. Gets a couple of players spotted. John in a bit of trouble here, has YouTube, but needs to have the pistol out and will deliver onto Marco.
Marco's just not reading that at all. Fault line, John QT gonna try his odds to push forward here. Fight against Flicker. Flash, send, turns from it, profits from
himself.
It. John QT gorgeously finds the headshot. Gives Sen now a 2-player advantage. He might be looking for more. Shots flying, a bit of counter spam. Spike planted and all DRX needs to try to play forward up into the cage here. They go, but they just spam the angle. Bane loses his life. Not even sure what hit him. Was fully blinded up by the paranoia.
Perfect read on Bane.
Then with the check back around the corner, but leaves his teammate all alone. Freeing falls. As will the hopes of DRX. 10 rounds now locked in. The Sentinels look to run away with this series.
Time to see a force from DRX. I mean, this is really dire straits now. You're about to put Sentinels up to 11, and DRX, are they going to have any more life in this map at all? Once Sentinels hit 11, I mean, what kind of pressure you be under to have that level of a gap between yourselves? Criminal how long John Q was able to live there. Just flicker, not finding anything today. Marco caught with hands on util, and then John survives it. Sen clean things up, and DRX, only human, having something to say in that round.
And not even an attempt at the real force here. Flicker threatens a Stinger for a brief little moment, but ultimately leaves it in the shop.
I mean, you saw triple full armors on Sentinels, and they were ready for the potential of it.
Damn spot on the one. Zelsis playing forward. Catches a straight headshot there from Freeing. So a kill going to be found. Spike can now be planted. Getting that in play, but Sentinels still looking to dissuade and try to find a quick retake here. As Aftershock tries to push him out into the open. Narrate going to be coming away with one. Running out of bullets here is second, but it might not matter because Narrate is so on point today. Another multi-kill around here for the Fade. Another defuse. Sen 2 rounds away from eliminating DRX here at EWC.
And they got the timing as well. Narrate's found Nightfall super early on, given his level of contribution in terms of kills. We'll talk about this one. DRX not going to force in the previous round means you will more than likely end up delivering 11 to Sen. And with this level of gap now, how does DRX claw themselves back into relevancy for this map and even get a hint of a smell of what Haven might be like? At least they got a plant, at least they got into sight, but the retake tools available from Sentinels so plentiful.
The odds for them here,
right here,
making anything happen, looking fairly slim. It's just the Bucky in hand here from Zekin to try to drive this forward, get them up to that match point. Silence here across the map.
DRX still yet to really find any openings across any part of the map so far. Here comes the first drone, instantly shut down as well on the A side. As we'll start the lean over towards B, straight into the hands of 3, waiting. Maybe a late crunch coming through from Market as well. A couple traps to get past.
Bucky at the ready, Zekin not falling for the fake out. Fastlane about to fall, repositions, catches one, will get traded out, but still damage dealt. Henman, however, scaling forward, finds John, finds Zelsis. Immediately dispatches them. And gives the 2-player advantage over to the side of the RX.
And a late lurk for Bane as well. Let's see that activation a little bit later on. Could get a bit of a play through Boba.
Big shots there from Narrate, doesn't confirm the kill, but puts Freeing down to 10 HP.
Human,
has the haunt at the ready.
Human on the angles up, can set himself up with Freeing, low HP, but Crossfire will be pretty deadly. Narrate coming through, sees one, but we'll pay for it.
Crossfire angle there, Freeing does manage to go ahead and find that kill. And going to be good for 1. See if you can find some additional damage here perhaps, but the spike, the time is just not quite going to be there. And it looks like all of DRX will be able to make their way out towards safety. So we'll scoop up the Phantom, keep himself alive. DRX fighting back, not allowing for Sen to get up to match point quite just yet.
Taking down John early as well, preventing some of that util from really rescuing Sentinels later. And despite losing Marco, well, Bane will still be able to come in and rejoin the rest of the team. So, all right, round 3 in the books. Zekin finding that shot just before he gets flashed up as well. Give you a bit of hope that Sentinels are about to make some magic happen over on B. But eventually DRX will be to flood in, find the frags required, enter into post plant. Numbers advantage ready to go. Speaking of which, Sen Money's back in now. And as talked about a couple rounds previous, Nightfall had been earned by Narrate. Could be a good round to bring that through.
Quiet to start. Door shut at market. And Zelsis over in that position, ready to play off of the Cypher util here, should anybody fall into that line of sight of his cam.
Just another early pusher from Bane over onto mid. This time, though, DRX working their way on the A side. Directly into 2. C's ready to go. Paranoid prepped. DRX will just wait a little bit for this one.
Still waiting.
Can't seeing nothing, just some poking and prodding, but DRX are very much running this clock down. Forward position in mid. Mako and Bane gonna look to try to break things open. Close quarter combat. Zelsis able to find the first, gets even more damage across Mako as well as Bane. Both tagged up considerably as Flicker.
30 seconds left.
Down to 30. Zelsis continuing.
Wow.
Ring out with the shots. Bane now gone the round. All but over as Fring is the last one standing. Spike in hand, finds one, but needs to go God mode. Needs an ace clutch. The time, not really there.
Left.
Nearly peeks into backside, nearly peeks into 2 players. Tries to go for the stick, but now they have arrived. Sen will shut it down. Ace not allowed. They get themselves down to match point.
Fring is always a threat, but unfortunately it's another situation like we saw into Lotus too late in the round. Too much work to do, no time to do it in. His aim is sharp today. He's able to collect when required. One of the few players showing a decent amount of consistency. But my goodness, trying to walk on towards B, Zelsis second and the rest just shutting down every single angle. And a lot of this came down to the fact that just bleeding the timer down early from DRX. Make the final move over towards B. Flicker goes in on like 30 HP and just not expecting too much.
Looking for a quick hit here. Hunter's Fury, the tag, the kill. Zelsis going to be taken down. Looking for a little bit more, nothing else found. Sight wide open here for DRX as they look to get the plant in play. And Nightfall available should they decide to go for the retake. Second has a judge and can quickly close the gap, but now Narrate is going to fall. Quickly traded back, but player advantage still going to be here in the hands of DRX.
Still full util though. John QD got a lot to play through here. Zekin as well, fast lane, watch for that. Are they going to find everyone in time though? Human in a good spot.
Clear the trip. The relay bolt now going to be sent. The push forward, Mako dead behind the box second. Able to find it, John QT gets the other, and that's it. Done and dusted, 13-4. Sen, give it the 1, 2, 3 count. They retake, they demolish, and they stay alive.
Into the top 8 they go. Surgical precision in that last round, but also the entirety of that last map. Only 4 rounds going the way of DRX, as one of Pacific's hopefuls are eliminated from EWC. And joy for North American fans as 2 North American teams will fall, but 2 will continue, particularly one of the hot, heavy favorites in Sentinels, who yesterday looked a little bit shaky, but today, all confidence, all smiles, all mechanics on point, everything working as it should, and for DRX, the complete opposite.
Do love the camaraderie, love the hug there between Zelsis and Bane, who's been known as the Korean Zelsis himself, the hype man of DRX, but unfortunately for DRX, not that much to be hyped about. A good start in the best-of-1 phase, but as soon as they got to the longer series, it's been nothing but struggles, nothing but map losses.
Oh, and it was a decent debut for Flicker on our opening day, but just too quiet this time around. However, Sentinels, lots to celebrate about. Let's go down to Mitch to have an interview.
Here with Zelsis from Sentinels, who just got a very clean win over DRX and scored Sen City 200 points in the club championship, going through to the playoffs. That's pretty huge. Now, Zelsis, what a difference a day makes. I mean, XLG yesterday, that took a little while. That was a long series, but today it was very clean and very sweet revenge for your game in Bangkok, I believe.
Yeah, I mean, Definitely not an easy tournament for sure, so we're just taking each match by match and hopefully surviving. Obviously, we made playoffs now, so we're happy.
Yeah, and in the playoffs, I believe the first seeds, if I remember correctly, is Paper X and Fnatic, teams you're very recently familiar with. BBL's in there, you guys played in the opener, very close match there. And also, your boys from back home, NRG, those are all the first seeds. So I think you'll be playing one of those guys. We'll wait for the draw, but thoughts on any of those guys?
I want to play BBL because I think they got a little too big for their boots after our first match. I think it was a little bit of a fluke, and we had a lot of troubles on the first day. So I want to play them and shit on them because I think they're horrible. So.
Very good, very good. Always very eloquent with your words, Zelsis. That's why we love you. Now, look, your game today, very, very clean. You guys look very on point. Any particular thing that changed today, you know, in terms of just getting some better rest or changing up your approach or anything? Because you guys are on fire.
Yeah, I mean, we flew here like 2 days before the event, so obviously jet lag is a huge part of like. I mean, for me, I like my sleep. You know, I'm old. I'm getting there. So, yeah, me personally, I've been struggling with sleep. I know a couple other guys on the team have been struggling with sleep. So I think the deeper we go in the tournament, I think the more alive we'll come. And we had a huge team talk after the BL1 loss. So I think we're on the right track right now, yeah.
Well, after a quick 2-0 like that, you'll have a lot more time to rest, mate. I'm going to go let you do just yet. Congrats on the win, and we'll throw it back up to the desk.
Thank you very much. Always good to hear from Zelsis, and he always has some strong words for his opponents, whether the ones right in front of him or the ones on the horizon. So we'll see if that series versus BBL does come to fruition, but right now, this is a Sen to be feared.
I know, and this is the good thing as well. I want to see them versus BBL because it's now done with the narrative. Okay, this team just beats Chinese teams. Cool. Well, DRX has been taken out by Sentinels as well, and next they want to take down some EMEA teams as well. Sentinels are looking on fire at the moment, and I'm desperate to see how deep they get in this tournament because, you know, coming into this one, I had them pegged as one of my top 3 teams.
And the better they can do, the better it's going to be for Sen overall here at EWC as well, because they only have 3 different games that they're participating in. So if this team can go on a run, rack up those club championship points, that is going to be a very big boon to them. And I will say to Rob Moore, if you're still watching over the player lounge, you win this time, but we'll catch you in the future.
Yeah, look, for DRX, maybe a little unfortunate. They have a very good Valorant team, but they weren't quite able to get themselves any points. Might have to go over to some of the legends they got in the fighting game scene there to rack up some more points at EWC. I'm not sure any other titles they might be participating in, but at least for Sentinels, looking much better. I mean, at least playoffs, and I think very promising to even make top 4 here, Kev, if they keep this form up. I
mean, get your struggles out of the way early. You arrive to the tournament, lose a couple of games, look a little struggled, but still claw your way past these early sort of, you know, sloppy situations. You at least still won against Shilai despite all of the issues, and then you get here 24-hour turnout, less than that actually, and you come through and it's like a different looking Sentinels up against DRX, who we thought was going to be bigger competition against Sentinels than Shilai Gaming, but I think Sentinels just played night and day different today in terms of their level of output, and so yeah, DRX just didn't have enough in here at all.
No, they certainly didn't. And I mean, for Sen, this, I think, is a huge breath of fresh air for the fan base, because if you can come in and play a very clean series and you have these kind of performances coming out from John, from Zelsis, from Narrate, who are always rock steady but never necessarily the top fraggers in their big games, that is a big boon for the side of Sentinel. So if these performances are going to continue from the initiator positions for them, then yeah, I'm very scared, and they could absolutely end up taking the whole thing.
Yeah, I could definitely see that for DRX. Unfortunately, something not quite clicking today. You know, Flicker in particular this series compared to how he started with the opener. Not the best from him today, but it's a rookie performance at the end of the day against one of the world's best. So look, it is just, it is what it is, I suppose.
I mean, yeah, he at least had a reasonable debut in the opening couple of matches that we saw here. Just an unfortunate finish for him. Yeah. But also, I think, you know, you look at DRX, they are just constantly changing things up. Even between the matches, it's a different comp on Sunset compared to what they showed up against BBL. Maybe they weren't too pleased about what they did versus BBL. However, they played that one up until OT here. Only got themselves 4-round versus Sentinels. I know BBL and Sentinels not the same team, but at the end of the day, it seems like DRX is just trying to maybe change too much too quickly.
Yeah, they have their options open to them. They've got plenty more players they can cycle in coming into Pacific going forward, right? Who's next?
Stability, please. That's all I'm asking for.
Hey, look,
stability.
Flashback's back in. That might be a bit more stability.
Yeah.
Let's get the revolve. For once, let's please get a revolving door going. No more musical chairs. We want the revolving door.
Stability, is that the name of an academy play they're looking at right now to bring in?
It might be.
That would be the most Korean gamer name ever.
Yeah, yeah.
Flicker, stability, August. Like, just like one word always, one English word.
Margaret.
Margaret. Francis, my middle name. He, of course, you know, chose it after that, of course.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's a big Pilsky fan.
Or maybe some kind of like Victorian era queen. I don't know my history as well as you do, Seth, so you probably have to help us out with that.
Sometimes they just open a dictionary or they just see something
Flick to a random
online. They
page.
just go, yeah, that one. I'm going to choose that.
Absolutely. Look, up next we do have RRQ versus Team Heretics. Now, you're not going to be on the stream with us for that one, Seth, so your thoughts on that game for another Pacific team taking on a tough opponent?
Look, I think Heretics, they finally jumped that hump. I think that this is going to be a tough battle for RRQ. I'm hoping that they continue to find their footing here on the international stages because this is still a very new experience for them and all of the players there. But Jemkin, Russian Terminator, please go off. Go off, King. Destroy them.
Yeah,
that's what I'm asking
absolutely.
for.
We need some Gem King
I can
level
have my bias
performances
at this point. Just rip them apart.
As long as they don't put him on the waylay again. Like, please don't do my boy like that. He's so good at Yoru.
I prefer that to not happen. Put him back on the Yoru, send Benji Fishy back to Fortnite, kick their asses out.
There it is.
Hey, look, he could probably stick
You know
around
what?
for a couple of weeks and he'll be able to go compete at that.
I think it's Crazy Guy on the waylay next. It seems like RRQ, they're passing the waylay along, so, you know, give it to Crazy Guy next and Cushy maybe next map. We'll see.
We will see indeed, because we do have that matchup coming up after the break. RRQ will take on Team Heretics in another decider match. Don't go too far.
Can't get to you. Can't get to you. Can't get to you. Can't get Taking over control, can you feel it? Our body's moving closer, is it real? Trying to lose myself on the night shift, outside, yeah. Baby, can you feel me? Come and try it. I'm ready to move for the night, yeah. Trying to lose myself on the night shift, outside, yeah. Taking over control, can you feel it? Our bodies moving closer, is it real? Trying to lose myself on the night shift, outside, yeah. Alright. Baby, can you feel me? Come and try it. I'm ready to move for the night, yeah. Trying to lose myself on the night shift, outside, yeah.
5 teams qualified for the Esports World Cup 2025 Valorant playoffs. And next up, we have RRQ taking on Team Heretics in the Group C decider match. Over on the Group A, we've got Carmine Core and Billy Gaming that are bitterly locked in a best-of-3 fight. They're into that third map over there. So if you're interested in that matchup, make sure that you go on over to the A stream and see how that one concludes. But if you're more so locked in on RRQ Heretics, it's quite a spicy game that we have over here on the B stream. Then we're going to be breaking down all the action. Joined by a new face, Lemon Kiwi. How you doing?
Good. Just kind of walked in on the Achilleos crash out, so I'm coming in with different vibes. We still got a Pacific team to go over, and yesterday was insane. Avril missed that Heretics that almost got swept from Titans, so this is the day to see Heretics build off from what they started.
Yesterday was a day of 3 mappers. Today, so far at least, Sentinels are saying, not just 2. Yes, say too long. We want to come in, get out of here. And I wonder who between these 2 teams is more likely to find that 2-0, but maybe it won't be that way. Maybe this will be the one that goes to 3 again.
Well, they had an awesome bounce back right after taking out Titan Esports Club, who unfortunately did get eliminated from the tournament, and they did have their key crushed. I'm sure we'll see that at some point, have a little bit of the footage to review, because it's always fantastic to get to see the dreams crushed of some of our competitors that we love so much here, right, Jen?
Yeah, I wore black yesterday for the start of the funerals, right? But we have another elimination day, but it's also a happy day because then we sent our final teams into the top 8, and a lot of the teams that won very early got that extra break, so the advantage of sitting back, getting horizontal, watching the competition duke it out.
Yeah, and RRQ, on the other hand, I mean, they have been awaiting in the decider match here after taking out Titan in that opening best of 1 pretty cleanly. They then went on to take on NRG. That went terribly for them. NRG front run that entire matchup, and they looked like the much more convincing team, and rightfully so moved on to the playoffs, Kev.
Guess who else NRG beat quite cleanly? It was Heretics as well. So both teams have been on the opposing end of kind of getting crushed by NRG, who are looking pretty damn good at the moment, specifically coming out from this group. We'll see how NRG do up against the other competition in that top 8. But for now, you know, we have a decent amount of crossover here. Both teams have also played up against Titan Esports, trading a few blows there. So plenty to remember from those particular games to read on.
One thing, at least a good thing I remember, was Jemkin. We love the Jemkin show. Okay, I'm here, I'm sat, I got my ticket, we got the popcorn somewhere under here. But the Monyet Waylay is the thing I look forward to in that double duelist if we ever go to split. But that's such a unique style. We don't get to see that duelist every day. And if we go to that map, I wonder if they're going to bring it out again.
Are you looking forward to it?
Oh, of course. But what I'm also looking forward to is Titans Kree getting crushed. It did make me quite sad, quite upset, because they did really run Heretics down to the bloody wire yesterday.
Cool. You're here for the pain.
It doesn't matter if you're a rookie team and you play very well. If you get eliminated from EWC, you get your key crushed, Kev.
The Triforce of Sadness.
You're like the hearse driver or the funeral director, bro, says, cool.
Oh, cool. I mean, oh no.
Oh my God, look at him. He's crying.
No, he's crying. Dude, I have no filter. I love that they're using gloves too. They're being very delicate before they do all of this.
This is a very valuable metals that we're, holding. You got to protect your hands and all of that kind of stuff. And I dare say it might be a little bit overwhelming if you're lifting yourself the Valorant trophy, and maybe that'll help you potentially lift yourself a Club Championship trophy there, Kev.
It certainly would be. So, kind of get into the points, hit that top 8, give your organization a better run over the course of the entire EWC. Of course, this is only the first week, first game. Hoping to see what else teams like Heretics, maybe RQ. Certainly, I think Heretics will have a couple more teams here.
Yeah, if you win this game, you get into playoffs, as we just saw in the game previously. You are going to at least get yourself 200 championship points minimum, even if you don't win a game in the playoffs. And I know RRQ, one of these partner teams here at EWC, I believe, who will want to be competing across multiple games, will be wanting their Valorant roster to do very well. This is the current Pacific reigning champions, but internationally, they have been underwhelming a little bit.
Yes, but also stage champions. We said crushing dreams, but I think they also made their dreams happen. Going from didn't even think they could be in a VCT situation to then winning a stage to then being at EWC, and it took them years for Xpharaoh and Ewok to lift that trophy and to get to this point and to achieve what they have.
I think when they have internationally so far this year is going to come through, or rather in the last 2 events, is going to come through from beating Titan on that first day. Did take a map of a Fnatic over into Masters. Took down, They lost to Fnatic, won one map, lost to Wolves 0-2, then kind of got crushed by NRG as we saw in our opening games, or one of our opening games. So not an insane run from RQ so far. They've kind of had that insane run coming through in Pacific, winning the entire thing. I don't want to say that they peaked there. I don't think they would be comfortable admitting that they peaked there, so they'll need to now prove that they have more to give.
Well, I'm glad you bring up some of those international results and the rough opponents that RRQ have been running into, because it's been a very similar story for Heretics. I think it was a 9 or 10 map loss streak in a row yesterday, from EMEA Grand Finals into Masters Toronto, then into EWC, and you could tell it was starting to get to them. I was interviewing Riyadh yesterday, and there was definitely relief that they finally got a dub across the board against Titan, especially because that could have gone very wrong. That could have been like an 11 map loss streak and an elimination from EWC.
And to be swept, they were in a very sweepable, losable position, because there was a 5-round win streak from Titans about to knock out Heretics. Something 13-11 scoreline, very, very close until there was Riyadh. That was my clutch god of the day, if I could even crown that. You won a very crucial 1v1 to send Heretics into that overtime. Then they won back-to-back overtime round wins, forced Sunset, and then the 13-6, which was Mini Boost's playground on the Neon. He was incredible.
Yeah, multiple man disadvantage situations overcome by Team Heretics, but that's what we're talking about when we're discussing the first two maps. We're discussing Icebox, we're discussing, what was this, Haven, I believe. Yeah. But when it comes to Sunset, that was a bloody masterclass, Kev. I was watching absolute perfect Valorant being played on the attacking side of Sunset by Team Heretics.
Oh, they needed it too, because backs against the wall, you're in a situation where Titan can knock you out right now, and if the woes for Heretics would continue, they start questioning, you know, how is this team going to continue as they are? What are they going to do in stage 2 moving onwards for a team that is able to, you know, come second in champs to be a team that has just failed to win internationally and to prove their results. Saw the tweet from Boo yesterday, 319 days since they've been able to win in international. And I believe, you know, that last international, it was versus Leviathan, right? So
Boo is just as good as counting as the Korean riding team over in VCT Pacific. They love counting days, you know. Most of the time, I don't even know what bloody day it is. You know, I just wake up, I roll out of bed, and I hope for the best.
I like that you brought up the interview, too, because Riyadh just had such a positive attitude of, like, this is the start of something good. We finally won, we broke the dry streak, and now we start winning from here on out. And I'm sure that was a huge confidence booster, although that would have humbled me a little bit to go the distance against Titans. But there's just such positive guys, and how can you not? When you saw the Heretics video, you got Benji with the big old thumbs up, and he was getting out of his seat yapping against everybody.
You mentioned interviews here as well. I just had a quick chat with Zekin off stage and got his thoughts on this game, and he does believe that Heretics might have the momentum now. They sort of break the curse, gain some confidence.
Sure.
And he thinks that it might go 2-1 in favor of Heretics. So that's a shout out to Zekin, who does believe in the Boo brothers and for Heretics to be able to move further into the tournament.
Yeah, that's fair enough. I think, look, the stark difference between these two rosters is really just the fact that RRQ up until recently haven't really been proven winners. They've been a team that's been an almost, at least domestically, inside of Pacific for a very long time. Only recently kind of broke that curse, won Pacific, but then now taking that across to international waters at Toronto as well as EWC here. It's been a little bit strugglesome, unfortunately. So look, Heretics, on the other hand, they have been there, done that. Last year, they had some monumental runs at both Champs and Masters events, so they are very used to being confident in these international events, and I think that for that reason, they will probably be the favorite.
I think this is going to be a big clash of styles between these two teams, because Mini Boo showed a lot of good Neon. They really played fast. Maybe it was just the momentum of going into that third map and forcing that map after the intense OT, but man, Heretics, once they play fast, aggressive, and no one can stop them. While as you know, I know you're a big fan of Jemkin's Yoru, you really have to play slow around that, methodical. The double duelist Waylay maybe adds a bit more firepower.
Jemkin doesn't need to go anywhere fast. They got Monyet for that. The Monyet is the send-it man. Jemkin, he is like the duelist that doesn't want to get his hands dirty. He likes to take his time. He's slowly going to take the angles and the duels the way that he wants to take them, and he's going to drop 30 on your ass.
Which is why it's funny when Monyet goes Waylay, and then it's like, who's baiting who here? Jemkin's like, well, you go in, Monyet, and he's like, well, I'm going to refract out, so now I'm baiting you instead. That was a lot of fun to watch, and yeah, a lot of fun to watch them lose, unfortunately.
Yes, you would hope that would bamboozle the opponent, but unfortunately, I think they more so bamboozled themselves. Please, Yoru as well as Raze, not Yoru Waylay. That's what I'm. It's a simple request, RRQ. Honestly.
Yeah. There was moments that crazy guy really popped off because he was really insane at moments, especially on Pearl as an initiator. We talk so much about the many of duelists that are on the side of RRQ. They come from Pacific. They have a tremendous amount of talent. They talk about how they practice every single day.
Yeah.
There's players that have been on this team for years.
I remember talking to Coach Ewok and being like, hey man, how was your time off since Toronto? And he said, well, we lost, so no break, straight into practice. There's the Pearl ban from Team Heretics. I do think we've been seeing RRQ picking up a little bit more Pearl. RRQ responding with a Lotus ban there, Kev.
But then you get into towards Sunset, and well, Sunset was the map for Heretics that they kind of defeated Titans handily. I mean, 13-6. That was the third map in the entire series. Looked good for them. They're going to run that back again.
Yeah, I kind of previewed it yesterday, where I was saying, okay, we have not seen Sunset from Heretics in a very long time, but last year they were very good at this map, and I was hearing from I was hearing behind the scenes a little bit that they might be quite confident on that map. So I am really not surprised at the results that they put up on that. We did see RRQ take out Titan on Sunset, but I'm not sure how much confidence that really fills me with.
At best of one, they kick things off with a similar scoreline for RRQ versus Titans, 13-6. Very strong, but Titans is a different opponent. And then you go to Icebox, where Titans versus Heretics yesterday, a not so fond memory, 13-10 for Titans to kick off that series, and that was a loss for Heretics. But, you know, it's a different day.
Yeah, I think looking at the history from RRQ on Icebox, I remember going back through their Pacific games, and look, they haven't necessarily always had the best of results, but they did manage to get it across the line against Gen G. I think it was even the deciding map in that grand final that they won very narrowly. I'm going to be a little bit of a hater and say I've never seen Gen G try to force the end of a game so hard, and they were punished quite heavily for that. So look, we're going to have to see what RRQ is bringing on Icebox, because look, the Teo's not in the meta anymore. They did throw the Sova into that comp against Wolves over in Toronto, but it didn't get them a dub, Kev.
Well, I'll tell you what, though, Heretics did lose on Icebox to Titan yesterday, so maybe spotting some weaknesses there.
That's
something
true.
to come through from Heretics might be able to exploit, against Heretics from the RQ position, rather.
Yeah.
So it could be that position coming on in. So we are coming back to a couple maps that have been played quite recently. For both teams.
And I think for Heretics, like, they just keep I mean, every time I bloody look at Heretics' match history, I'm like, yeah, they've lost a couple times on this map. Oh, against Paper X, Fnatic, like Team Liquid. It's like minimum top 3 in a region, teams that they're getting reps against, and they're still getting rounds.
And what was interesting about the Icebox approach from Heretics was the lack of duelists, not running the Jet against T-Virus on the side of Titans. And
Yeah.
I think adding that extra initiator, just the extra utility, was still very good at holding the space, but then you lack a bit of the speed, not having that Jet, the verticality as easily. You know, the Omen gets around and whatnot.
Yeah.
But yeah, it wasn't the speed a bit lacking. It was 13-10, so honestly, it could have gone either way.
I mean, the Omen could definitely be a big playmaker in a lot of these comps. I think it's quite a disruptive force with a lot of the one-ways. You can make a lot of plays on attack with it as well. It's just not that tried and true timing that you're used to playing around, of just the cloudburst dash to be able to get into sight, and then you draw a lot of attention and allow the rest of the team to kind of scale in with that. You are going to get that from Jemkin, but in saying that as well, again, on the Jet, he's going to take his time. He's going to be the kind of Jet that's going to be dry walking, shift walking across belt, taking raw aim duels with you, feeling out his own timings. It's not always going to necessarily be that kind of fast-paced execute that we actually saw Titan have success with against Heretics yesterday. We remember the multi-frags and T-Virus being sent in and getting those big impact multi-frags time and time again. That's definitely something Jemkin will be capable of, but he also does like to take his time as well.
Jemkin did, you know, play that Jet. You talked about the Jet coming through. Ascent is probably going to be our last map coming in, and
I think Yoru for Ascent for RRQ in particular. I mean, they were one of the early adopters of Ascent inside of Pacific, and they were really a team to popularize the Teo comps. So look, we'll see what they roll with.
Well, just going back to Masters though, I mean, looking at the Fnatic game, the Wolves game, Jemkin Jet twice-step, and particularly Fnatic game, very lackluster. So maybe you're right. Maybe it's time for Jemkin to go back over towards the Yoru instead.
Yeah.
So yeah, they may change things since they haven't seen the Ascent from them since Masters.
Yeah, you're right. I'm looking at a much more standardized comp over there in Masters. Didn't do too badly against Wolves, but against Fnatic, it did not go so well. Looks like it was likely picked into them, though, as I'm seeing defense first, but does seem like their defense had a couple of gaps in it.
There's also a plushie meta, I guess, from
Plushie meta?
the side
What are we looking
of
at?
Heretics. I feel like yesterday I remember seeing a bear. We had quite a few tech pauses, so I was able to really analyze that bear for quite a while.
The amount
And
of
now-
times that you guys said tech pause in a game with a team called Tech, and then repeating tech, like I had
honestly, yeah.
nightmares.
High
I
score.
woke
So
up
the
like,
Titan Esports
Tech.
Club pause was it?
And a sweat, but now they have a chicken.
Chicken?
So they won yesterday with the bear. Maybe today it's the chicken. And well, when you're on Sunset, you're gonna have to be fast with the neon.
Who's that
so
in
no
front
chicken.
of? Who is that in front of right now? I can't quite tell. But regardless, that player is going to be absolutely clucking everyone in the server today, Kev.
Oh my god.
Let's hope for it. I mean, Heretics, I think, now that they've built up the confidence, broken the curse, no more excuses. It's time to lock themselves in, prove that they are still a top contender internationally. Obviously, doubt starts crawling into this roster once you go on a bit of an international losing streak. Doing well domestically can only get you so far, and don't a team like RRQ know that?
I don't know where to rate RRQ right now because yes, they had a very dominant win against Titans, who we had power ranked on the lower side, and it was a 13-6 on that map. But they went up and the RRQ got swept by NRG, who I feel like are having one of their best events. Like, they're really peaking. They've hit a high form. So I don't know where RRQ are going to stand against a Heretics who were... They look beatable just from yesterday, right? They almost got swept from Titans. You kind of have to acknowledge that. Is Heretics hitting a high? Are they hitting their stride? They started low. They're at their middling point. Is this going to be peak Heretics?
Yeah, look, RRQ, I think against NRG was one of the sadder games I've seen in quite a while at RRQ. That really was not pleasurable to watch. I think over in Toronto, it was more of a story of the classic RRQ, where they used to play Gen G inside of Pacific and almost beat them, like be a very competitive team, and no one would talk about RRQ and be like, RRQ are trash. You'd always be like, RRQ are very good, but they never seem to be able to get across the line and win, and that's what those Toronto results really kind of reminded me of. I saw some good rounds, I saw some good plays from individuals, but unfortunately they still went out of the tournament quite quickly, Kev.
Yeah, we'll see. You know, RRQ, this will be a big win for Pacific, moving on through, joining the likes of Paper Rex. Right now, we started out reasonably well for Pacific, and now it's kind of getting into a weird spot. How many Pacific teams are really going to make it through? Watching DRX had some reasonably high hopes from, I think, mostly in that DRX Sentinels group. A lot of people would have expected that BBL as a good up-and-coming team on paper, logically speaking, probably should lose to those two teams, but BBL becoming as good as they are, which, by the way, does mean for a team like Heretics, like, look, you've seen BBL push on through and really overcome some big international competition. Heretics need to be looking at that thinking, that should be us, given that we just came second in champs. But beyond that, it's caused a situation where Sentinels and DRX have to knock each other out. So now Pacific teams getting a little bit low in number. RQ, it's their turn to step up and show what they can do.
I think like Esports World Cup is a beast in and of itself, and these international events are beast in and of itself, because I know definitely inside of Pacific there is this own little meta of like, you know, you have your RRQs coming first, and then the third seed team, Paper X, is the team that goes on a big run. Your second seed team, which RRQ beat domestically, mind you, Gen G are able to go on a little bit of a run. It looked like they could have potentially been capable of winning Toronto. Unfortunately, they did end up going out in the lower bracket. And then, not to mention, to remind you quickly, T1 just got absolutely bombed out of the tournament, and they've won a Masters event this year. So Pacific is its own demon, and I think, look, for honestly, Heretics, I'd imagine EMEA might be a similar story, because like you said, Kev, BBL's in there, maybe they're getting some confidence. We've seen Liquid go international a couple of times, so, you know, they definitely need to pull themselves up by their bootstraps, otherwise you could have a couple of pretty good teams in EMEA breathing down your neck a bit.
That being said, we are getting some level of consistency, right? When you look at just who came out of Masters, they still coming in hot, well practiced, in good form.
Yep.
It's obviously the two finalists, Paper Rex and Fnatic. Of course, both had to kind of fight and claw their way through a couple of different situations. The Gen G game comes to mind for Fnatic. 100 Thieves even really kind of pushed Fnatic eventually, although it was started quite well for Fnatic. But then you have Paper Rex, early close call versus the likes of Billy. Both of the finalists from Masters, though, they're already going through. So might be the case where, you know, coming through domestically, the first seed might underperform a little bit. But going to this event, at least the teams power ranking-wise for most recent results, are still looking reasonably strong.
I look at towards Heretics in these early rounds. They're a team that light up this entire venue. When it comes to sound, they start yelling, they're hyping each other up, and they play better, they scale better, and it's kind of intimidating when you lose a round to hear Heretics start screaming on the other side. So I want to see that energy too from RRQ.
There definitely will be some mental warfare in this game, and I'm speaking directly to the man that is operating the moving camera right now. Okay, Monyet reactions, Benji Fishy reactions. I'm going to need to be seeing Benji Fishy, big reaction if he wins a clutch. Monyet, if he does something very silly, slides it to a place he absolutely shouldn't be and gets away with, or pulls a shotgun out and gets away with some business. I'm going to be needing to see some big reactions out of this game because this is going to be entertainment factor.
RRQ very strong on the pistols. As much as I'm like, I want to see that early game out of Heretics, RRQ have proven so far. 3 out of the 4 pistols against NRG were in RRQ's favor, including on Icebox, which is one of the maps we're going to be visiting today. But it's maintaining that momentum, trying to convert that bonus. We haven't seen a lot of from RRQ.
Yeah, I think that can come down to just the star-started coaching staff that you've got on RRQ. Do have Ewok, who has been with the project and has been slowly developing and building it for quite a while. I'm pretty sure I see him on his way out, which probably means that we're not in good stead to start this
not
this
good news.
this match sometime soon. But
we got a huddle.
We do have the team huddle going on, so final moments with the
Shield
coaching
your
staff,
ears.
with everyone together. As you know how much this means to Heretics.
But to finish that point, I think they do have warbirds. You know, your assistant coaches sometimes don't get talked about as much, but obviously coming off the back of Team Secret, maybe a little underappreciated over there, has done fantastic work prepping RRQ for some of their opponents, and you can see the results that they've been able to achieve since they brought him on.
Is it going to be huddle div? Where's the huddle on the Pacific side of things?
I think there's
chilling.
more of a huddle of admins around a PC that I'm seeing rather than players huddling and having a chat about the game currently. So that's the kind of huddle we got going on.
Pacific is efficient, just like their play style. They're in and out, and sometimes it works out well for you, sometimes it doesn't. We've got a little bit of time here as we move forward, talking about the fact that looking over towards the A stream really quickly, you also do have this KC game versus BLG, and there it is. Heretics ready to go through. And how many European teams are we going to see through to this top 8 here? You already have Fnatic. You already have BBL. Heretics win this game. They can pass on through. KC up against Billy right now. That's fighting for survival as well. And China are also in dire straits looking to qualify teams through. But you could today, if KC go well, have 4 European teams making it into that top 8. And currently on that A stream, it's 5-5 on map 3 between KC and Billy.
And we're still trying to decide. Well, I know Pacific is the best region based on the most recent internationals, but could we crown a new region at the top, or have a crown differently? I know, Mitch, you're going to fight me just for saying that. Achilles, we got him off the desk quickly. You're
all good. I'll just forget about this event after I leave, if that happens.
The jet lag kind of does that too.
Yeah, but you know what? I might not be too upset if Paper X just go on and win the whole bloody thing, Kev.
Sure.
I might be totally fine with it at the end of the day.
I'm sure Paper X will scare their fan base every now and then on the journey to that. But can you imagine that?
They've been lower bracketing a little bit lately. Unfortunately, that's not going to be an option this time.
Well, we should just do a Fnatic versus Paper Rex final again. I would like to see how they actually are fitted into that single Elam playoffs, and if they were on the opposite sides, then yeah, look out for that one. I'd like to see them both make it all the way.
I mean, worth mentioning, guys, by the way, these are some absolute stellar teams. However, this is going to be a Seed 2 match out of this group, so one of them may have to immediately take on a Paper X or a Fnatic, or you've got your who was it, NRG, and who is
BBL.
the last seed? BBL. I mean, you'd probably prefer an NRG or a BBL than a PRX or a Fnatic, but look, we'll see what you're going to get here.
I think Heretics would probably prefer to take on some European compatriots and teams that they're more familiar with, because it's been a bit shaky internationally. Although, I mean, if they beat RRQ, they're starting to turn that narrative around really quickly, as we're no longer discussing how many days, how many matches it's been since they last won international. We're talking about how many internationals they're winning in a row if they can start moving away and getting to the playoffs and further.
I'm looking for how many days it's been since we got a game started on time, Kev. Right now it's 0. But this morning was great. We were straight into the game, mate. That was very, very quick.
And just to kind of recap, since I did cast that icebox between Heretics and Titans, the first pistol for Heretics on that offense did not go their way, but they were able to convert 2 flawless rounds and kind of start building that win streak. Unfortunately, that first half did go 5-7 in favor of Titans, and then it was trading blow for blow. There was a bit of a win streak being created by Titans. They were up 12-9 and then closed it out eventually 13-10 against Heretics. And it was a big battle between duelists versus no duelists, and that's what's unique about Heretics.
Yeah, I mean, at least on Icebox, but we'll see if they stick with that. Previous to the Omen, they were playing the Neon, so they do like to be a little bit funky on the Icebox, Kev. They like to be a little bit different, but I'm sure they can play quite standard comps. We've seen them play quite standard comps on other maps, so we'll see what they're bringing into that one. As for RRQ, who went out of Toronto quite quickly, we've already seen these guys have been cooking, mate. They've been cooking maybe a little bit too much, as far as a little bit of overcooking as far as I'm concerned on Split, but they have definitely got a lot to show, a lot that they didn't use over in Toronto with the limited amount of games, and I'm sure that that's going to mean that they've only had a chance to put a bunch of those kind of ideas in the bank as well as add to it since they were eliminated.
Maybe Heretics helped them out a little bit here. Heretics did ban out Pearl and Split, 2 of the maps that, well, the 2 maps they lost, they being RQ against NRG, didn't look too good on those ones. So perhaps that is going to be a good thing for RQ to dodge.
For Sunset, Heretics had a very strong half against Tech, 8-4 on starting on that offense, forcing a lot of those Tech timeouts early. And then Tech were trading rounds, but it was eventually 13-6. And remember, that 8-4 offense from Heretics on Sunset was what to look forward to off of that Neon. So I look towards someone like Xfero, the longest standing member of RRQ, back since 2022. The Sentinels, such an important role, especially on Sunset, as usually a solo anchor, the information gatherer, and whether you want to commit to defending a site solo, see what you can get, or play as safe as possible, give it up and play for a retake. So it's a lot of responsibility and an important decision for that Sentinel to make. And going up against the Neon and how deadly Heretics were on that Sunset, it's going to be tough.
So look, I mean, first map, we have finished Agent Select, I've been told. So what are we expecting in this Agent Select? It's Sunset up first, isn't it? If I remember correctly, or are we iceboxing first?
I think we believe we are sunsetting first. Yesterday, Heretics did come in. Rian's top performance coming through on the server, so it is a double unit composition, and well, maybe we'll just go and find out, hey?
We shall. It is going to be RRQ versus Team Heretics in a decider match to see who will advance and who will be eliminated from the Esports World Cup 2025 Valorant, and to take it away, it'll be Avril and Lemon Kiwi to cast the game.
Thank you so much, Mitch. We have Europe versus Pacific. I'm excited for Sunset. Heretics had a great end to their day. They sunsetted against Titans 13-6, but they will be starting on defense, and it's pretty much the same composition, I believe. And Jemkin's on the Waylay.
Jemkin's on the Waylay again. It's what he showed up against Titan yesterday. And of course, both of these teams have played up against Titans, but Heretics at 13-6 are so damn nice. It's the same composition, I think, from both teams, just running it back once more where they found their success.
Now it's a lot of mid-presence, but a double stack over in Market, so Paranoia from Monyet. The recon gets nothing from Heretics. No pings, but this spike, this is a really big risk from Cushy. The spike is down. Heretics are going to surround RRQ. They're on an island with no raft to get out.
Trap has been sprung, mid has been taken, 1 alive, and 1 will be down. Xfair, nothing to do in this round. Triple for Woot. And big shouts from the Heretics squad. You see how hyped up, how amped up they were. Squad huddle into a pistol round win. Heretics desperate now to get into this top 8 after taking down Titan yesterday in a couple of close calls. Regaining that confidence now to be in back top form.
Heretics with a very strong pistol. And RRQ found themselves with presence and space, but not able to really puncture through either of the entryways they were hoping for. And giving that spike to Cushy. If he wants to go do adventures, it would be nice to... okay, well, Mani is going to go on adventures, and just kept going. Didn't care if he didn't see anything. And it's here. RRQ to make their way into market. Marines with 3 with the Sheriff. It was R-rated. We didn't even get to see it. And RRQ, well, they're on the site with no spike and no hope for this round.
Monyet wanted to make a play happen over top mid. TP through the smoke, but just caught out by players rotating from Link. So that's everyone trying to make their way in towards market. Held on comfortably by Riyadh. Heretics, no real issues here. Drop a couple members, all good. Clean couple of rounds now. As RRQ start to need to see something bigger coming out from the first real gun round. Jemkin leading the way on this way. Still yet to find a frag, but I'm sure it will come through soon.
It's the same game plan for RRQ. Stay in mid, but now actually lead that with more confidence and not kind of delay things, because then you let Heretics get around you and all over you too. Jeez, RRQ now with the first rifle round, hoping to not deny Heretics their bonus. And it's the same kind of mid lurk, and you haven't been able to really activate Jemkin on the Waylay. I was a big fan of this on their Sunset. They ruined their opponent here last time.
So it's the first smoke being set up here, coming through from Monyet. Forcing one rotation over. It's going to be respected by Miniboot. Marshall in hand. Just 2 members, Cushing and Monyet with the light armors with the one shot. Here it is. Obu barely getting out of that one. Prowler just about caught him.
His eyes are just about to close real quick. The Prowler is about to bite him in the butt, and he just has to stay put. The paranoia is gonna get him. Boo is stuck, but he's got the backup of Mini Boo also with the sniper.
Good
Brothers
paranoia.
and arms and RRQ to elbow, dislodge one of the Boos, and 3 around the corner. Reinforcements from Heretics, and Mini Boo and friends work so well together on the left side. But now won't get eyes within the site, but RRQ not really safe to go for the plan. They are just trying to bait Heretics.
See what Miniboot can do around the elbow side as well. Big swing coming, but high-low setup is at least a 1-for-1 trade, 2-2 now. Still waiting for the activation from Miniboot. Player that has to be watched out for here, Crazy Guy. On his own angle, spots too late, Rians takes him down.
One enemy remaining.
Good start from Cushy. Rians 1v1. Time on his side too. Rians with, of course, a recon, 2 shocks, and now it's the mind games. Knowing where the last position was, Cushy just wants to stay away from that Sova recon and play the element of mystery, the unknown that Cushy has to advance into. Rians 1v1, and the dance that Rians wins. Another clutch for the guy.
Util required. Pure aura on that swing. Damage done. RQ no response. 1 versus 1. Rians in 3 rounds. He'll have done enough to earn that Hunter's Fury. Big celebration coming through from the Heretics squad. As you can just see how confident they are coming into this one. And again, all it took is to get past that 319-day dry spell. That's all chairs, all victories, 3 in a row.
What?
Even the head fist bump, you take those.
Oh my god. That's that early start. That was that energy from Heretics. 6-1 from Marians, who was so stoked in that interview with Mitch yesterday to break the dry streak and to set their momentum ablaze. And it's RRQ now through B main with the Vice Wall up. I like kind of this bait from Benchy, and it's the refract. RRQ just get dismantled by Rian's. A beautiful double, and the firing squad remains for Heretics and out of distance. It is this KO trying to get away. The flash 2 delay needs to get out, but Cushy has made his way in, and through market there could be a cut, but now needs to link up here with Miniboo.
Starting to look better for RQ here. Upgrade for Cushy, but it's not going to be good enough. Mini
Spike down.
on board.
13 HP, not a lot for Jemkin, and he makes his job easier. And he doesn't know where Boo is, but Boo at least has health. Now just waiting to see if Jemkin is going to plant. 50 seconds left. We have time to play with.
I have the spike.
See that first fake plant. Smoke and TP up for Boo. Boo must know this is more than likely the real one, although it is refract time. This is the opportunity for Jemkin. And Boo is playing it very patiently, doesn't want to get baited, and he has timed it well. Now the refract is gone. Playmaking capability for Jemkin is low.
Yeah, you can play with these last 20 seconds. Now it's the time. Jemkin is actually just going to go for the play and not even the spike. I felt like maybe he could have planted and played time and just played like a chicken, I guess. But Heretics 4-0.
Just didn't know where, just had no idea where the final members were. So it's a tough situation. Maybe just, I mean, he just doesn't have any util left, doesn't have any HP. He's concerned that you have a situation where he goes for the plant and instantly swung. He went for the plant 3 times, trying to bait the swing, but just doesn't come on through boost. So patient. IGL, controlled and disciplined, winning the 1 versus 1, and now Heretics up 4.
Gonna be a pretty critical round for RRQ, and you're gonna have to do it without your star player of Jemkin. But maybe this was just a lurk. Time for plan B. And with that trip set at B main, it will be RRQ trying to go for that market control again. And look how Benji has already swapped his Thorns to that side.
He wouldn't want to walk through top mid again. Monyet's been punished there before. Jemkin falls flat a little bit here, trying to make their way into market now.
The Thorns are going to do some damage, and RRQ start to infiltrate and back against the wall. Benji holds on, waits for the ping from his duelist, and cages away, but it is Heretics unleashed, and RRQ managed to teleport away just barely and through the front side. Crazy guy makes the space, and the spike goes down.
How does Monyet get out on 1 HP? He's still going to be at the plays. Once he's ahead, but will get shot just a little bit too early here, and Woot popping up again. Got that early 3K first round, wants to finish it out now.
Crazy guy 1v2, has to check out through market, has the chance to maybe wrap around, but you also want eyes on the spike in case it does get defused. Now the smoke's in place, it's halfway, it's being stuck, and Crazy guy tried to prevent but could not deny.
Just no command away, 2 versus 1, finish it off. Why not? Throw the ultimates in there, guarantee the win, shut RRQ out of the map, and 5 in a row. It's already a bit of a disaster for this beginning. Starting to think when the attack pause is going to end up coming through from RRQ as right on time. Really need to consider how to navigate this round now. We have gotten to some very low number situations, some 1v1s, some 1 versus 2s, but it's been Heretics every single time. We've seen Woot popping off, we've seen Riyadh popping off, Boo even winning that 1v1. Seems like everyone in Heretics today is ready to outshine their opponents, in RRQ Pacific's #1, currently struggling to even have anything done on this map, this opening map of a BO3.
Heretics are doing such a good job of cutting down the forces of RRQ so that they don't have as much util and options and just manpower on the post plan. RRQ are left with 1 or 2 members at that. So the plan has been get into market. There's Thorns, there's a Sentinel, sometimes an Initiator they have to get through. They'll maybe wrap around through Boba, they'll send their breach through B main. So RRQ can plan, but it's the post plans that just don't have enough members to get it done.
I mean, there are some winnable low member situations that we've seen RQ in, but push comes to shove. Run out of util, not enough information, can't quite find the play required. And you just, again, you can feel the energy from Team Heretics every single round. Big celebrations. It's time for RQ to show what they can do with some upgrades in here. Not quite a force, but certainly a half bite.
Jemkin has to be more careful on his A approach. He's got first blood in this spot, and sometimes that refact can be a bit clunky and doesn't activate the way you want, and you will get caught. So Heretics, with the 3 stack over there, going to back away to get out of reach from the Prowlers. So not much information for RRQ to work with, but as soon as they do, they have a Rolling Thunder to activate, and they are going to still go for it and really pressuring the back site. Meanwhile, Heretics, the lurk activates in mid, and RRQ have the site, but not getting any kills off that Rolling Thunder, and playing with Stingers doesn't help.
Steel Garden going to come through pretty soon. Although Woot was already activated, 4-2 now, and again, not great guns. And this will be the round. Crazy Kai really can't do too much more here.
It was a good effort from RQ, but just the way that Heretics counter-positioned away, just to avoid the Prowlers, not give any information to RQ, was a really great job.
And Miniboot will be the one to clean it up. Had a little bit of util left to play through, but at this rate, just save your flashes. You know, with the Stinger, not going to have a lot to say. Heretics on 6, RQ on 0. Tac pause used. Rolling Thunder committed. And very quickly, Heretics will wait out the Rolling Thunder, will group around, flood site. A punish coming from the mid end as well. Benji Fishy activating for a freebie. Off your feet. And Xfero, yeah, No clue what he was going to be able to do, unfortunately.
Last player.
But another decent one from Riyadh in particular. Another couple of kills. We're going to see Hunter's Fury being built up again very shortly.
So now the Heretics are expecting these Prowlers early. Jemkin is at least keeping himself alive in this early round, but now elbow control won't go by as easily for RRQ. And you still have Jemkin that can activate the ult, and a Neural Theft could really kick things into gear. A huge info advantage, which is desperately what RRQ are working towards.
Jemkin, he's going to let it through now. Converging pass. Don't know if I end up catching Boo or not. He did try and TP away from this one, but they are going to get sight for free regardless.
Yeah, Heretics playing for the retake, and they're fine with that. They like to give up that site, and they have their lurks come in through mid, and RRQ are not going to spread themselves too thin. Now backing away, they cover their flank.
Watch the Steel Garden play coming through. Crazy Guy also prepping some util. Have to wait for the aftershock here. Good setup from RRQ regardless.
All right, Heretics going through the thorns and firing the flames and the smokes. Don't know what to expect on the other side. Crazy Guy with a shotgun exchanges back and forth. A paranoia that hits no one from the side of Heretics, and it's RRQ that holds both sides. And Heretics have to pick one to try and bulldoze through. The spike, it gets tapped. RRQ gonna try and deny the defuse, and it's Xpharaoh with the Neural Theft to make sure no one's on the defuse, and it's being held, and it gets dropped, and RRQ have done it.
No time to defuse. And RRQ have bounced back finally. What an ending coming through from an Xpharaoh. He waited super patiently. I was going to say missing the initial shot into Riyadh may have costed the round, but he'll end up with the kill regardless. This Crazy Guy shorty kill as well, very, very much required, because this could have been very nasty, as he has to be the one holding position, eating that Steel Garden while the rest of his team falls off. But Xpharaoh, Neural Theft eventually is the tool that allows RRQ to be able to win that 1 versus 2, and no stick coming through from Benji Fishy means RRQ are going to be able to fall through.
Such a good smoke on the post plant, but now that knife from Moot does reveal some things as RRQ had to slow things down, and Jemkin suppressed but not blinded from the paranoia, so he's going to play things safer.
Yeah, suppression is very, very strong up against Jemkin. Have to consider the fact that your refractor's not going to have any value here, but B is under a lot of pressure. Benji Fishy keeping control of market that'll at least give room for his team, but sight's gone now.
Wonder when Xpharaoh's going to choose this time. He could get a big backstab onto Benji, and Heretics start to scale up through the top of the site, and Monyet is there, no paranoia, but smokes.
Top mid.
And Mini Boo is at the top of the box, hoping to get an angle above this smoke, but is getting nothing. Heretics start to set up the market and back side Boba push, and it's time to activate. Xpharaoh's lurk is coming up from behind market. It's all about timing, but the better shots from Heretics and the overdrive that kicks Heretics into a huge advantage, but the spike still needs to be defused. It is tapped, and Crazy Guy denies for now, but just the overdrive is too much, and Xpharaoh starts to creep around, and it will be still the defuse. 7-1 for Heretics.
Xpharaoh just taking too long to wrap around, not too sure which direction he needs to help the team from. Has to do the long walk all the way from top mid where he found his kill, all the way down to B main, basically walking the entire time as well. Meanwhile, Crazy Guy doing his best to hold on. Needed the extra player to be able to have the ability to at least play off each other. Heretics, though, despite losing control of B, are able to defuse that scenario, bring us to 7. They've already won the half. Now it's about how dominant they can continue doing this. And what else does RQ have left in the bank for this round? Basically nothing.
Early knife from Heretics. Not getting the ping on Jemkin. RQ, since the start of the map, haven't gone through mid. It's been a lot of B pressure, though, and now with the Vice Wall in place and no market push from RQ, they could have a chance to get isolated.
Oh, they played through market in an earlier round and just got shut down by Riyadh's Sheriff to clean up the 3K. This time around, it'll be full B refracting. You might not even have to refract out, just a double dash clearing the way through, and they'll be B secured once again. But Benji Fishy wants to say something about a good scan.
And Monyet also teleported on the other side to try and assist his duelist, but through all the smokes, Heretics just spam through it and have angles around RRQ. The spike is going to get planted. Xpharaoh's trying to do his best to protect, but RRQ spread themselves too thin and don't have the weaponry to withstand against Heretics, so this is becoming a very one-sided affair for Heretics.
No kills coming through from RQ, but they get the plant, so at least trying to save the economy slightly. Not a lot of rounds left to play through on this half, though. A nice flawless to end round number 9, and for RRQ, surely this is not going to end in like a 1 or 11, they need to be able to pull through at least for a 3-9, try and cope for a bit of a 3-9 curse, or rather a 9-3 curse.
One enemy remaining.
Heretics are all over the map, so fired up, so powerful looking today. RQ looking like they're taking a bit of a nap so far. Their woes from early in the tournament continuing now.
And Heretics' stronger side on Sunset yesterday was on the offense, and they did start 9-3 on that side. And to put up this good of a defense, their retakes have been incredible. It's RRQ utilizing the Waylay, where Jebkin did defeat Titans pretty much single-handedly. And honestly, it did not even come down to the agent. It was just how mechanical that guy was on the first day of EWC. But now you're realizing that the kit around Waylay, it just simply isn't going to be enough. You're not getting as much refract value. Yes, you're maybe baiting out the Vice Wall. He didn't refract out of it. They kind of just committed to it. And that Vice Wall has been just a thorn in the side of RRQ to not rally behind their duelist.
Heretics actually won the attacking side versus Titan before we even got to the defense in that 13-6 game yesterday. 8 rounds offensively. Well, they closed out 5-2 in that second half. So basically what I'm trying to say is still got a strong attacking side to come through from Heretics, although not too sure how long they'll need to play on the attack, because right now they're getting so much of the defense that for RQ, if they don't pull through something very soon, or need to start thinking about map 2 on Icebox instead.
Yeah, Jemkin has been sometimes going on solo adventures and endeavors, hoping to reward his team with the first blood, and he also has had to dial things back, is also being the first victim of RRQ. Now with mid-presence, Hunter's Fury hoping to separate the flock of RRQ, and he does get Crazy Guy and more, some injuries on the side of RRQ. Looking at a lot of zero credit agents from the side of RRQ. This is such an important round to try and convert. You have a Nightfall to do so, but now you just don't have a team. A 3v4 is what RRQ would have to convert. Dead Boo is clean playing off the one-way.
Yeah, just the ability to kill the Prowler, then instantly snap on for the one. Will bring numbers down to a pretty workable 2 versus 3. Nightfall up for Cushy, but they lose Crazy Guy, and they lose the Rolling Thunder. Now Jemkin, he's up first, but doesn't have refract, so he's just gonna get cleaned up.
Could have been a big moment. We're used to seeing Jemkin with a cape on his back, and now a Sealed Guard and Cushy. Well, wow, just 2 tapping Mini Boo, and that's not enough to shred his plot armor. This is gonna be a very quick sunset for Heretics.
Would have liked to have seen the RQ players group up a little bit more, play off the Nightfall. But just a little bit of an overextension, trying to maybe set up, getting some info on the A-Link. Walking through, triple face coming through from Team Heretics, and what can you really do about that situation? A lot of back and forth here. That was a crazy shot from Boo to be able to readjust that quickly. Could have been a very different story with an extra player alive for RQ in a 3v3 instead of a 2v3.
Mini Boo has to hold on. I'm seeing a fast push from RQ and a death ball, and Mini Boo does some good damage. The one-way has been insane, and Mini Boo's just gonna stand and deliver. He really trusts in Boo, and RRQ still managed to get out with all their corpses alive somehow.
Jemkin does take a decent amount of damage, but yeah, like you said, surprising they can get out of that one. Rians though says absolutely not. Here comes that double. No Nightfall for you.
Xfero just wasn't in a position to clear through mid, and RQ got completely off guard with the top mid completely exposed. Now you know the Outlaw is lurking about, and RQ will have to just clear and scale back through A, and there's still a one-way, and there's still Boo, and what you thought was going to be Mini Boo, the brothers, on the right side of the map.
Crazy Guy has still plenty of util left to play through. Very important that he makes it out alive into the post plant. If they can take down Boo here cleanly, who by the way does have a couple of TPs available, but no other util just yet until his smokes refresh. But look at this. We've already got the call through Mini Boo to assist. And that's info as well, I do believe. Knife catches one.
30 seconds left.
Now trying to get info, if they can just dry swing, get eyes on the site. Seeing this Rolling Thunder is worth it, and they're just going to go for the guarantee. It does not contact on Mini Boo, and the crack into the cage, and the crack in the heads of RRQ, who are just going to have to go through a deficit, turn that all around. But it's Heretics with more than enough, and Crazy Guy hoping to save the gun because, again, the economy is absolutely shattered for RRQ.
Forced to save, just doesn't even have time to walk forward, find the spike or anything. And use the Rolling Thunder, but it's only going to be able to clear through part of the map. Miniboo obviously hiding away in alley is going to be free to shoot, and I'm not even too sure it fully connected onto Boo, who was able to at least TP across to try and avoid. But yeah, I talked about this. Could we see a 1-11? I mean, what a disaster of an opening map that would be for RRQ. The Riyadh has been absolutely solid. He was player of the match yesterday up against Titan, and now today leading the way. Beautiful double outlaw shot to get things going for Heretics.
Just the spacing from Heretics is so good. They know how to dial things back and not give up too much and really dance well with RRQ. Now with the haunt through mid, Heretics step forward. This is a painful spot they've been in before, and top mid they've been punished, going through markets, been back and forth. The Thorns will still stand in their way.
That's what Jemkin can do. Nothing, unfortunately. This is the last round, by the way, and that's going to mean Converging Paths is gone, Nightfall is gone, and the entire round is gone, the entire half is gone.
That's really tough. RRQ depending maybe a little too much on their mechanics at some points, and Jemkin double dashing. It did become very predictable for well, more on the Monyet side of things when he played it on split against NRG. The double dash can be very predictable where your destination ends up being, and Heretics have been reading him like a book. Jemkins can't get that first blood going, and we have halftime where RRQ have a lot to talk about.
Well, they didn't even, we didn't even get to see the refract. That's how quickly Jemkin dies. So once again, really believing in the Waylay. I'm not too sure that that's necessarily a problem. I think this is more of the entire team, but also the case of the entire team of Heretics. The momentum built from yesterday, as said multiple times now, and even in conversations with other players, Zekin said as well, he believes in Heretics. All it takes is to get that one international win. The Heretics so desperately wanted to break the curse, break the dry spell, and now the Heretics are old. Just might be back.
Yeah, I'd be curious to see just like the amount of assists on the RRQ side, because when I was saying like depending too much on mechanics, it doesn't feel like there's a fault line, a rolling thunder, a team wipe, a death ball. There was sometimes you saw a bit of a death ball around Jemkin. Paranoias are not consistently hitting, and it's not because they're bad at the game, it's because of the spacing. Heretics play so far back, they know what to expect. Prowlers playing anti-rolling thunder, knowing what the game plan is gonna be out of RRQ. Such solid reads on the defense for Heretics, when I thought the offense was what was going to be firing for Heretics. But yeah, you're not even going to get to probably see that much of the Heretics offense. Yeah. 11 to 1/2.
It was their stronger side yesterday, and they only need a couple in here, which means for RQ, it is a must-win pistol. Nothing else you can really say about that. They lose the pistol, they're going to have to end up forcing straight away. A force on the defense is super ugly to look at, unfortunately. And for Team Heretics, they put themselves in an insane position. The RQ mentals have to be cracking at this rate. It's going to be a long break for them to really settle down and think about what Icebox is going to look like, because to even the numbers here, 10 in a row for RRQ, I'm not seeing it.
I could see Jemkin kind of adapting a chamber-esque play style of put yourself kind of in a vulnerable spot, one that can take risk, one for that first blood that he's so desperate to convert and then refract out and really make Heretics wonder and have to re-clear your positions. Now Miniboo commands your attention as he does. He's been such a true star on this map, one of the best neons on Sunset that we've seen at EWC, and he's got the attention of 2 defenders while the rest go A.
He's actually got the attention of 3 crazy guys moved over as well, but now it's thought better of that. Miniboo trying to make a little bit more noise. If he gets some kills here, it'd be beautiful, but he's slowed down, he's hindered, but he's still able to get the kill. Jemkin, what is going on?
Heretics on elbow at least, and will try to get the ball rolling, but there is one at the box, and Cushy by his side, and it is just good protocols from Heretics. I think RRQ not able to trade themselves, especially with Crazy Guy smoked off. There was a flank from Xpharaoh in a 1v1 against Wu. It's a good headshot. He'll head his way either to elbow on the left side. It would be a big risk. He doesn't want to get sandwiched. He has to move quickly. Such a must-win round for the pistol of RRQ. They're having to convert it at a deficit. Xpharaoh, the longest standing member, unites with Crazy Guy, caught with util in his hand. And Xpharaoh has to do it all. I think it's a 4K coming up if he can do it. Benji, though, does have more HP. The camera to see the upcoming W or L. And Xpharaoh with 4 saves RRQ.
They needed that so badly, and Xfera has been the one to deliver previously. In that one round they got in that first half, which seems so far away now, but in that second half, when a pistol comes on through, and the last bit of info gained from Crazy Guy, it finally comes in. Rough situation for Jemkin though. Is it though? I mean, he got the hinder onto Miniboo. Just loses to him anyway. Thankfully, Xfera though. My goodness, nice little 4K to come on through. Didn't even need the flash assist. And just finds the timing as Benji Fishy is still looking around to see what angle Xfera is going to come from. Xfera takes advantage.
Oh, this goes here.
And Xfera is the type of guy who keeps the morale up on this team. He's been on this team since 2022, and through thick and thin, they lift the Pacific Trophy. And this would be the biggest comeback of all time, but at least want to try and build back the positivity for the upcoming map. And it's once again now, oh, it's actually just Boo this time going top mid, and Riyadh is hoping to follow up and kind of peeks out of the smoke. Jemkin's not going to let that go by.
Certainly not. Cushy, similar things to say about this particular round. Obviously, Heretics, low equipment coming in through this one. You'll have a bit of a timing here for Boo, but can he do it 1 versus 3 now? Does find an upgrade.
Not too bad, but also missing the spike, missing a lot of health, and his position exposed. He got a high-low being formed from RRQ and kind of using these steps. Miniboo's trying to make it look like he's
It's triple base.
Going back to A main. But RRQ stick to their ground.
Gun here.
Swing through from the top of elbow. All 3 RQ waiting for you. It's all over, of course. Anti-eco from RQ to give themselves a little bit more space as they're desperate to hold off the 12. Once that 12 hits, not too sure it's possible anymore. Not too sure it's possible even now, but at least
One enemy remaining.
brick by brick, layer by layer, starting to build something together. And I think even now, this is going to be a really important third round. It's not a bonus anymore. No, this is a must-win still for RQ.
And now Heretics. Ball is in their court. They have a lot of buffer to work with. But also, RRQ have a one-way on the right side. They're going to try and stack up around market and just rely on the camera that's deep into B main.
Working our way over towards A. On yet with the one-way. 3 stack for RRQ on B, but they'll go exploring very shortly. Benji could be in a bit of trouble here.
Oh, decent swing at a Benji, but just outnumbered and outgunned. And Heretics, now that their lurk is destroyed, they'll have to try and activate at A. And there's some delay from that smoke, and I think Monyet knows it. Not going to be great to use that gun at a distance, but you're going to need a whole team to try and defeat Heretics.
And willing to play for a little bit of retake pressure here as well. Elbow's been given up at this point. Monyet knows. Eyes over towards Elbow. He's only got a Spectre though, so the range is not going to work out for him. They're going to end up abandoning site.
$30 seconds left.
Spike down and RRQ exploring around mid as a death ball.
Take this.
And trying to take angles, and I like this proactivity from Miniboo, and it's good information, but at what cost? A lot of health now gone as Heretics create a bunker. Riyadh's in elbow. It's gonna be off. Oh, you got no flashes, no paranoia, nothing from Riyadh.
Just the TP,
Just have
what?
to run and cut. What is Monyet thinking? And Woot shuts it all down to get closer to match point for Heretics here on Sunset. What is written, what shall be decided, unless Xfero pulls a rabbit out of his hat. Now 1v2, he made it happen on the pistol. Headshot up close against Boo. And Riyadh pokes his head out through elbow, halfway diffuse, and he does not stick it. Taps it again, Riyadh knows he has time, and Xfero with 4, still cannot convert the round.
He's nearly done it again. Xfera in the 1 versus 2 clutch. He actually gets both kills, but this time around, no time to defuse. Unfortunate, but well played regardless from Xfera. Late into the round, narrow theft earned and used, delivered to get the value on the last 2 members. And now 2020 hindsight, you're thinking, if he had stuck it all the way through, might have won, but you can't think that way sometimes because you never know what's going to happen. Riyadh could have popped through, could have tagged him down. But Riyadh still is able to pop through at just the right time to force the defuse to stop.
Now RRQ have the 3 stack and trips everywhere. Camera destroyed though, and Heretics happy to grab the orb and decide on another venture, while Monyet has made his way through A main past his one way. This could be a big moment for him.
Doesn't have any support here, so this is going to come down to just Monyet. Playing this one very patiently, unlikely to be spotted out. Yeah, he'll find a time to swing for sure, but he is being watched by Boot.
What a read from Boo! To just be posted up and always careful to what RRQ could try and throw at them. And Heretics have just absolutely hit this map out of the park. This is even more dominant than yesterday. And Heretics have said in their interview, this is just the start of something that's going to build.
This really comes from the fact that the share wasn't used by Benji, being saved a little bit longer. And because the right side of the map on A was compromised, Boo has to understand the possibility of the flank, well read once again by the IGL.
Crazy Guy stays on the other side of this pillar because he has full util ready to flash, fault line, aftershock, whatever it needs to try and save this for RRQ. Finds the timing, but the Heretics show face at front door, playing off the recon, spamming through the cage. Heretics have silence and a bit of peace to work with as Jemkins wants to unite with his initiators to swing out of the smoke, but Crazy Guy's been found, and where's the reaction from the rest of RRQ? Heretics just paved the way, the red carpet soaked in blood of RRQ, who have 2 left, and it's up to the Jemkins show to shine, and Xfero's got 2, 13-3 on Sunset for the Heretics.
Jemkins shut down entirely on that map. The Waylay once again not working out for RRQ, and you also have this KO as well. Suppression so strong up against Jemkin. Nothing to really do there. Even onto Crazy Guy as well. At least he managed to get out a fault line before he goes down, but it is just an entire wipe of RRQ. They barely held themselves together, at least got themselves a pistol and an anti-eco and a brilliant clutch from Xfero in that first half. Those are the only rounds that they can be happy about because the rest of the map was all Heretics.
Just great protocols from Heretics. You could tell that this is one of their comfort picks, and why? After the struggles of Icebox dropping that to Titans yesterday to an overtime they could have lost, and how Sunset, that was their playground to end the series yesterday. An absolute dominant show at the beginning of their day here to try and get out of groups as a potential 2nd seed. But that was their map choice. Up next is Icebox for RRQ, and that's going to be interesting for me because that's what Heretics lost yesterday against Titans.
It's another Sunset masterclass from Team Heretics. They just seem so comfortable, so in control every time they played this map at EWC thus far. And RRQ, unfortunately, it's another shocker. It's another map where they really have not shown up here. And look, the opener against Titan went quite well for them, but I mean, this is 3 maps in a row now between the NRG series and now looking here at this game of Sunset, where this has just not been the RRQ that won Pacific.
Well, they're looking worse as well. That's the problem. When you look at how that line is trending down, it's the more worrying thing. At what point are RRQ going to turn things around? Because for Team Heretics, they've had a long slump, and then finally they break it by beating Titans, and now they come into today looking like a different team. It's almost a similar story to Sentinels, although we probably had a lot more faith in Sentinels despite how they looked yesterday, because they did win. They still have high expectations, huge amount of reputation. For Heretics, they've been losing for a reasonable while now internationally, and well, suddenly you look at this Heretics today looking much better.
It was just a lot on that breach from the RRQ side to try and get some trap going against Heretics, but like I said in the cast, it was purely counter positioning of playing completely out of the sight. So fault lines, rolling thunders, anything did not affect Heretics defensively, and a lot of util was used from RRQ initially to make Heretics uncomfortable, and not netting any kills was really tough and gave a lot for Heretics on the retakes.
Yeah, the Turkish duo leading the way here for Team Heretics once again on Sunset. I mean, Riyadh was topping the ACS on the Sova in their game yesterday as well. I mean, at every position, it felt like Team Heretics was outclassing RRQ. And heroics for Xfero, he is a big game player sometimes for RRQ that can come up with some clutches. Unfortunately, when that's all you have in the entire game, that's not going to be good enough to cut the mustard against Team Heretics.
Well, you got big names like Jemkin and Monyet on the team, and Monyet ended up with only 4 kills at the end of all of that. And so it's like, yeah, some of these star players are not showing up, and we have all of this talk about Jemkin. Yesterday, some talk about Raga as well. Some of these superstar names coming out from Asia, whether it be Pacific or whether it be China, they come to the international stage and they're just going invisible. I'm not too sure. Maybe there's a new invisibility agent I don't know about, but I ain't seeing them.
Yeah, it's quite unfortunate. At least they will have Icebox to cool things down a little bit. I mean, the good news for them is that is a map that Team Heretics did just drop yesterday against Titan. I guess there's some perceived weakness there for RRQ. But if you go back before those results, Heretics are looking a lot more solid on that map.
For sure, although they lost it to Titans to kick it off. It was 13-10, you know, and that series was a bit back and forth, but it was Heretics not playing a duelist. But if we're not seeing the duelist from the RRQ side show up, it's very important when you're lacking a more selfless kit to convert, at least in the fragging department.
Alrighty, RRQ are on the ropes here at EWC VALORANT 2025. They will have to recover on their map pick or they will be eliminated from the tournament. Find out the result of this match right after this short break.
I stepped into a realm of wonders where the sun kisses the sea. Two worlds inspired by each other. Two worlds making one. This land is calling, Saudi Red Sea.
Taking over control, can you feel it? Our body's moving closer, is it real? Trying to lose myself on the night shift, outside, yeah. Baby, can you feel me? Can we try it? I'm ready to move for the night, yeah. Trying to lose myself on the night shift, outside, yeah. Taking over control, can you feel it? Our bodies moving closer, is it real? Trying to lose myself on the night.
Welcome back to the Esports World Cup 2025 Valorant. We're in the Group C decider match between RRQ and Heretics, and that was an EMEA masterclass just there from Team Heretics. Kind of ran RRQ around in circles on that first half and showed their dominance, showed why tactically they're a fantastic team. The individuals were on point, Jen. It was just ticks across the board.
For sure, it just looked like another day at the office for Heretics. I felt like RRQ weren't trying to reinvent the wheel. It's very obvious where the Prowler is going to be coming from through elbow, or how the breach was trying to set up. No Rolling Thunder value there, not purely because it was used badly, but Heretics counter positioning away from it. So just Heretics outsmarted them, unfortunately, or fortunately, I guess.
You can just tell this is a different looking team to what we've seen the past couple of days. You know, the confidence levels are so high right now. They're so hyped.
Yeah.
Seeing, you know, the team huddle once more, smiles on everyone's faces. I'm walking by them as we're looking through the break, and everyone is just so pumped and ready to go. They know they're the better team here. They know they're a winning team. They know they're a top 8 quality team. In fact, they know they're a top 2 in the world quality team.
Could be, yeah, definitely was the case last year. Had a fantastic run in kind of a rookie year for a lot of their players, but totally agree with you. I think off the back of that win against Titans and then the Riyadh's interview that we did get yesterday, you can feel the aura and the energy in the room after every big round that Heretics win. They are screaming their heads off, and that has got to be intimidating to be on the other side of, Jen.
Yeah, when they get, like I said before the game started, once Heretics get really confident, they play better, they're scarier, and they just take all the map control in the world. You could never really get set up against this team, and I'm wondering how their icebox is going to look. They had a 5-7 deficit start on their offense against Titans yesterday, and it was very, very close, 13-10, not in Heretics' favor. But then you think about on the other side, RRQ, last time we saw this map, it was against Wolves over at Masters Toronto. They had an 8-4 start, an actual good advantage, but then completely choked on their defense, and that's where Wolves came back and won icebox against RRQ.
Yeah, interesting to me that they are playing the Omen for Crazy Guy. It is something that he did debut when he came into the RRQ roster in VCT Pacific. Not something that he was playing as much before, but there is some role overlap with Crazy Guy coming into the team, playing a lot of scan inits, and Cushy also playing a lot of scan inits like the Sova. So to be perfectly honest, I would like to see them. They were playing, I think, KO as well as the Teo in the Teo meta previously. I wouldn't mind seeing them go back to a double init. We have seen Cushy able to flex back across towards the KO, but look, I want to see what the comp is going to be from RRQ, because they've been cooking, man.
I also want to see what the comp is going to be from Heretics as well, because yesterday they played the Zero Duelist composition, and
I mean, it could be a mirror. Oh wait, is it? No, it's not a mirror, sorry, because we do have the Jet there, but for
yeah, Jemkin Jet will most likely be coming through. But looking over on the Heretics side, no Jet, no Duelist at all, and you sort of mentioned there is one flex spot available in terms of composition on Icebox, something we talked about a decent amount. And for Heretics, it's like, well, we're actually going to flex a little bit more. We're going to bring through the KO, we're going to come through double E-net. Omen's going to come through as well, and then in various ways, Omen kind of becomes your Duelist, but not quite as standard as what you would like to see. But normally you'd have the Jet there.
I mean, they're not the first team to run a duelistless comp on Icebox by any means. You used to have, I believe, G2, who liked to do that back in the day, but they were running Sage, and that was a very slow comp as well. I would say the Omen does offer some aggression potential. So look, I think Heretics are going to back themselves despite the game against the Titan yesterday. Not necessarily going their way. I think it was, to be honest, not much to do with the comps, Jen, to be honest. I think it's a lot more for Heretics to do with the confidence and to do with the momentum that they're bringing into this game. And I think that, honestly, if they're in the form that they were in on Sunset and they know what they're doing, they have a game plan, I don't think it's going to matter what bloody comp they're playing. They're going to win.
It's going to be about those pop-off moments, and just looking back at the stats from our previous map of Sunset, you didn't see those biggest highs from anyone. It was Xpharaoh that had a beautiful 4K in that second pistol. Other than that, you're not getting anything above a double kill from the RRQ side. And if Crazy Guy is supposed to be that, quote, playmaker on the Omen, he had kind of a more quiet time on the breach on Sunset, and yet again, it was just not being able to actually make contact with Heretics on a lot of that breach util, which would have made things easier. But also, RRQ are not supporting each other, not always being tradable. When Crazy Guy's in a corner over at B, and you're getting smoked off from the rest of your team, there's not an immediate reaction from Jemkin and the rest. I don't want to see comms break down from RRQ.
It has to be Jemkin this game. It just has to be. Like, he can be that carry force for RRQ. They can be a very well well-rounded team that frags quite well. You do want to see Xfero and Cushy come up in the clutch if that's what's necessary. But we need Monyet to create some more space and have some impact in that regard. And we need Jemkin to frag, man.
I'm glad you brought those two players. You know, I walked past them on the way to the bathroom and they're saying to each other, look, we need to help each other out, play off me. This needs to be a team issue that has to be addressed a little bit concerning how many rounds they let slip by them and sometimes in incredibly one-way fashion. And Jemkin, unbelievable poor performance in that previous map as well. I mean, it was truly a bit shocking in my honest opinion. Jemkin and Monyet in particular both didn't really show up. The entire team really wasn't there. It was Xfero, the player that you could rely on for RQ as your Sentinel. And when the rest of your players aren't there, Xfero can only do so much.
Well, this is where Coach Ewok needs to earn his paycheck and see if he can get the boys nice and pumped up and turn this game around. Down 0-1 in the series. RRQ facing elimination here at the Esports World Cup, and we'll have Lemon, Kiwi and Avril to bring you through the cast.
Thanks so much, Mitch. Yep, we're on Elimination Station. Keys to be crushed and a top 8 ticket to be earned. And you're needing to really get those coaches going to get the morale up, especially after that last map.
I liked what I saw at Woot just in that previous map. Bringing the KO once again for Icebox. Riyadh, of course, Sova, deadly as ever. MVP from yesterday's Titan game. But the test will come through first and foremost for Xfero, the one player on RQ in that previous map that did look like he was on form. Watch for the walkout down mid as well.
Yeah, and it'll be up to this anchor of Xfero to lock things down, play around the smoke. Now that you have your Jet into position, you have Crazy Guy with Shock Bolts is going to try and pressure Yellow. And now the spike's been planted, so RQ couldn't really prevent this. And now work at a disadvantage, but everyone's in position with, of course, a Paranoia from Monyet. And Heretics just play hidden.
Watch for the Paranoia come through Monyet. That's the go time. Fragment still available on the opposite side as well.
It's a good start from RQ. Good swings just being out in the open, but Heretics, they match blow for blow. And it's Xfero left to pick up the pieces, and he still has the spike to defuse, and he's just not going to have time at this point, especially with everyone playing dodgeball against him, and Boo fades away with a 4K.
You better believe this IGL do be shooting today, Boo. On point, so is the rest of Heretics. You know when Boo is able to come through with a nice 4K on the pistol, that Heretics are here to win. All guns blazing, quite literally here. And for RRQ, not the start they wanted. Again, barely got anything done on that previous map. They did win a pistol, though, on that second half. So, not disaster just yet. RQ, again, reset the mentals from the last map. Come into this one fresh. Wait for that first gun round at number 3 to see if RRQ can come in a big way.
Kind of different roles from RRQ, in case I wasn't mentioned. Against Wolves, it was Monyet on the Viper and Crazy Guy on the Omen. So the important change is to try and pull out a win, because defensively, RRQ did nothing against the Wolves when they were up 8-4 against them, as previously mentioned. So hopefully these are the changes that RRQ are going to be happy with. But facing an anti-eco, you're just trying to play as stacked as you can.
Monyet's Omen left a lot to be desired on Sunset. But not wanting to change up the roles too much. Again, Jemkin and Monyet saying to each other, need to work together here, Omen and Jet. They both posted together on A. Playing for mostly retake on the B side and a fast rotate as well from Xfero.
Okay, that's not a site we want to hit. Trying to outrace now the stack of RRQ while, you know, not being really intimidated. And I think this is where the Guardians are going to hit even harder in a long-range site like B.
Well, Spike is taking a while to make its way. So at this point, RRQ have actually been able to rotate in time. They are here to close the gap in terms of pistols. Xfero's done that.
It's the spam through the smoke at the top tower when the Viper wall was up. Heretics had a sense of security. And they still have a drone, Shock Bolt, Paranoia, but RRQ, they can just hold it. Now Paranoia gets thrown as soon as you hear the spike get tapped. The Molly is there, the real estate on RRQ's side, but Heretics, they're trading a lot better than the last map, and you're just gonna eat that Shock Bolt and try to trust in your team. Mini Blue converts 3. Wow. The spike is down, and Heretics with the anti-eco.
Riyadh, he eats a snake bite, eats a shock duck, gets the plant down with barely any time left to go. Heretics looked like they were about to drop that round. And what an insane comeback it would be for RQ to instantly win that second round, prevent the anti-eco. And it just comes down to another 1 versus 1 and Riyadh, not to be denied. Heretics, they're so clean in these clutch scenarios. Again, it's been Xfair on that last map that is able to at least bring through some value in the clutch, but every other time, whether it's Sunset or the beginning of Icebox here, so reliable are these members, even under the most insane time pressure.
My hope, I guess, is that RRQ are diminishing the forces of Heretics in these battles, these fights. Really come down to the last remnants of Heretics to convert. Now Monyet here at the top, be making contact here with Tower, relying on a Sova through the bottom side, and if they feel like they have a moment's peace, they could try and drone up.
Will be destroyed. Do note that there are 3 rifles on board for Heretics as well. So they're reasonably well equipped to actually compete for this round. As I remind RRQ, they dropped, I was going to say 5, but ended up being a lot more rounds in a row, including this number 3. Really important that RRQ make a statement early on.
Knowing that the Sheriff was the one that shot it down too, so some confidence from RRQ and Monyet with important. Oh, he just got distracted, hearing someone next to him, but Heretics crawl through the choke. That's the Viper wall, some protection for Cushy, and a good delay provided by Xfero as he tries to get in position here on the high ground. And Heretics have Miniboo inserted deep at the corner, waiting for the reaction from this Viper as Cushy leads at the one angle, converts a double, and he continues to live on, but at 18 HP, a 1v2, Boo is just better!
The Boo brothers surviving until the end here for Heretics. They brought guns into this round and they deliver on those weapons. Monyet was actually in a reasonable spot as well, playing on that pipe, dodges the flash, turns it, but is very concerned, as mentioned, about the other play from Heretics. I think it was actually Miniboo on top next to him. And in comes Benji, Fishy, and the rest of Heretics. They check the positioning and just get the spot onto Monyet, and the rest of RQ soon to follow among the rest of them. And that round 3 gun round falling away from them again. Miniboo this time with the Outlaw ready to punish through. Lockdown's ready for Cushy, but I don't know if they can be in a position to actually use this considering their lack of guns.
This is a bit of deja vu from Sunset when it was a 6-0 start for Heretics. But that was, of course, on their defense and on a different map. So RRQ do not want to hemorrhage this much this early. But Jemkin, if he could light up the kill feed, this will be a whole different map.
That's what we need to see out of Jemkin. Quiet so far at this EWC. What a time to come alive it would be now. Map 2. 3 down in terms of rounds for this as well. Xfair spots a lot.
The orb grab for Heretics, and you don't have a lurk that's kind of clearing through A.
I mean, once this drone sees nothing, you have to imagine rotates need to come through.
Yeah, especially with Xfero down, that'll be reinforcements being called from RRQ, so Heretics have a window to work with, but that, you know, we have the X-ray, we have the map, they don't. So Heretics would maybe want to wait for that Viper wall to have some gas to come back up, and then the plan ensues, especially with yellow position from Rians. Having the better weaponry.
Could have been a plan at the Viper's Pit as well, but they're going to believe in their better guns here. No need to expend the ultimate if you think you're going to win anyway. However, Jemkin's sharp right now. Can he be sharper?
Oh, and he kind of takes that damage, isn't ideal, but he's been the headshot king this round.
Oh my
through
God.
the smoke. Wait, check PC. What was that? Now 2v2, but Woot on his last legs. RRQ, but not the best weaponry. But who cares when you just got a bow and arrow? You got Katniss Everdeen, and you got Jemkin the GOAT.
Didn't even need to use any cloud burst towards the end there. A couple of players coming in late for the retake, and Jemkin, he starts off strong, he finishes strong as well. Pick up a couple of gun upgrades. RQ finally will stem the bleeding. As mentioned on Sunset, it took a while for them to bring one back while losing to the Heretics streak. However, even then, when they brought that one round back on Sunset, the streak from Heretics ended up continuing anyway for 1-11 first half here. We're going to end up seeing a little bit of an RRQ streak themselves, stringing 2 in a row. Be really nice. Losing Xfair here, by the way. And then a big 4-man rotate that ends with a Jemkin 4-kill, including the one through the smoke.
Heretics are going to be conditioned to be a lot more careful of yellow. When you're not playing a Jet, you're not having as much fun vertically, and it's just going to be your Omen that could make those big plays. And Jemkin got the first blood, willed that 4K in the Thrifty, and gets the ball rolling. He saw them. Yeah, at least we heard it, how loud they were getting. But look at this adventure that Miniboo is on, and he's cut from the mid lurk of Monyet. Now Heretics, not going to feel so safe. Need to wait for that Viper wall, and it's a Hunter's Fury from the defense. Once, you know, Heretics are trying to get set up, but this Hunter's Fury doesn't seem to deter the Heretics. 3 versus 3.
It's an orange position again, but it's also going to be from the fence as well, Wood. Good for that one. Crazy guy gone. Jemkin Blaze available if this round goes a little bit wide for Cushy. Oh my goodness, just finds the timing from above, and Jemkin with the coup de grace to give RQ the 2 rounds that they needed.
Absolutely. And the lockdown, just the cherry on top. Maybe you could argue he didn't even need it, but Jemkin, he was just simply, I guess, crippled by the agent. Now that he's on the Jet, I know Mitch was going to be really excited to see him on the Jet, one of his best agents by far. And you can tell how much more confident he is. He's taking more forward positions. He's exploring the map. He's got an op. Again.
Keep up.
It's an orange area, the double pushdown from RRQ that Heretics were not ready for. 2 players being caught there. And now fast approach, Jemkin sees good information but misses the shot. Crazy guy converts.
Heretics are confident. They heard the op. They still want to challenge it, but man, RQ stacked together. They get just dismantled by Heretics, and now this op's not going to be as well protected. Here comes the anchors and the pits from the offense. Now there's no space for Jemkin. He trades his gun, and Heretics weren't expecting him to be this close, and Xfero just has no chance.
Crazy guy and Monyet just get in Jemkin's way. Brother's out here trying to snipe, and he's saying, move, I can't see anything. And for RQ, that could have gone a lot better considering the great angle that Jemkin had. Missed the initial shot, but the rest of the team still picks up at least the 1 kill, and then the rest of RQ want to get busy, but just a little bit too busy in Jemkin's POV, not able to get that secondary shot on the AWP and whittle the numbers down at Heretics to even it up a little bit and get a little bit excited about RQ bringing it back 2 rounds, and instantly Heretics say no. Back in the lead, 4-2.
Wires getting crossed from RQ, and that means you don't have the op, and you're back on a save, and kind of back-to-back thrifties, both in round 4 for RRQ. 2 rounds later just now was Heretics converting a thrifty, so.
Check the massive walk down on towards B. Benji Fisher is smelling it, but he's going to leave his turret to check for that info a little bit later on. Playing for retake on A though. Look how far back Cushy is. Crazy guy as well. A little bit off the ankle. Jemkin does have a hero rifle to play through.
Gonna save that Rian's Hunter's Fury for the post plant, it seems. They're confident just using this util. Scale up 1 by 1. The turret's been taken care of, so behind Boo has a 1 versus 3, and he keeps it on lock and adjusts some damage, but not enough to take out the second. He goes 1 for 1. Next up to watch the flank is Benji. Xfero locks in, and the flank develops more, but Heretics, they march on forward and take care of the defense of RRQ.
Yeah, they just walk up and say, we'll win this side of the map. Okay, you have the flank control. Let's swap sides entirely. And it's the gun from Boo transferred to the other Viper on Xfero now. His brother Miniboo still on site down though. Jemkin, he's really feeling it now. This guy might be able to win the round.
He's a threat. Xfero has to watch to the left and trust that Jemkin has the right, but there's a flash from Woot. Jemkin, while flashed, still gets the kill. Rance with the recon, won't be distracted. Jemkin, confident as ever.
It's time to get Ewok the coach to delete Waylay from the agent selection screen for Jemkin. Never want to see that again. The Jet is the truth for this guy. Finally, seeing the Pacific powerhouse duelist come alive. And as I mentioned, what a time for it to happen as well. Backs against the wall. A terrible, really embarrassing sunset. And now suddenly an icebox where things are getting more competitive. Monyet will still like to improve his stat line a little bit. But can be safe knowing that at least Jemkin is firing up when it counts, reducing this gap down to 1 again.
Jemkin buys up to the op again. Now hopes to reorganize RRQ's A defense to not get in each other's way this time. Now checking out back Snowman. Miniboo's actually going to stick this, so this is trouble for Xfero. Who's not going to go for the early pits and just gets surprised by Miniboo. And this cracks open B.
Xfero knew as well. He had the right read, but just couldn't land the cross yet. Good crouch from Mini will be able to prevent that from happening, and now causing further issues on site itself. It's Cushy feels around, but he gets the kill to Wood through smoke. Just spams the default.
It's great ears from Cushy. Just hearing that spike, reacting accordingly. Now down below, Miniboo continues to be a menace in the shadows. From Snowman to a villain. And RRQ still have, it's not impossible, 3 versus 4 as you're up. Needs to be unobscured by any Viper wall. We'll have vision, and Heretics should just not poke this. Let the turret do all the talking. Let the Sova util do so on post plant here for Riyadh. It's good information. Jemkin can't make a connection and now has to escape with the op.
Hunter's Fury there as well. Just in case things go badly for Team Heretics, but really 4 alive versus 3. Turret prevents Jemkin from getting on the line. Wall comes up as soon as you get any sort of presence found by that turret. And just a little bit too difficult. Cushy tried his best, prevented the plant at least for some time. But once he gets traded and the retake comes on through, not enough to be able to get the work done. At least Jemkin is going to save the op. Also, a little bit too hard to retake on that op sometimes.
Now trying to avoid that op. At least Heretics have been lucky just heading to A, but it was all the Miniboo TP that forced an adaptation from RRQ to now have to re-clear through Snowman, come through mid, and try not to hemorrhage more to the Miniboo plays. And just Heretics have had those big playmakers, a lot of 2Ks, 3Ks from their side on Sunset. Such a high ceiling for this team, and RRQ are keeping up now that Jemkin is in the lobby.
Good to see the reputation of Jemkin start to really shine on through for the team, considering how this tournament has been so far for RRQ. You start to see why this team was able to win Pacific against strong competition. Start to see where the strengths of this team really are and how they can be applied. As Heretics, I can think that they start to realize as well now that, okay, brand new map, RRQ are coming in a little bit more refreshed after the massive wake-up call that was that Sunset. So this one's going to get a little bit more competitive. RRQ is certainly the type of team that you would expect to be able to drag this one to 3 maps.
It's Heretics that have had luck at B, trying to avoid the op, and now Jemkin going to keep himself in the middle, ready to be called upon at a moment's notice. And no early pit from Xfero to maybe kind of deny one of these sites early from Heretics. At least the smokes in place will delay things.
Still not great weaponry out of the side of RRQ. Obviously, with the operator in hand, the rest of the team is going to buy up to support it. Oh. We'd like to see Cushy land a couple of those Guardian shots, but not to be the case. At least he sees about 3 players.
Yeah, really feeling the pressure and getting a bit jittery. And despite the spams through the smoke, Heretics don't really take much damage and get the spike down, and now can just play out of sight, out of mind. It's RRQ's hand that's going to be forced, and Jemkin wants sight lines. Monyet clean shots, and you still have shock bolts from Crazy Guy to try and flush out the Heretics into the line of sight, and a Hunter's Fury from Riyadh to just pressure back the members of RRQ, especially if they touch the spike, and it's Jemkin versus Riyadh, the 2 stars at 19 HP. Jemkin needs a band-aid, and he needs more time, and the spike's about to tick down. And Riyadh has found a really good hiding spot, and Jemkins just can't do it. He's got to just get the op and get out.
Riyadh again in this late 1v1. I mean, this time just kind of plays for the time. It has enough HP, knows exactly what his job is. RRQ get it really close. Really nice shots from Monyet actually through that wall, taking down Boo. Getting those numbers just a little bit closer. Maybe if the weapon that was dropped from Cushy was something a little bit better for Jemkin, he would have been able to make it happen. Really needed to land the shot onto Riyadh, couldn't get it. Means the round is over, but a lot invested into this one. The Hunter's Fury finally got used as well. Really, really close call here. You can still feel the pressure clawing at their heels is this RRQ squad. 3 rounds behind now, but you start to feel the potential of them getting more.
And this is a Heretics without a duelist, so still doing a good job on offense to scale up slowly to take the space. Most importantly, holding it for the plant and falling back and really not giving an inch for RRQ and making it so it's coming down to time. Scenarios for RRQ, but it's the time that's killing them. Yeah. You have Monyet with a Sheriff against 5.
Cover going out.
There's too much work to do. He just has to play for retake at this stage, wait for some rotators to come through. Unfortunately, it's just unlucky for Jemkin. They're not walking onto his site. He's also one away from getting the Blade Storm, so they really want to commit to this one. You'd like to see him find a kill somewhere to enable the ult, but the rest of the team just doesn't have the weaponry. It's going to be tough.
Well, RQ have converted 2 thrifties. Why not a third one? Well, I'm just coping because Heretics, beautiful double from Boo. Spike down, RQ getting some high ground, getting some angles around Heretics, not a distance. Wait, Mini Boo, is he at it again? No, just trying to get information. Jemkin with an
Hard
op.
again.
We'll tag him. And Benji doesn't even have to peek this, but do they know the op is here? And now they do, but an answer comes just as quickly from the Heretics side. And Xpharaoh, it's hide and go seek, and it could be deadly, but a good pinch, a good crossfire from Heretics shuts that down.
I've seen Xpharaoh win these before, but this time not on a Cypher. No clutch neural theft to reveal the positioning. No smokes to play through. No HP either to get it done. It's ironic that you have a round now where the rest of the team has full weaponry, but the one big gun is gone from Jemkin, the op. He held that for so long, saved it a couple of rounds, but just didn't have the supporting cast around him to enable it further. And also a little bit unlucky the fact that, again, Heretics just didn't walk onto his sights. 7-3 now. Heretics have once again won the half, but at least you can start to see more signs of life from RQ.
Knowing only the Omen is forward is still good. But now discovering where Jemkin in, that has been the biggest threat, the X factor from RRQ that Heretics are desperate to shut down because Jemkin lives so long throughout these rounds. He hasn't been giving these first bloods to Heretics like he did on Sunset.
He's rotating fast, wants to be in the action. He's going to make it just in time. A little bit of slowdown here as we wait for the plant. There will be Viper's Pit as well.
Really good smokes from Mini Boo to protect themselves, and RRQ are trying to spam through it. They have a good recon, and Crazy Guy isn't here to try and Hunter's Fury. Use the Xpharaoh Pit, and Mini Boo 3K kills any chances of a retake from RRQ.
Just completely off angles. They did not expect that Mini Boo was going to be so far forward, likely a TP, and for RRQ caught off guard. I mean, the backstab was certainly real there. And with the Viper's Pit up, 4 still alive, RQ once again, they just know that it has to come down to a save. Really, if they had one more kill into Cushy, one more orb, perhaps you could play the lockdown, but there's no real way to buy yourself into a 2 versus 4 in this particular round. So we're going to go further on now, give Heretics 8, play into the final round of the half to see if RQ can at least convert a 4.
Spirits are definitely high on the side of Heretics. I'm hearing them giggling and
round in the half.
and feeling as confident as ever, even after the 3K. I didn't have to hear a hauler over on that side. They don't not only think they can beat RRQ, they know that's going to be the result. And RRQ are trying to rewrite a different story. Both controllers on left side.
Last round of the half, and RQ, once again, not enough weaponry here. Jemkin happy to take the Spectre, knowing he'll pull the Blade Storm out once things get dirty. One away is still Cushy, wanting to get that ultimate, then it's going to be 5 ults. And Xpharaoh opens early, Mini Boo gone.
Xpharaoh has had really big moments for RRQ. Now he's going to help Monyet just get out, just in case there's more around this B-long side. As they watch through the mid-cut, and wow, Monyet finds a second one for RRQ.
Toxins going up.
He wants to take it to his own hands and will be able to do so, at least for a little bit of time. That'll relieve the pressure now. Heretics watch over towards the A side. It'll be a late rotate for Boot. Bring the spike over. Riyadh has essentially cleared the site now. This is a retake for RQ on A.
Yeah, because you don't know the location of Boo, you're just going to have Xpharaoh anchor B while the rest reinforce, and Heretics lurks activated. It's taking too long to get the spike over. Riyadh's taken out from rafters as Woot will fill the gap. Now has 2 doorways to watch.
He really needs to live, though. Who can't win this if Woot goes down early here? They need to be together.
30 seconds.
And RQ, they have the numbers. They're happy to allow the plant to come in through and play for full retake. Look, they got 4 ults to play through still. This is huge. they can prevent the plant actually with Hunter's Fury.
Oh, did just hear someone at the stairs. Good flash and shuts down the Hunter's Fury. Won't celebrates a solo hold, it seems, and now the spike goes down. A lockdown.
10 seconds left. Spike planted.
Send the name, he'll give you something to celebrate. About 3 kills, just beats the timing, swings through unexpectedly. And the Hunter's Fury, like you say, has gone Xfair with it all to do now. He's got the 1. He's good for clutches before. Viper's Pit, this is going to be tough for Woot to play into. Woot only has a fragment available.
Wait. Gets on the spike. Oh, he's right behind him. He had time to do a whole dance to figure out what he wanted to finish him with. A 9-3 half. It's got Heretics in hystericals.
Xfair thought he had a little bit more time to play through, didn't realize that Woot was that close, and Woot says, I will happily walk into this pit. Win or lose, we got a lot of rounds on you. And they'll get one more, 9-3 to end the half. Look, it's better than the 1-11, the one that we got from RQ on Sunset. They'll beat that by 2, but really, is it comfortable? Absolutely not. You're gonna have to see another star-studded pistol come through from RQ if they want to have any hope of bringing this one back around. In the early rounds, I believe up to round 7, we were as close as 3-4 on the scoreline, but since then, that was the last time that 3, remember it, because that's all that RQ get, and that 4 turns into 9 for Heretics.
And he just held that pit for so long, and obviously when he didn't use it so early round to close out any side, then it's just, all right, for retake, cool, and just thought he had more time to at least get the defuse halfway and then hunt for the kill. But there's so many pop-off moments from the Heretics side. The Boo brothers are peeking. Woot just got a 3K, solo holding 2 doorways. And it was just that step at the staircase. I think that might have been Jemkin, which got the attention of Woot, who swung. And it was just unfortunate to use the Hunter's Fury at the moment, too.
I mean, they just did not expect that Woot was going to swing through from that store, from Rafters. Completely surprising the team. Really, that round, dead to rights. For the side of RQ, they had everything in their hands. Massive ultimates, Hunter's Fury, lockdown. Good luck playing that round as a 2-piece, and thankfully Woot held on as well and didn't walk through further to try and challenge. Milliboo's excited about that one.
How do they still have voices? They're just always screaming.
Well, they only need a few more rounds of voice left until they get ready for tomorrow, because it's looking all Heretics all day. If RQ, energy sapped out of this team, life sapped out of this team. Last chance for them to play and show what they can do internationally here at EWC.
And speaking of energy, at least they'll be joining NRG into top 8. If all goes well for Heretics.
By the way, I do believe KC won as well, which does mean it's going to be a star-studded European lineup in the playoffs. KC 2-1 versus Billy. Heretics looking for the 2 and 0s. We got a little bit of gun action happening nice and early. It's Monyen and Xfero. That's a lot of Heretics players hammered to fall back.
Heretics going for a Hail Mary. Xfero just kicking them in the dirt. Oh my god, he hasn't lost a single duel. Just a death ball of RRQ looking for a flawless pistol. Now that brings momentum back in their side.
Yep, here it is, RRQ. Once again, second half, they were good for the pistol. They were good for the anti-eco last map as well. Bring us to 5 and 9, and then RQ need to start to really string some rounds rather together. Heretics can consider that they could win that round 3 this half, put themselves at 10, and then afterwards RQ need to lock in. Good, hard, fast, close that gap. There's no way RQ can really win this map unless it goes to OT in my mind, so might be one of those OT situations again. Heretics map 2 yesterday versus Titans. Bit of a rerun of that.
RQ have had strong pistols throughout EWC. Like I said, taking 3 of 4 to them against NRG, to always having the second pistol against Heretics. So they keep themselves in the game, but good buy-ups too for RRQ, breaking also the 5-round win streak for Heretics.
No one's checking
New
Benji.
side, and Benji flicked on by Crazy Guy. Really nice to see him have his moment.
And you saw both rifles there from RRQ looking over towards mid boiler, and just nothing looking at the tube at all. But yeah, numbers now really low down. Still a possibility for Miniboo to do something special here, given how many light armors are on board for RQ, but yeah, he's on the wrong side of the map. This will be playing for retake as Rians abandons. Drone will discover that everything is clear. It'll be a nice free plant.
Heretics could just
No charges left.
go down with the ship if they really wanted to, but this is a team that feels like they could face the
30
world.
seconds left. Spike planted.
They're just so far away too, but Miniboo will get the rally going.
Sword hit.
That's a bun you're trying to take out, and re-peeks and gets it against Jemkin. Miniboo will readjust while the rest of Heretics will let him do all the work.
It's looking like it will just end up being some exits here for Heretics. However, given that Miniboo's got one gun that can do some work, and my God, is he doing? He doesn't even need to get the headshot. The body shot will do. But this is damaging the economy of RQ considerably. Yeah, go for it. A little bit more.
Boo's like, I'll go defuse. He just sprinted all the way from mid, being a true believer. And you're forcing so many repurchases out of RRQ despite starting with a 5v3, so not the worst, huh?
Even when Heretics are losing rounds, they're still kind of winning them in other ways as well. So for RQ, they would have preferred to have walked away with a lot more guns than they actually are, which now means that some players might not have full armors. Let's see what Heretics will be bringing on board. Of course, everything they can. Miniboo is 2 away from ult. Same as Monyet. No other major accelerations here, though. Really, for this round, it was about diffusing any sort of situation that was going to happen through mid, catch out any surprises that was going to be there. Benji Fishy could have made things quite interesting over towards 2, but was found out nice and early, and now Woot wants to get aggressive.
Good pings, especially on Jemkin. But it is a bit of a split, as now mid gets pushed as RRQ try to find their way around, but Heretics have taken care of business on the front lines. At least Crazy Guy remains with the spike, but this flank from Xfero could really be something special. He just needs to not reveal himself, take things as slow as he can, and thought he was going to come up from behind Boo, but reconsiders, finds almost good timing, but the shots are just cleaner from Rians.
This team is so split. I mean, Cushy's not there to support at all. He's going exploring elsewhere on the map. Meanwhile, it's Crazy Guy walking up a spike in hand, and all 3 surviving members of RQ completely lost on an island by themselves. Bit of a worst-case scenario here. Now made even worse, suppressed out. Crazy Guy just needs to get some couple of kills and pray for some economy damage, really.
Okay. Some damage to himself, too, and tries to isolate the 1v1, and wait, the headshot on the Boo. It's definitely possible. He knows where Benji is. Hopes to get time on his side. Now Woot and Benji are going to attack from all angles. No util from Woot, but Benji has a turret if he wanted to peek and check, get info without taking a risk. But Crazy Guy, just one shot is all it takes, and Benji will get Heretics to double digits.
No way for Crazy Guy to expect 2 players coming from opposite angles. He wouldn't be able to really deal with that anyway. Would have to somehow isolate both those targets, and on 5 HP, easy to get wallbanged. Starts out reasonably well. Big punish onto Miniboo. But then the rest of the round just completely goes awry. Multiple members on the site itself falling by Heretics, and then the major split up from RRQ. 3 members unable to do anything to support each other, hoping to find themselves some isolated flanking 1v1s to bring things back. But as expected, Heretics likely will find that 10 before RQ now. It's business time. They need to start getting these rounds in now.
Yeah, 3 rifles from RRQ, but a lot of light armor buys. Just economy is shattered. Mentals are as well, as a tube walk down from Miniboo. With Kitchen also, or around there is Benji.
Poison orb emitting. Poison's off.
The economy damage has been so extreme that you can start to see that the lack of weaponry here is going to start hurting big time. Cushy's been dropped off. He'll be to play off his own util. This is going to be a big walk up now. RQ ready to explode on B.
I'm trying to find, is it just going to be Boo? Is Miniboo there as well? They unite as brothers and Heretics. Just play out of sight, really forcing a panic from RRQ and maybe desperation, but there's so much time to play with, and at a distance, it's a Guardian from Rians, and the smokes will start to dissipate soon as RRQ wait for the Xfero wall to come up, and if he could get a pit, that would be really huge.
It's a 2-man info gain on the knife, though. 30 seconds, time to fall off. This is the only time they can. It'll be a long sprint as well. This is where Cushy's going to start walking up as well. Drop off Jemkin rather, to try and keep things a little bit busy. But as time goes to nothing, Heretics have to start assuming something's going to happen.
Yeah, just RQ thought they had time and had to reconsider, so it's do or die. 13 seconds. It's time to go for Jemkin. As he activates, the wall is up, the spam through, the smoke, the spike is down! And the Heretics were ready for it! And RRQ, not so much, hoping to at least keep one of these rifles. 2 more rounds for Heretics until top 8.
You're just seeing this RQ squad stacking over towards B, going quiet, time running out, hoping, okay, well, normally most teams defensively would start splitting their defense. What defensive team in this situation would still full 5-stack B, no info on A at all? And the confidence, the calls from Boo that say, no. All 5 here, they will finish on this site. And then suddenly, all of RQ just walk into the trap. They're thinking, even if there are members left, over on this B side, maybe just 2, maybe 3, not all 5. And it was all 5.
There's just nothing to pressure back against Heretics, who are do not fear that Viper wall once it comes up, and just spam through. It dropped and it was so cooked. And if Xfero, my only hope was if Xfero could have just got 1 kill, just even just a play, could have had the pit up, and just coming down to Heretics having bigger moments.
If they're fighting for kills, they are not going to have an opportunity to plant. They left no time for themselves. They're really just hoping, given the amount of time left, they were going to be able to confuse Heretics a little bit and again force them to rotate off. But this type of composition, it's not like you can put a Sage wall up and get a safe plant. There's no safe plant. You can get spammed out super easily.
Oh, that's so awkward. Okay, we got it. Locked in.
And
I get this.
just really wanted to gamble. So did Heretics, but they double up. They hit the jackpot. Now they're about to walk out with all of their winnings. 2 more rounds to enter that top 8, giving us 4 EMEA teams in playoffs.
Starts with a drone and a recon, and Rian's with a drone of his own, but he knows something is up. A lot of utils thrown his way, and the knife from Wu will confirm it. Now RQ, loud and proud, but it's all just a fake. Even using the Viper wall, changing it from B to A to really set up the spike for success.
Unfortunately for Monyet, from the shadows, wanted to try and fake it. So, well, fake it in the sense that confusing Heretics, making them search around, but Woot was already in position to look around spawn. Well, it's not here. Well, couldn't he be? Well, Boo going down is going to cause some issues. This will be a plant for sure now. Finally, RQ get to play a post plant. You want to see a Viper spit, they'll get that one in play.
Happens this round. That was the plan. RQ, the ruse, is really pulled off well, but you still need to close out the round. And Heretics, they 2-2 split from Snowman through mid, just trying to puncture through this bunker into the pits, and it's exchanges. A disadvantage that Heretics have to overcome, and this pit, Xfero has to stay within it. RQ playing from main. At worst case, they could play around yellow, play around the corner, play to protect the spike, and leave Xfero out to dry if needed, who extends outwards to poke and prod away at Heretics, forcing out the save, but I mean, it could buy up anyway, but it's over for Heretics.
Not good enough util here. A little bit shy from finding a Hunter Sphere, which would have been nice to clear out the pit. A lockdown, which would have forced Xfero off. Even a counter pit from Boot to make things really interesting with the pit on pit play. But Heretics understanding their situation. They already lost members. Lacking in the util. Trying to keep that economy safe. Walk away with their guns. RQ still scrambling to come through with some rounds, but they are coming through with some rounds now.
Just trading back and forth. It's going to take a Herculean effort from RQ to turn around a 3-9 half. Was the deadly duo of the controllers on the left side, and
take flight.
Boo and Mini Boo have had big openers here before, and just through the smoke, Jemkin didn't even have time to dash. Just the reads from Heretics are so good.
Instantly deleting the owl drone, seeing the smoke come through. 3 shots come out from Mini Boo, knowing if this is where Jemkin wants to walk forward, this is where he's going to fall. Xfero Trying to use this one way a little bit to spot some feet, but I don't think he saw anything.
Hunter's Fury from the defense to try and get the cutoffs on RRQ, at least knowing that they're in B main, but not getting any tags.
Ooh, Cushy finally turns around. I was going to wonder who the first player to spot the other was going to be. And I Swarm to slow things down. Cushy waiting for team. Holding rafters. Now he knows that Rians is there.
Oh, lucky on that bounce. Cushy untouched. This is his moment to shine and try to throw some muscle for RRQ. And Heretics also could have a flank here from Boo. There is no turret to check it. RRQ are just surrounded here around the site, hoping for a screens push and a swing, and the paranoia kind of threw off the aim of Cushy, and Monyet's not so lucky.
Where's Xfair? He needs to activate now. He's waiting a little bit too long. 1v1 over towards the main side. Crazy guy, super important to win that one. Now, Xfair reveals his position. He is the last one up, still has one piece of util. And it's planted for top, and that means he's got an easy headshot onto Miniboo. And a 1v1. Now, Benji Fishy with it all to do. Limited time, and RRQ will find another round. Big clutch from Xfair again.
That was close.
Really good job to still have that Molly left at the end. I was worried about the timing, as he was still trying to destroy some stuff left in mid, but a big step-up moment once again for one of the veterans on RRQ. And he did so on Sunset. A little bit late, but better than never.
So important, the Crazy guy, though.
Need a drop.
In the early part of 8, in that lobby section, that he wins his 1v1. If that doesn't happen, it might just be too many members alive for Xfair to deal with, but we've seen him so many times in these 1v2s. He just delivers, man.
Oh, Jemkin does not care about being suppressed, but may need the mobility, but he's assisted and supported by this Hunter's Fury. Wow, I'm surprised he didn't get a tag, and woo! He's playing chicken over there, but RRQ now hoping to flash. No, it's actually Wood flashing on the other side of the wall, and the double swing, and it's stacked up, trading back and forth, and wait! A 3 from Rians, 2 from Fishy, and it's 12 for Heretics.
How's that lineup going? Rians with that nice collat. Heretics. Excellent bounce back, putting themselves in match point. They didn't even have full whip rate, didn't even need it. RRQ, that was their moment to start to put some momentum on the board. That could have been 8. 8 to 11, 3-round gap. You're thinking, ooh, this one could definitely go to OT. But guess what? 5 rounds, perfect now from RRQ required. And they've been playing anything but perfect today. They've had a couple of winnable rounds go slip through their fingers. That was one of them.
Now you're on a broken bye, and RRQ have had no wind in their sails. Nothing more than a 2-round win streak over this entire series.
Turrets destroyed.
Heretics just download them. And the ceiling from Heretics has been ever so high. And it's the climb through top 8 that they hope to do so against international competition they haven't seen in a while. Now RRQ really slowing things down here on this round.
Look how terrible their buy is as well. At least they finally have, or at least they will have, Hero Vandal on Jemkin, lockdown available. Faking the TP as Monyet, just in case there's a nearby member. Thinking that he was going to go top. Walk down coming through the mid side as well.
Got a cushy lockdown too. I'm wondering if you just kind of want to go for a more guaranteed round or hoping for the post plant. You did hear that drop down, so RRQ have some information. The flank is being watched from RRQ, and now it's a bloodbath, and the site taken for RRQ.
I was going to say it wasn't good information coming through Woot's knife either, because he only finds one, and that one is typically a lurk anyway. What an opening shot from Cushy. A one and done there. The bad news is no lockdown, and the lockdown's on the other side instead.
So evacuate, and now you hear the steps of RRQ leaving. And because that turret is gone, because Cushy isn't here, Crazy Guy's on flank watch. And they are playing quite distant here from the site. Paranoia first from Heretics, getting established here on the high ground. No detains, Monyet on last life, Spike being tapped, attention being called, RRQ all on the high ground, ready to swing. Is RRQ on the low ground? It's Benji that converts a big double. Miniboo down for the count, and RRQ keep their heads above water.
4 rounds more to go for this RRQ squad. Those will pick up a couple of upgrades as well. As a reminder, when it came through with that one hero rifle, lockdown not even required coming through from Cushy. He did his job. One and done. Nice sheriff shot. And despite Benji Fishy putting in that ultimate, putting in some work. Too many members falling by the wayside on that A site in the back, and timeout now. But Heretics to just finish this off. 1 round, 1 play.
Trying to figure out what is going to be their plan against the lockdown from RRQ. Because Cushy has that. He just wasn't alive in that round to counteract the other lockdown. So, and this is, by the way, the first Heretics timeout all series, as you would when you went 13-3. Nothing really to chat about. Ain't broke, don't fix it. Now finally getting met by some pushback because they know that RRQ are not done yet, and they're not dead yet either.
Heretics are heavily favored to clean up this map and clean up the 2-0, but you wouldn't want to start having mistakes come through now, for things to start breaking apart at a very pivotal point. Again, they've experienced what it feels like to be on that second map. They were there last night and it went into OT. At least that time it was them dragging it into OT as things started to really get out of hand after a great first half start. Here for Heretics, they're in the lead. They need to close, they want to close.
Benji solo holds the left side with a Vandal, and what an opener too. Boo takes some damage, but he also knows there's some presence here in mid. Cushy could have a big moment to try and set up this lockdown, but he needs to live this round because you're on last life against Heretics.
Cushy's in an interesting position here as well because he's not going to be able to work with a team for... Okay, how about this Benji fishy?
He gets 3, no Hunter's Fury, so this lockdown could be big, but Cushy, he's off on his own adventure. He's in Narnia, and the spike is lost with no support. Crazy Guy is solo and no health.
Still got a lockdown available here, but these two members are not playing together. If this is an opportunity for Cushy to get a solo onto Woot, would be absolutely massive. That could give them the round. Woot exposing himself, and Cushy will accelerate. Now it will be the plant 2-2.
Cushy has done everything this round. A big risk, but a big payout to get behind the defenses of Heretics that have felt very untouchable. Now it's a 2 versus 1. Crazy Guy to keep RRQ here at EWC, and it's Miniboo that has to save it. Rians versus Crazy Guy. 30 HP versus full, and the defuse that still has to be done. Time running out, and a clutch for Crazy Guy.
30 HP, but catches Miniboo looking the wrong direction. That could have gone so much poorer, considering Cushy dying at a pivotal time. You also have a situation where Cushy really taking some risks here. He has a very important ultimate for the round, although to be fair, didn't end up using it, but not having a successful flank could have been very bothersome for the team, but he'll find the timing onto Woot, enable the plant, play the 2 versus 2. And the Crazy Guy in a very tough spot, but having the calm and collected measure to finish that one off, drawing this one down to a 3-round gap.
Oh, losing Jemkin is so painful, and didn't want to wait for the Hunter's Fury. He wanted to use it as a distraction. And now the spike heads towards B. And KJ Util tries to deter them from taking yellow. And Heretics will be cutting through mid with a paranoia that kept Heretics rooted. Spike out for RRQ, and Heretics with everyone alive, and a post plant that'll cover the spike and be as far back as they can, and even a lockdown just layering all their defenses. But look who's making its way around the perimeter. It's Benji with maybe another heroic moment, and even throwing out the knife from Woot to save it. Detained.
He's detained.
Benji acting as bait as Miniboo steps up to save him. They infiltrate the Viper's pit. Heretics in a 4 versus 3. Explore to find the Viper. And Miniboo punctures through the hearts of RRQ and will be killing their key as well. Very soon the defuse will not have time. RRQ barely remain here at EWC.
Yeah, they lost everybody. That was way too close. RRQ praying on their knees, and it works out for them barely. Oh my god, that timing could have been so different. This is where it all could have ended, but a lockdown that actually catches Benji, and then just barely running out of time at the end. I mean, there was no one alive for RQ at all. And it started so well for Team Heretics as well. Woot, he was spotted out, wins the 1v1 duel versus Jemkin, cancels the Hunter's Fury with his own suppression.
What?
That's the pit gone.
Yeah, what? Just these spams through smoke. These players are otherworldly sometimes. And so are RRQ, that of the effort of assembling their biggest round win streak of 3. I know it's not much, but it's enough to keep RRQ still kicking.
And these moments accounts for everything. Can RRQ pull through now, bring us into an OT? We're gonna walk on to site. We'll be free for now. Woot trying to see if he can make it in time. But they're all stuck behind screen, I should say, and that's gonna be Riyadh's down early. And Woot knows he's up against Jemkin. Can he win?
Should be doing okay with the better weaponry. Benji only has a Sheriff, so trying to force some buy-ups from RRQ. It's not clean from RRQ. The rest gonna play through main. Now trying to get eyes on the spike. The KJ util does buy some time. Heretics can still finish this in regulation in the next round, but just coming in with mostly Sheriffs, it's going to be RRQ converting a 4th in a row.
Good to see the rest of RQ show up. That was a little embarrassing for Jemkin, not going to lie. Too many missed shots. Multiple opportunities to take Woot down, and Woot was just living through all of that. You mentioned there had been barely any Heretics timeouts, and they're going to call one more on the final round. What a comeback it's been for RQ. Would be heartbreaking if after all of this effort they don't make it to OT. You start to feel like they deserve it. With the Heretics as well, they could have ended this map a long time ago, and this is where pressure starts to mount. Sometimes you hit that 12. Listen, it's happened to Gen G multiple times. In these types of situations, you start falling apart, mental starts breaking a little bit, confidence starts slipping. Suddenly RQ find their moment. I mean, the pressure's on RQ as well, but they're currently thriving in it outside of a couple of key moments. But again, 2 rounds ago, man, that spike detonation with barely any time left, I mean, that was so close, way too close to call.
And Benji has become that wild card and also the ace up the sleeve for Heretics to, you know, purposefully detain himself, for example, in that lockdown to just see if he could destroy it or get kills, and eventually have so much trust in his team to act as bait, and that came down to just almost being able to get that defuse for Heretics and end it sooner, as you said. All comes down to this, though. Now that Heretics actually have a proper buy, they can end this in regulation.
Yeah, really unfortunate as well for Boo in the previous round. Just had his pit deleted instantaneously. Monget, once again, is going to try and cause a little bit of confusion early from the shadows, or make Heretics go running a little bit. Both Woot and Mini Boot searching. They won't see anything, so they'll assume. And nothing has gone wrong here, and it will be another RQ push up. Another situation where, unfortunately, this time for Heretics, they've made the wrong call. They've gambled heavily on B before, where it was correct. This time, RQ, they're in such a great spot to get the plan going and to win the round.
Rian's Guardian, or not Guardian, sorry. He will be the Guardian of A, though, but he is smoked off, and now it's trouble in the Heretics camp because we have to rotate over.
That's the key here. Benji Fishy, lockdown ready to go. Nothing really from RQ to counter that one. That's their opportunity to buy themselves into this retake.
Ready for the lockdown. Now RQ have to make a decision whether they fight or flight, and it's Jemkin that is just the bully at the front, but he's the one to put into a locker, and Heretics with a broken pie do what they can, but RQ are firing on all cylinders, and the paranoia blinds Heretics from not being able to close this out in regulation.
Monget, he's been quiet all map and all series, in fact, and what a time to come alive. He still hasn't even hit double digits yet, but man, that was the round where once again, Jemkin can't do it. Monget finally reveals himself. It's not a 4v5 anymore. OT has been found, and now Heretics are left scrambling a little bit. Momentum's gone away from them. You start to feel the mojo slip away. Doubt starts to crawl in. Memories of losing multiple internationals start to flood in as well. You see the cheers, the jubilation, the laughs. gone for now for Heretics, but still an opportunity to lock in. Look how many rounds in a row. 5 for RQ just in the last to be able to drag us into this OT. 5 chances for Heretics to close this out and finish the series. Now into OT.
How can you not have fun when you had an 11-1 start in the previous map to a 9-3 half here? You just thought it was going to be a quick day. Now you have to do this into OT, and RRQ's offense has been stronger when they faced up against a peaking Wolves at Masters Toronto, but it's their defense that couldn't hold, and why they ended up losing in the end. Now RRQ will be on defense, where they suffered 3-9 to kick things off.
Yeah, it wasn't a good defensive side, and Heretics can play off the back of that one. You'd imagine that this should be very favorable for them to at least put themselves back into map point, but a couple defenders are going to be nearby. Xfera has been pretty sharp so far, but he's at a very extreme range. Phantom is maybe not the right weapon to be playing at this particular range, but a little closer and he'll be able to do the damage.
Yeah, RQ are not peeking them. They're just playing to spam through the smokes, and Monyet has that spot downloaded. But Wood fires back, a really good response. There's still one threat that looms, and it's Cushy, and also Xfero within the smoke, and Rians is dispatched. Xfero trades 2 versus 2. And RRQ unite, and it's Jemkin that needs to come alive when it matters the most. And Xfero, the veteran, by his side, and Boo and Yellow is isolated. He won't expose himself too much until the moment is right. And it's Jemkin that can't go out quiet. Now circling around through Yellow, left to right to down, and Boo and Heretics, match point, series point.
Jemkin not in a position to trade his teammate there. Xfera, he's done so much in these situations. You can't ask for more. Cushy as well, leading the way for RRQ. Has been so sharp at winning his duels. Monyet even contributing here, preventing the plant initially, but Woot did so much, and it comes down to the 2 versus 2. Rian's finding his marker to Cushy, but just no ability to support Xfera, who really needed some help there. And left in the 1 versus 2, Jemkin has been a bit of a snoozer in the last few rounds, I gotta say. He had some big plays earlier on the map, and he needs to show that again.
RQ on a 5-round win streak when it comes to attacking rounds, so but do they feel deflated now that they're truly on their last life? And Heretics started to put a dagger behind them, so...
Look at this fast rotate. Heretics are smelling this one. They finally broken the streak as well. They won a round after dropping 5 in a row. Here comes Paranoia.
Oh, I don't know if they made contact, and Heretics fire big round again from Boo, but better from Xfero, who has the pit, still needs to plant, will use it to enable himself, and on the high ground, Woot tries to deter him from the objective, still waiting for Mini Boo to get into the picture, but Woot for now has time to play with.
He didn't plant. He had to fall off. In fact, I think Woot could have actually wallbanged that position as well. Xfera's lucky to be alive. He's going to now push this into Cushy planting instead with more HP. Xfera again in these very low number situations. Can he clutch once more?
It's duo versus duo. And Xfero low and finished and found in a 1v1. Paranoia out! And it's Cushy that stays stable, and the overtime continues.
Switching sides. Overtime.
Skip a heartbeat there. Another close call.
Make sure to cover the angles I can't.
And now RRQ, they saved themselves a tactical timeout that they're going to burn now at a critical time. Cushy's about to drop 30, by the way. This guy has been sneaking up the rankings, sneaking up the leaderboard. Jemkin led the way early on, found a decent amount of success in those rounds, has gotten a little bit quiet, but Xfera and Cushy late into rounds, always good. Nearly a kill onto Xfera despite the pit. But we just didn't have the wall bang, didn't have the capability to get that kill. Fragment dropped him. Xfera to minimal HP though, in that round. Coming down to the wire.
Both teams having a 9-3 half on their offenses in regulation, so it might just come down to which defense can prevail and how wild you want to play in an overtime deciding match of your fate at EWC. on the line, and this timeout just to calm things down from RRQ and maybe come up with some different ideas of how your upcoming defense can prevail against the Heretics.
Look at Xfera there. He's just able to get so much. It was a triple face. Once this wall drops, 3 Heretics members all in 3 different spots. You think the round in the map and the series is probably over right then and there. And out of nowhere, Xfera delivers once more. And this guy has just been ice cold. Watch the AWP. Jemkin hasn't had that in a while. Hasn't really succeeded, though, when we last saw it in regulation. So would love to find some success now.
Maybe it's what you need to discuss. You haven't shown that up in quite a while, so now you drone up. Heretics still going to take their time to scale up and fully respect one of the top Pacific teams in RRQ. Drone gets past the wall and may have not spotted the walk-up from Heretics, so an edge and an advantage. Flank may be pushed here for RRQ.
They're going to play for full retake here, really hoping that RQ, we're going to find some people walking up into B. Not going to be the case. Crazy guy down early. Some of your retake tools are going to be gone. That does allow Jemkin to swap his operator for a rifle, though.
Up next is Cushy. They'll get onto Rafters. Right below him is that Omen. Star-studded roster of Heretics. I want to convert another attacking overtime round. Miniboo reestablishes the smoke. A good paranoia from Monyet enables Cushy, but Heretics react better. It's a double for Cushy, and he could activate again, and he gets the lockdown. Overtime has been his playground. On the flank, Xfero, he needs time to develop. Cushy is down, and Xfero has to take the helm, the tip of the spear, and he has the spike to defuse, and the defense has no time. Another attack. Won by Heretics.
Xfera just too late there to save his teammate. Cushy did so much, he snuck in onto the back of the rafters. Completely unspotted once more. He's 1 away from 30. I think he's going to get the 30. There's just barely enough time in it. My goodness. And the lockdown as well. And you know, in this sort of situation, Heretics are going to come for you. They will be fighting for that lockdown. The question is, where is it going to come from? Xfera just needed to activate there a little bit to provide some support, because otherwise it's just going to be a little bit too hard.
About converting that a defense, and Wu wants to take advantage of the info off the knife and will fall back. Op for Miniboo. I don't think we've seen it really much at all. And who cares about the op when Benji gets the most insane double kill? Has this sealed the deal for Heretics into the top 8? Finally a defense. RQ, 3 versus 5, a turnaround. Shock bolts, paranoia from Monyet. This has to land, and there's a clump for Heretics. Deathball v Deathball. 3 versus 3 within the site. Walls down.
Good paranoia.
Monyet paranoia goes to make contact at the front. He steadies, and he gets 2 before Benji heads for the ace with Crazy Guy, who needs to settle down himself, and he'll get a second to plant, but the lockdown will send him far and away.
Does he have an angle? Benji Fishy has limited HP here. Good timing from Crazy Guy. He sees the body. Can he get the kill?
Oh, the shock bolts. Oh, it forces Benji down on the ground. And it's not Benji with the ace, but it's the final kill for Miniboo.
They've done it. Team Heretics, through all of the struggles, 319 days. Boo says, trust us, we're working on it. And the work is paying off. What an insane win. It came down to OT again in that second map. But now 2 in a row. The curse has been lifted, and it wasn't a fluke. They're going to take down another team, and it will be a full EMEA. 4 teams out of 8 in the playoffs for EWC. Turns out Europe just might be the best region.
Pacific team out. That's gonna hurt Mitch once he gets back on the desk, but he readies for the interview, and he has so many MVPs on the squad of Heretics, but definitely in that second half had to be Benji. Some critical multi-kills. That double kill in mid from B, hearing nothing, checks out mid, gets lucky. It gave his team the biggest advantage going forward. The trust the team has in each other and a new ceiling that they have hit here at EWC, a sweep against a very formidable team in RRQ. Really great job, and I'm excited to see Heretics in playoffs.
Many are asking, are Heretics back? You know what, I'm thinking they might just be back now. Straight away you could tell today on Sunset, it's just a different looking team. And then they keep on delivering. Did RRQ suddenly make Heretics sweat a little bit on that icebox? Yeah, you better believe it. RRQ still are the team that won VCT Pacific here. They are going to be exiting probably a little bit earlier than they'd like to, joining DRX. Another Pacific team eliminated today. It's EMEA moving on forward, looking so strong. We saw it from BBL early on. KC got that one over G2, but we're thinking, okay, well, I mean, G2 are in a little bit of a struggling situation. How far can KC push this? They beat Billy 2-1. And of course, Fnatic, tried and true. They got the reputation. They beat Gen.G, they get it done as well. And now let's see what Mitch has got for us down on the interview stage.
There's something in the air for Team Heretics here at EWC 2025. A very tight game against RRQ there on Icebox, but you still come out the victors and head through into the playoffs. A bit of relief for you, Benji Fishy?
Yeah, I was a little nervous, I'm not gonna lie. The overtime I was pretty shaky. But oh my god, I've lost my voice. I think I screamed too much. But yeah, the last round was the most important one, and yeah, man, I'm really happy.
I mean, it's pretty easy to get excited when you guys have all these big plays and big rounds, especially the Turkish boys, but even the Boo brothers in that last map. I feel like every other round, someone's getting a 3K with the Sheriff when they're full hitting the site and you're at numbers disadvantage. So, look, I can hear you guys screaming up there. The energy and the vibes feeling pretty good right now?
Yeah, I think all we kind of needed was a win. We'd been winless for quite a long time, so yeah, I think getting that win, like even the one yesterday against Titans, was just so big for us for like just confidence and momentum. So yeah, the whole team's feeling really good.
And with you guys getting a dub, that's all 4 EMEA teams going through into playoffs here at EWC. So what are your thoughts on that? KC's in, BBL's in, they've done quite well for themselves. You guys have gotten in as well.
Yeah, EMEA best region. I don't know. I mean, okay, I'll say that when we win an international tournament, but that's a good sign. It's a good sign at least.
Absolutely, totally agree with you. And back-to-back wins on Sunset, very convincing wins if you go from the deciding game and then the opening match of this one. You guys back on Sunset from last year into this year, looking very, very comfortable, looking really well drilled.
Yeah, I think all of us, when we heard the news that Sunset was back, we're all pretty happy. And I think, yeah, people got to be scared of it. So, yeah.
Awesome. Well, I'll let you go and take a rest. Benji, thank you so much for the interview and best of luck in the playoffs.
Thank you.
Good vibes from the side of Team Heretics. How can you not smile? I know they were nervous in that overtime. They thought the 9-3 closeout was going to come a bit sooner. And I did wonder if Benji was still going to have a voice because he was just screaming almost every round at the start. And he's going to need that voice for the playoffs coming up, Kev.
I was wondering if anyone was going to have a voice left. I was wondering if I was going to have a voice left as well, given how tight those rounds were. I mean, really towards the end, second half, and then moving into the OT. So many tight rounds, so many situations where it could have gone either way. Clutches coming on in. Xfero, Cushy, showing up big. Benji Fishy, late, but always good. Everybody on Team Heretics having something to prove today, and they have proven it. The Team Heretics is here to stay. The curse has been lifted, and the team is moving on to see just how much further they can get in this international end. Well, they haven't won, they being EMEA as a collective yet in quite some time, an international event, but half of the teams going to the top 8 are going to be EMEA teams. So numbers-wise, statistically, it's looking good for EMEA to take this one out potentially.
K-Corp winning over BLG in a map 3 is so insane. So we have Paper X, K-Corp getting out into Group A, BBL, Sentinels from B, NRG, and Heretics, as you just found out, and Fnatic plus question mark as Gen.G are up in the series against EDG. we have Mitch back, and what a day we've had.
Oh, bro, so close for RRQ. They were definitely making a run of that on Icebox. I thought the comeback was going to be coming on in there, but Heretics clinching it out in the end. A very exciting game nonetheless. And look, you got to get one over by Heretics. You can tell they're very excited to be here. They're feeling good about getting these dubs on the board. So I'm keen to see just how far they can go here, Kev.
Yeah, and it's a disappointing finish for RRQ, but really I think it was the sunset that let them down, because you started to see the capability of RRQ on that Icebox, but just running out of rounds, running out of time, running out of maps of the series to be able to pull through, coming in for the final here. I really thought Cushy was going to hit the 30, but guess what? Miniboo did instead. What an insane game from Cushy and Xfera, though.
Yes.
Jemkin did show up a little bit here, but mostly still a slow map. I did say it on the cast, but I think all the players in Team Heretics across the board all showed what they were capable of today in today's series.
You saw it right there at the end of the player reactions. They were all loud, but Miniboo looked like he was beside himself, like he was on another level, bouncing up and down in his chair. Agree with what you said about Cushy, though. On the Senti, this map, it's a role that he has adopted very recently in this RRQ roster. They've thrown him onto the Senti on Pearl as well. He loves to go for those aggressive lurks, and I think that comes down to his skill set of, you know, being able to usually drone, dart, or throw out a bunch of his init util and then be able to play a lot of the post plants and play positionally. He's got very good crosshair placement, positioning, first bullet accuracy, and that definitely translates into that role. But him and Xfera definitely the standouts. Unfortunately, they were missing a bit of that aggressive power, which is maybe why it took such a long time to really just grind into this game of Icebox and make something happen.
RRQ have changed their looks a lot when it comes to tournaments, whether it's cooking with the Waylay, playing a lot less Yoru than we expected when it came to Masters Toronto, something that it was supposed to be their bread and butter. And people question, why though? Why Jemkin best Yoru in the world? And at least he showed up on the Jet initially. And we were talking even before this game started, you know, Crazy Guy Omen, but actually Crazy Guy went to the Sova. And then you had Cushy, who usually plays the scan initiators. He was on Senti. So some changes, which obviously solidified the RRQ defense better than how they faced against Wolves. They forced OT, which speaks to the resilience of RRQ. When they lost 13-3, I feel like I would have given up after that. But big congratulations to RRQ, who forced the overtime, but unfortunately just couldn't close it out.
Yeah, really rough run of things, unfortunately, at this event for RRQ. That's back-to-back international events where, unfortunately, off the back of winning VCT Pacific, they just haven't really hit the mark, Kev.
Yeah, but if it's for a team like Heretics, it's kind of like very sad for RRQ, but man, I'm so happy for Team Heretics because I feel like they've been on a very similar trajectory but just couldn't find international success. You heard it from everyone, heard it from Benji Fishy. Just get a win in there, just to get the monkey off your shoulder, and then suddenly you see the light at the end of the tunnel. And I want to see that light at the end of the tunnel for RQ as well, because you can start to see the potential in the team. But really, again, it's that early sunset. It was just an ugly map for them, but that's also the map where you've got to see the very best out of Team Heretics. And you've had plenty of good things to say about their sunset structure in general, and while they proved it, that RQ were just not going to have anything to play into them at all. So maybe if it wasn't that map, maybe if RQ had a little bit more to show there, we could have gone all the way to map 3 and had, you know, a more competitive result.
Look, maybes are not going to cut it, unfortunately, here at EWC. And look, I was pretty crushed at that result for RRQ. They looked so, and so was DRX.
Oh
when
my God.
you saw Zeltis crushing their key, he looks like he's in the club right now. He's having a bloody great time.
Well, he's got the lights going, he's got the music going in the background, I'm sure. That is DRX's key gone. And
he's like, damn, like that?
Nearly a posthumous shard flying towards him. A little goodbye message from DRX.
Hey, he's got the safety glasses on. He'll be okay. Look, at some point we will definitely see RRQ get their key crushed as well.
Zelsis should have watched that one through his Cypher cam instead for safety, I think.
Perhaps. Look, we do have some fair few people running around doing some camera work. I could see the Heretics photographer as well was quite happy with that win, was getting a couple of little happy snaps in there.
And the crowd is there too. I was hearing from the other casters that the crowd hype is really something else over on the A stage.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, as far as I know, a lot of VCT, CN, and Pacific fans have come on out to support here, and that is the game that's going on the A stream at the moment. Gen.G are taking on EDG right now, so honestly, go and take a look at the A stream if you want to keep up with all the action. That's going to be a banger. The crowd support is right there as well, so I'm looking forward to seeing who is the last team that's going to actually make it into the playoffs here at EWC.
And also the playoffs, right? Because you're drawing your opponent, which is is going to be really cool. And, you know, how Masters Toronto, how that went, there's always a bit of smack talk, and there's kind of something to prove when someone chooses you in playoffs. But we'll sort out once we know that final team, and I'm really excited. And for once, we are done before the A stream.
Yeah, and look, none of us are from EMEA, so I don't know how happy we all are about EMEA being the 4-team representative here. We'll take a look at some of the brackets and the groups and recap some of the results as we're almost all done and dusted here with the groups in EWC. Starting out with Group A here, Carmine Corps did get knocked down to the lower bracket by Paper X, who, I mean, they're the finest team in the world. No reason why they shouldn't be going straight through their 3-0, and that's exactly what they did. But Carmine Corps taking out Billy is pretty big, Kev.
Exactly, and China unfortunately is struggling here a little bit. We are still watching to see what EDG can do, but they're one map down against Genji. You could see a 0 Chinese team playoffs going and developing through Carmine Corp. Maybe the biggest surprise of Group A. Obviously, maybe coming into this event, everyone would have had G2 Esports, but given the roster situation, unfortunate there. But for Billy, they looked good, man. They were in a situation where they were pushing Paper X to the brink, but they weren't good enough to beat KC.
Yeah. This was a big wildcard group for me. I thought XLG looked good against DRX and Sentinels. Did they have what it takes? There's some big surprises coming from the underdog teams. They squeeze out a map 3 against XLG. They 2-0 DRX, and we have BBL and Sentinels making it out of B. Yeah,
BBL looking a very convincing team here in EWC thus far. A tight win over Sentinels on day 1. A convincing win. They smashed DRX, particularly on the second map of Ascent to qualify for the playoffs. And then Sentinels went and did the exact same bloody thing, Kev. Look, DRX, they kind of got destroyed in this group a little bit.
Yeah, well, DRX is still shuffling things around. They got the new rookie coming on in who had a reasonable debut in the opening days, but up against Sentinels, Zekin, the rest of the squad, a little bit too much to be able to deal with it. So it was reinvigorated Sentinel squad, happy after being able to scrape through versus XLG, but with enough anger and fuel in the bank to be able to come through and just bring it to DRX. And a statement win against DRX to say, you know what, we're not just going to be farming Chinese teams. Give us anybody. We'll take any region on, and I think they might want to take a chunk out of EMEA next, considering there's 4 of them and only 2 in A.
Group C, we'll have a little bit of a look at what we got here. We just watched the end of it, and surprisingly, it was NRG to make it all the way through there, taking out Heretics very one-sidedly. They stomped Heretics, and then, to be honest, I wouldn't call it a stomp, but very convincingly beat down RRQ as well. They're going to be one to watch in the playoffs.
Because that lower bracket could have gone either way. Titans were 1-1v1 away from sweeping Heretics, which if RRQ would have got that rematch against Titans, they would have been confident because that was a 13-6 in RRQ's favor, and they could have been the team that qualified, but enough about what ifs, the group of death.
Yeah, really quickly before we get on to this one, I just think it's really important that we are in the timeline where Heretics win. As much as I feel for Titan Esports, I'm sure they'll bounce back, but if Heretics lose that one, I'm very concerned about where that roster looks like moving forward. So right now, still together, still looking good, still looking forward to where they can go into EWC.
As we can see in that qualification match in progress, Genji up 1-0. They have taken away EDG's pick of Lotus. Interesting pick against Genji. Lotus is kind of their bread and butter for quite a long time, so they've been able to start off that series on the right foot. That's unsurprising, given how promising they looked in Toronto until they ended up falling in that lower bracket. And once again, as you mentioned before there, Kev, it's down once again to EDG to hold the weight of China's expectations on their shoulders.
And we weren't sure which Chinese team it was going to be, because you know, at a certain point, we're like, hang on, is Shilai going to end up beating Sentinels here? Could they be that Chinese team? Is it the Happy Way day all over again for EDG? A little bit shaky in the opening day. Obviously, Titan Esports probably wasn't expecting the most out of them. Wolves aren't even here. And for Billy, they look pretty good on day 1. But once again, it is EDG. But if they don't make it through, it's going to be 0 Chinese teams. But it will be 2 pack teams, though, because we do have 4 EU, 2 NA, 1 Pacific so far, and 1 yet to be decided.
Yeah, absolutely. And plenty of teams that haven't had many opportunities at some of these international events, just making it through a good old-fashioned qualifier, little online qualifier into an international event like this and doing some big damage, you know, just hitting a really hot streak of form and getting things done over here in EWC, Jen.
Yeah, there's been a lot of peak forms being hit. I mean, Heretics, that 13-3 was a big statement, you know, never mind the overtime. The great start, even Sentinels, I had to rush over to the desk because Sentinels were starting to beat things down too, so it's been a fun day of teams just climbing higher and higher.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, look, Gen G are taking on EDG. Make sure you head on over to the A stream. I'm definitely going to be keenly watching the end of that match because I think Gen G and PaperX, for me, Kev, those are the two teams that I got my eyes on.
He's given up on DRX IQ. He's like, you know what? I'm disowning those two teams.
Yeah, 100%. Look, I think Gen G could definitely continue to do some damage at this event. I think that they showed a lot of promise at Toronto, maybe didn't quite make it there at the end of the day. Yeah, look.
Let's hope.
Yeah, I hope so too. All right, well, make sure that you tune in to that A stream game between Gen G and EDG. And to close out the day here before we head into playoffs tomorrow, let's throw it on over to the Kadia top plays of the day.
Reach your impossible, Lenovo Legion. Reach your impossible, Lenovo Legion.
This land is calling.